started streaming. Okay. Yeah, great. So one of the things that I did is, well, I'll tell this when more people are here, I guess. Hi, Void Dreamer. Oh yeah, I gotta add this quote. Oh, I never started the bot. Whoops. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm starting from a clean state here. I just want to make sure of that. Yeah, this can be reverted. Let's take a look at the server. Man, my throat is not feeling great right now. It's kind of the same as been feeling the last entire week, to be honest. That's why I wasn't talking as much. Hopefully this gets better throughout the day. Alright, so the bot should be started. Let's add this quote. Wow. Wow, Phantom Bot, seriously? I tried adding a quote, and now it says that there are this many quotes? Okay. Let's go figure out why that broke. It's just silly sometimes. Just absolutely silly. Alright, Phantom Bot quotes. Num quotes 23. So if I do quote 22, what happens? Oh, okay. Well, the quote system just sucks. Alright, whatever. Okay, so today, what I'm going to be working on is the balance testing client. I think I'm going to do some other things too. This part's done. So yeah, I'm going to do the balance test server, and then I should figure out what I'm going to do after that, because this might only take the morning. It might take longer than the morning. I'm not sure. And we'll find out. I want to do this too. Hey, William. I want to do this too. I think looking into Docker would be a good idea. Just making my deploy process easier would be a good idea. And being able to deploy to any VM. Test out deploying to a brand new VM. And then yeah, then maybe when I start working on our bot states. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. Okay. I can only get the chat to work in pop-out mode. There should be a way to pop out the video too. I can't really help with that right now though, because it'd be really slow for me to help with that. Anyway, balance testing features. So I talked to Ian last night, and I said, hey, how would you want to test this stuff? And he said, hey, as long as there are some functions, I don't mind specifying some JSON data. So I wonder how it's best to do this. Like, how would I want to specify this? I'd probably want files that I could just copy paste in, and they follow some format. But then how would I load this file? I'd have to type it in the console. Or I make a console in the game. Nah, that's stupid. So anyway, set up a test server and some APIs for balance testing. Hey everyone. Simulate loadouts. Need some way to specify the hardware, software configs for each team, probably multiple players. This could be something as simple as a custom client with functions like the test framework has, e.g. set all hardware tiers, slider for tick time, maybe even a hyper mode that stops rendering entirely. Then keep track of all stats. Okay. So as far as even using this, I wonder what the best way to go about doing this is. First, let me put this up here. Wait, it says I already have high CPU usage? Oh man. Okay, so the thing that I did, I turned off hyperthreading because I wanted to see what impact does this have on my CPU use. First of all, it does let my CPU get up to 100%. So that was what was stopping me at 60%, is because all of my physical cores were fully consumed, so it couldn't consume all of the logical cores. Which makes sense. It is, yeah, it is a little bit annoying that I guess my CPU is just not good enough. Hey, Mr. Banks. I'm going to put this up here, and then I'm going to start to come up with some tasks for this. So I think the very first thing would be make an import from main.js that is empty in production. No, that doesn't even exist in production. Yeah, see, this is the part I got to figure out. Like, I should make an import from main.js that takes in main that won't appear in production but could appear for a special deploy. Adam, if you're fully invested in streaming, you should grab a super cheap PC for OBS and do an HDMI capture. How would that work exactly? Because it's not just an HDMI capture that I'd want, right? Like I have 2 videos showing on the screen, or 2 cameras, I mean. And every once in a while I want, well, anyway, yeah, I'm not sure. I think just getting a more expensive PC, not a more expensive one, a more powerful one. I don't think expense has much to do with it. But yeah, I think I got this CPU 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't know how old this is. And I wonder if a newer one would just be fine, or if there's something else I can do here. Or make OBS use even less CPU. Or the other thing is, maybe I could put something like this onto another machine entirely. It would slow down the process, actually. I'm not sure. Actually, the other thing that's consuming my CPU is Botland right now. Time for a dual CPU motherboard. That actually might not be a bad idea. But I'm going to try to use this as much as I can. Anyway, make an import from main that takes in the main object but won't appear in production, but could appear for a special deploy. CPU is fine, you just need to offload. I don't know what else I could offload though. I have here are the major things that take up CPU: OBS, Chrome, and this is mostly when using Botland, which is something I should really fix. But anyway, and then the build systems, and that's about it. I don't think anything else ever spikes up. I mean, sure, there's like random stuff using 5%, 6% of my CPU, but that's not crazy. Just make your Raspberry Pi do all your golf tests. All right, so where should this file go? I want it to be built, but I don't necessarily want it to be part of my Webpack deploy. Let's take a look at Webpack config. Webpack config figures out what files to get based on this. Right. Well, maybe not exactly what I just highlighted. No, based on this entry. So whatever this is importing, it's going to just use. I want it to not appear in some cases. I'm not sure how I would do this. Let's look up Webpack Webpack conditional include. I don't know if this is the best way to do things. I think so. Here's what I'm thinking of, is I want an import that looks something like this. If include balance test features, import balance test main from dot slash balance test main. I don't know. Something along these lines. This is what I want to do. And then that way Webpack would not include it when this thing is false. In fact, okay, let me try something like this. So what if I just saved this to balance test main.js? This is kind of stupid. It's more like balance test client. Balance tester. Yeah, balance tester. How about that? So this comes from here. We need to export. Let's just copy player.js into here. I mean, it's not like I need the entirety of this class. I need very little of this class. Constructor params, I don't need that. Balance tester, and then export that. And I'll probably want some of this later. Okay, first of all, did that kick off? No, that shouldn't have kicked off anything. Now, when I save this, let's just say if false, and I save this, what happens? Illegal import declaration. That is it because of this if false? Yes, it is. Hey, Programmer D. It's JavaScript, just return what you want. I want to make sure this file doesn't even exist on production builds. Well, okay, yeah. So what happened here? The thing I don't understand is even in Webpack config, if I had like some if based on whatever, an environment variable, an argument, how would I even do things differently here? I could change my entry, but I can't make it load in a new module. Because, all right, so here's what's got to happen. I import the balance tester, and then I want this to be, so in production builds, this should be a mostly empty class. Something like that. Just edit the config object before returning it. No, that makes sense. I understand that I can do that. I just don't understand what I would edit in here to make it conditionally include an import. And what I'm thinking of, and maybe this will make more sense, I'm not sure, but I basically finish constructing everything, and then at the end of all of this, so setup Pixie is another one of these asynchronous things that I should not have done this way. Pixie finished initializing. Well, whatever, let's just put this here somewhere. So I would do something like this dot setup balance tester, and this function would say if is production, this dot balance tester equals new balance tester this, and this would take in a main instance. This dot main equals main instance. Yeah, so this is what I want to do if it's production. If it's not production, then I don't want to do this at all. And so what I could do is I could make a completely different main.js. And then in Webpack, I could point at that new main.js. Do I want to do that? Because the whole point here is I didn't want to have to maintain 2 different JavaScript files for this. You can have 2 entries? What? Why would Webpack let you do that? Multiple entry points. If you need multiple bundles for multiple HTML pages, you can use the multiple entry points feature. It'll build multiple bundles at once. Additional chunks can be shared between these entry chunks, and modules are only built once. The only thing is, this isn't really this isn't really a new module. What is this that you linked? Man, see, yeah, one way I could approach this, and this is what I was writing down in these notes. I could say maybe I just branch the entire main.js. I could do that, but I feel like that would be a lot of copy pasting. I guess the other thing I could do is always import a wrapper around. No, this wouldn't work. Or I could just manually change this, and later I could just comment this stuff out, and when it's commented out, it just doesn't do anything. I wonder how that would work. I wonder if I could just say if util.exists balance tester. That wouldn't work. Yeah, this wouldn't work. Pass an array. All modules are loaded upon startup. If you pass an object, multiple entry bundles are created. Wait, what was I looking at? What does it mean to load that other module? It would, I don't know. This doesn't make sense to me. I'm gonna have to just test stuff out, because I don't think I can have an interface like this. I mean, sure, Webpack, I could put something like this, balance test.js. But then what's happening here? Where is this loading? Like, what if I just got rid of this? Setup balance. Yeah, setup balance tester. Let's just get rid of this code. Just delete this too. Yeah, I just pass an array. All modules are loaded. The last one is exported. If you pass an object, multiple entry bundles. Yeah, I don't follow how this is used. Okay, well, let's just do this, I guess. Console.log in balance tester. It's worth trying this out. Oh, and then the last one is exported, so I actually want this to be this way. Then I need to restart this. Yeah. So this is, anyway, yeah, this is my biggest question. The last one's exported. I'm not sure I need anything other than main to be exported. But if all modules are loaded, yeah, I don't understand this. Hey, Horvoria. Okay. So I'm going to try using this, an array of entry points. I don't understand how I would load the balance tester without importing it. Yeah, this makes no sense to me. Also, everything failed apparently. Cannot resolve module balance test. I called it balance tester. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more water. Got the fan art still? Well, if I didn't, it would be on Reddit. Let's go take a look. Bot.land. Reddit. And here it is. I'll just paste this into chat. Okay, this build, bundle.js, multi-main 40 byte build, 479 hidden modules. So what did this do? Client dist, we have bundle.js right here. So when I load this up, let's find out. Oh, everyone. There. All of your wildest memes will come true. Alright, so what happened here? Did it create the balance test thing? It did. Where does this get loaded from? What's importing this? Because I don't import this from main. Webpack require. And this is coming from, so far, a bunch of code I did not write. Yeah, interesting. Wait, pause on a JavaScript breakpoint. Oh, not interesting. No, maybe interesting. Yes. Okay, weird. Well, then this thing exists, but I probably can't use it from main. So let's say I'm in the constructor right here, and I refresh the page. So I would not have balance. Yeah, because I didn't import this from here. So, hey, Mr. Silvermatch. No, everyone, like, this part all makes sense to me. I guess what I don't understand is how then do I get access to it from here? I'd need to import it. Oh, I guess what I could do is I could have a stub class for this so that the import always passes. How would that work? Actually, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Wait, what's this? Resulting import code. Oh, everyone. I feel like there should be an MS Paint picture about this, but who would make it? Who would make it? Import in your code, then do an ignore on it if it isn't production. Yeah, okay, so that's the part I was originally asking about, and that's why I had this up here. I wanted to figure out how I would conditionally import something, and I don't know how I would do that. Sure, Wouter. Name me Adam the Great, though. Okay, well, I could actually... how would I do this? Maybe I have this thing register globals. Yeah, I could do this. I could do this with the injection way of doing things, because I can say there's debug main window.debug main. Okay, I can say window.debug main dot whatever. In fact, this won't even. None of this will work. I need to do this here. So let's just put a breakpoint there and find out if that exists. I name people. It is my island. Okay. Okay, Wouter. You name people. It is your island. Put a breakpoint there. And then see, do we have debug main? If we have debug main, then that means that this is included second. We don't. Only one of these is exported. I don't really see what the point of that is. So what if I just reverse these? Do the import as normal, then do an add an ignore plugin to your non-production build. This is probably a much better way of doing things than what I was about to do. Ignore plugin. I just lost where it was on the page. There it is. Don't generate modules for requests matching the provided regex. But then the import will fail, right? I guess I could just check to see. Hey, the Nico the Gamer. What color are your eyes? Trying to model your meme. They're brown. Oh boy. Do the import as normal, then add the ignore plugin. The import will get an empty object. Huh. Let's try this out. Okay, so let's do this. Then we will balance tester. So we still want to call setup balance tester. So this thing may not exist. I guess we could do this. If util.exist balance tester. Then add an ignore module. So get rid of this. Then our ignore module. How about I do this? Console.log creating a balance tester. And then here we can say not creating a balance tester. Alright, now I want to get rid of pretty much all of the other code here. So how about this gets called from, let's just do this. Let's comment out everything. How does that sound? Boop. There. That way this will build much faster. So we're not gonna build anything other than like this line of code. So this should be super fast. And now let's not even add the ignore module. Or the ignore plugin. Let's just try this out. So this should build very fast. I'm hoping like 10 seconds as opposed to whatever it took before, 55 seconds. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, so that was 11 seconds. Not bad. Now when I load this up, did I screw something up? Window.main.js or window.main. That should be fine. Import balance tester. Yeah, this should be fine. Oh yeah, we're good. Okay, so let's see. So util is not defined. Okay, well that's pretty important. Let's import just that. How's that sound? There we go. 2 seconds and it's fixed. All right, so it says creating a balance tester. Now we're going to add the ignore plugin. Where did the ignore plugin go? Here it is. New ignore plugin, request regex and context. A regex to test the context against the directory. Oh, I see. Okay. That makes sense. So we're going to make an ignore plugin. Let's just push it no matter what, because I just want to test this out for right now. And the regex is going to be balancetester.js, although that needs to be this. And since it's a regex, we might as well pass it in as a regex. So there. I don't know if this is going to match. We'll find out. But now I need to restart this. This will take about 11 seconds. All right. Now let's try this out. Now this should not be created because it shouldn't exist. No, it still exists. Okay, so this is probably because whatever regex I used isn't working. What if I just said dot star balance tester dot star? Yeah, what if I tried building this? Because I don't know what this will get passed into it. We have the ignore plugin. Wait, watch ignore plugin? Is that different? Does not watch the specified files matching provided paths or regex. Probably makes sense for me to not only ignore everything, but watch ignore everything. But don't generate modules for requests. So a regex to test the request against. I don't know what this request is. Is there a way to print this out? Oh, okay, that worked. But now it says cannot find module. That's too bad. Wait, are you adding it to your plugins array? Yeah, I am. Just the first regex didn't work. It's because the module is balance tester, not balance tester.js. That's why that failed. How's this me? Does this look like me at all? This is terrible. Wouter. I don't look like this. No, I think you should redo it. First of all, my hair is much darker. Second, my facial hair doesn't look like this. Just terrible. Hey, Rug. I didn't even see that, Wouter. Yeah, okay, so when this gets ignored, I can't import from it any longer. And then it says main is not defined. HD ready. F minus. It's like a 0%. Can't make the beard less prominent. I have very limited resources. Wait, it's just me's, right? On the Wii? Or Wii U? Because my me on my Wii U looks much closer to me than your me for me on your Wii U. Yeah, that was intentionally obtuse. Okay, fine. I guess black for hair then. I mean, right? Doesn't... Let's do something. You ready for this? Time to break out the MS Paint skills. What color would you say this mostly is? Let's color match here. All right, so the RGB value of my hair with my terrible webcam is like 28, 28, 28. That's pretty much black. Anyway, let's look this up. Webpack conditional import. I was searching for conditional include. Can I use conditional comments to import entry script? That is not what I want. I'm spending too long on this, and I know it. Conditional build based on environment. So I can do this. Again, I don't know what I'm supposed to do afterward here. You can use the define plugin. Also, I wonder when was Purple Flurple here last? 118. Oh, that's not even correct. Oh well, shimming module. Some cases, Webpack cannot parse some file because it has some unsupported module format. Actually, if I used a require, it wouldn't fail. Import, I think, is set to... It has to work no matter what. But a require can just return nothing. I don't know what this is about. You can wrap it in a try. Okay. Try catch. I didn't think this was valid because I thought import had to be a top level statement. Console.log could not load balance tester. Yeah, illegal import. I don't think you can wrap this in a try catch. And yeah, Wouter. I'd say live facial hair. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure this is impossible. So let's change it to a require balance tester equals require balance tester. All right. So we have that. Now we try to use this, and it should say that it doesn't exist. Oh, come on. This shouldn't fail. Unless we wrap this in a try catch. Cannot find module balance tester. Okay, let's put that in a try catch. Wouter says better. Marginally. My face isn't that shape. I have like an oval face, and this is like I don't know. I guess an oblong oval. You should. F plus. That shape is correct. No, it's not. That shape isn't correct. Alright, is this gonna work? We're eventually gonna get to actual coding today. This is just me flopping around in Sublime, not creating a balance tester. Hey, that actually worked. Okay, cool. So that doesn't create it. Then I comment this out and then rebuild, and it should create it. And then that's it. Wouter, you should have a stream on Twitch where all you do is you take photos and you try to make me's out of the people. We'll watch you improve over time. Alright, this failed. Balance tester is not a function. Oh, because it's exported with default. Yeah, so I gotta change how this works slightly, but then yeah, this will pretty much work. Let's take a look. So I think it's balance tester dot default. Yeah, that's annoying. All right. Well, is there a better way to do this? I guess just put the default here. Yeah. Actually, I'm thinking of streaming this. Yeah. I don't know much about the game. What is it? Tamagotchi Life? Oh wait, it's collection. Is this like a watered down version of The Sims? I have no idea what this game is about just based on these pictures. Yeah. I don't know if I want to be on your island anymore, Wouter. I don't know what you're gonna do on that island. All right, what do we have now? This looks like I got hit by a bus. My face just flattened. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Whoa, what? This got 172 views? What? How did that happen? How did that happen? Who's looking at this picture? What, do you have like an ad campaign set up for this? Bala doesn't even have 172 people watching. Okay, this all worked. So we're good. I've heard of it. I haven't actually looked at the game before. Okay, so this works now. Oh, this shouldn't be in an array. I'll save this. Okay, so then this needs to be done. I just want to test one more thing with this. How can I make this regex as simple as possible? Actually, maybe it doesn't matter. Can I just search for balance tester? And then it would be ignored. Let's try that out. If you agree with the last look, I won't demand your birthday. Okay, I agree with the last look. Go send some love. Watch people code new. Oh. Oh, this is you. I saw your last post about this. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Thank you, Digite. I couldn't figure out who it was because I thought I don't have someone by that name in my chat. But now it all makes sense. Okay, well then I better get done with this because otherwise people are gonna come in here and be like, why is he messing around with Webpack? What did Webpack ever do to him? Yeah, this worked. Okay, so this is fine for ignoring things. I'm gonna write down. So this is only for production that I care about this. I'll write down note. The regex is matched against the module name, I believe. So if you do required ./balance tester, then the request will be balance tester. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good to go. I think. So now I have a balance tester and I can create it. Yeah, okay. Then let's put this stuff back to where it was. Catch error, don't do anything about it because it doesn't matter. If the balance tester exists, then use it. Otherwise, ignore any errors. And if it does exist, we should probably say, oh, we can't do that here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so then we take all of these things, put them back into the code base. Okay, and then we just make a new main and set up balance tester is where we go next. Yeah, so this should be good. So now we make a new balance tester. Perfect. Let's rebuild. And then in here we should be able to just start using this. So let me start pulling in some of these things. Util would be pretty useful. Logger would probably be pretty useful. There. And probably a million other things. Your description on Tomodachi. Calm, first impression, gentle traits. Takes things slowly. Naive, delicate, meek, attentive, kind, mellow. Wouter, I think those are meant to be read like horoscopes almost, in that you can apply it to almost anybody. Maybe not. No, there are a lot of like calm and laid back adjectives in there. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it is me. Maybe the game is sentient and knows. Alright, so in here, I should start to be able to make use of main. And this is created at the time when main should be usable. So let's take a look at something like this. This .main.simulation server. This has an arena. The arena has a tick time. So arena.tickTime. Wait, no, the arena might not exist yet. There was Pixie finished initializing, and that's what sets up the, let's see, camera. Yeah, the arena. Yeah, I can't do this. Have you heard that people are saying the iPhone is dead? I have not heard that. Also, I don't think you can say an iPhone is dead if it's currently got millions of customers. Maybe they mean it's dying. But Rug, you should elaborate. Speaking of sentient, if anyone here has not played the Talos Principle, I highly recommend. I played the demo for that game, but it was like $60. I thought, I'm not going to spend $60 on a game that I might not enjoy completely. Okay, so this can't be done here. And really, Setup Pixie should be changed so that this is a promise like everything else. We subscribe to something here. Yeah, let me change this. I don't like this. Pixie wrapper has what? Initialize, and this loads everything. And then once it's done loading, on complete, on assets loaded. I wonder what the best way to do this is. Probably passing a callback. And then promisify the function entirely. For now, though, I added this. So, yeah, this won't work. What we could do here is really stupid. I could do this. Well, instead of this, I need to make this an arrow function. This tick time equals this, and we set the timeout for 1 second. So what we should see happen is this will kick the arena into hyperspeed after, well, pretty much when we load the page. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is really good. And the reason why this is really good is because now we have full control over the arena, but only on development build. That laser is never going to reach that bot. Oh. Man, I love hyperspeed mode. It's so cool to watch. Okay, this is going to be an interesting day once I get this running. So let's close this for now. A Verge article from November. The flagship smartphone is dead. I can only really skim this article right now, so I'll read this. I'll read this after the stream. My initial impression is that even if the market was entirely even, there's still brand recognition and a lot of other factors at play when it comes to buying products, which is why I'd mostly look at sales and not a Verge article. But I haven't read the article yet, so like I said, I'll take a look after the stream. Hey Weedley. All right, so this is what I want to check in. Then I want to fix the next part of this. Make Pixie wrapper be promise based. And yeah, so this doesn't need to be done here. This entire class will only exist and be imported from development builds. It provides a layer of functionality that will help in balance testing. Yeah. I'll say, e.g. deploying bots, setting values on hardware, etc. So that sort of thing. I'm going to leave this commented out for now. In fact, all of this stuff, I'm not going to change it too much. I really just want to make sure that this commit looks clean. And balance tester is not going to have like top-notch code because it is a very much an ad hoc class entirely. Sets up the balance tester. See balance tester's class level comments for more details on what this does. So that's all of that. Let's fix that little part up. Okay. Yeah, cool. So I am mostly happy with that. Once this part's done, now that Pixie Wrapper has a dot, then put the setup balance tester after it so that the arena definitely exists. What is this? Wow, dude, you should do the side-by-side picture. Although I think you have linked pictures of your desktop, which had you on it. Wheatley, what's the bug? Maybe I can help. Alright, so there's that. Webpack config has now been modified. This was a comment change. I guess that's okay. And then we ignore balance tester on production builds. And finally we have the balance tester. So, added the foundations for the balance tester class. It is now only used from main.js in development builds, but the class itself doesn't do anything yet. In fact, there's something I forgot to comment here. In the constructor, I need to write what this thing is. So this is a the main.js instance doesn't return anything. Need my face? Is that what you're saying? Well, I just meant a side-by-side picture like you did for me. I don't need to see it. It's okay, Walter. Excuse me. So it is now only used for main.js in development builds. The class itself doesn't do anything yet. Cool. So next was making this a little bit more promise friendly. So setup Pixie, I could make a callback in here and then promisify the whole setup Pixie bit. In fact, Bluebird has a way for me to do that, and I should have Bluebird required from here. I apparently don't. What am I using? Promise dot. Oh, I never use this. Does the client even have access to Bluebird? Not there, it doesn't. And not there. What? What? Where is this promise code coming from then? The REST client, shared. I don't see promises in here either. Client, REST client. Oh, Super Agent as promised it provides its own promise library. Okay, Walter, that's not bad. Okay, just reading chat for a second. So yeah, I should just add in Bluebird, which I should have in the game server. Yeah, there it is, dependencies Bluebird. Actually, you know what I could do here? I could have just done findster bluebird package.json findster /v node modules. I don't remember what the argument is. Let me take a look. Findster. Yeah, it's a /v. This should work. It might just take a very long time. Okay, well, I'm going to include it, and then we'll try out the promisify route here. Here we go. So central server uses it, game server uses it, and test uses it. Yeah, let's make the client use it too. npm install save bluebird at 3.1.1. Alright, now that I have it, let's go to use it. This will be in main. Yeah. So promise equals require bluebird. Alright, next up we have all of the parts about Pixie Wrapper. So this should take in a callback. And let's go take a look at Bluebird's promisify. promisify, promise.promisify. So returns a function that will wrap the given node function. Instead of taking a callback, the return function will return a promise whose fate is decided by the callback behavior of the given node function. The node function should conform callback as the last argument and calling that callback with error as the first argument and success value on the second argument. Okay, so when we say initialize here, we need to be careful about how this is going to work. So we say setup Pixie. Pixie makes a new Pixie wrapper. And then the Pixie wrapper itself calls initialize. Now this won't work. Unless I pass the callback into the constructor, which seems really stupid. So let's just get rid of this call. And I'll make a callback here. This will be passed into on assets loaded, this, comma, callback. And then at the end of this, instead of pub subbing something out, we call the callback. And we call it with null, which means no error. The null means that there was no error. Weedley says, who came here first, me or Wouter? That's the whole reason for that Twitch site. Hang on a second, I gotta sneeze. Okay, that's the whole reason for that Twitch site. I forgot what it's called. Twitch stats? Twitch. I wrote this down somewhere. Twitch tools. Yeah, that's the whole reason for this thing. So that there doesn't need to be petty squabbling in chat. Select action is followed by HTML. Twitch now limits the max amount of followers we can get to 1,600. Sadly, there's nothing we can do about this. I don't even have 1,600 followers. Wait, I didn't want to... Okay, whatever. Alright, let's find out. Wouters. Here. I don't know if this is the started following date or not. Follow date, yeah. So follow date, Wouter, you were on October 31st. Weedley, you were on November 10th. So Wouter is first. Alright. So I should be able to promisify this now. Yeah, let's try it out. So Pixie wrapper, then we, oh, this might be a little bit tough. Promise.promisify, so function any argument. This dot Pixie wrapper dot, oh my god. This is gonna be annoying. Initialize. Do I have to bind this function? I do think this is going to be pretty tedious to call. So promisifying this should return a function that then I can call. So we promisify this and then we just call it immediately, and then we say dot then console.log this all worked. And yeah, that's, yeah, well, let's try it. Yeah, it might work. Okay, I broke everything. So, wait, no, maybe I didn't break everything. I mean, yes, this is not rendering, but that's actually okay. The part that's not okay is that this needs to be bound. Yeah, okay, great. So, dot bind this dot Pixie wrapper. Goodness. Alright. Something's wrong here with the parentheses. Oh no, it's just how this thing, never mind. Okay, let's save that. I think this will work. We're about to find out. Because then I need to get rid of the pub sub calls from there. So if we see the arena render, then we're good. It almost rendered. Oh wait, no, that actually did work. Oh, pacification. Also, what is going on? All right, chat. So next up, we get rid of all of the pub/sub stuff that had happened here. So Pixie finished initializing, and then I got to comment all of this. So this needs to be done away with. The callback that's passed in is handled by the promisification layer. So I just need to call .then with Pixie finished initializing. So this, we just say that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and so now everything should work exactly how it used to. But we have a nicer API. So then once I clean up the code, this will be a lot more straightforward. Yeah, cool. So the arena is rendering again. And then this all worked as printing. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Okay, I'm happy about this so far. So point to view ratio, 444 points for 30 seconds of viewage. Oh, chat. Okay, I have to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Bathroom. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. So next I need to clean up the code because there's some cruft left over from not having really fully committed to this new pattern of doing things. Like this looks pretty terrible. So what we should do is actually just returning this. Pixie finished initializing. This entire function isn't really needed anymore. Meaning it's okay to start using sprites. So I'll just say, I'll say this in Pixie wrapper, on assets loaded. So this is called once Pixie is finished loading everything, meaning it's okay to start using sprites. It takes in a callback, C initialize for comments, and it returns nothing. So the initialize function initializes, I don't need to write a comment for that, but this is, I'm going to write a node style callback that takes an error and success. A node style callback that takes an error and success, that takes error and success arguments. This API is intended to be promisified, and I'll link to the documentation, Bluebird promisification. Hey, Andrew. I'm doing pretty well. Did Wheatley just make a straw poll? You know, Wildter has historically done very poorly in any kind of straw poll on this, in this channel. Oh boy. Alright, so. And then this doesn't return anything. So this API is intended to be promisified. Yeah. Null means that there was no error. Good. All that looks fine. So next up in main, and let's close out of the rest of these things. In main, now instead of doing this, I don't think this function should exist any longer. But I don't know if I like having... Yeah, I think what we could do here is we could say this. Return this dot setup pixie. And then put a dot then here, which does the rest of the things I want this to do. So that's pixie finished initializing. This needs to happen before we set up the arena. Okay, yep. So this puts all setup code in the same place using the same paradigm. I think I like this. You know, when I first started streaming, like four and a half months ago, for some reason that was a big topic. Does Adam wash his hands? Yes, I wash my hands. But I don't know why people felt the need to discuss it. And now it came up again. Okay, see, this is more of a popularity contest than the last one. And I actually don't know the real answer to this. I assume, well, other than me, obviously, I assume it was Wouter. I assume, or maybe Wheatley. Or, I don't know. Wasn't Horforia, though. Alright, is this much better now? Is pixie ready equals true? This is a bit strange. I guess because the UI is set up before this stuff, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's try this out. It didn't work. Okay. Let's find out why. Pixie finished initializing is not a function. That shouldn't be... that's weird. Pixie finished initializing. Oh, right. Because we just want to return this. So let's do this. Const promisified initialize equals all of this. There. So from setup pixie, yeah, this should work now, because now we're not trying to call a function that doesn't exist. Yeah, and there we go. So there we have it. We are all set to start coding this thing. It's pretty nice. Hey Nilox, thanks for following. You'll get a link to control my lights sometime in the next 30 seconds from Botlad. So feel free to change my room pink or blue or something like that. People do unfollow from time to time. In fact, Twitch even has a way for you to detect, not maybe detect, but they have a graph where you can see how many unfollows there were. Thanks, stream. Okay, I think this is done. We can move on to the next section of code here. So, alright, I'm finally generating some momentum. I'm glad. Good, good. So call into the setup pixie function. What? It doesn't even exist. This will initialize pixie so that sprites are usable. Alright, yeah, looks good. Pixie wrapper now has the callback API. Yeah, looks good. So how many lines did we remove? 4 from here and -10 from here. Okay, well, it was a net add for code, but that's okay. Setting up Pixie now follows a promise-based API. That way I don't have to. Oh, actually, that's something. Darn it, this doesn't even need the pub sub anymore. Well, it subscribes to browser window size change. I guess it does need it. Okay, fine. That way I don't have to use a pub sub and have spaghetti callbacks. It's not really spaghetti callbacks. And have, I don't know what to say. Then I don't have to use pub sub and have harder to follow code. Yeah, I think that's it. Mr. Renter says, are you using a standing desk? Yes, I am. Titan Robo Duck says, hey, I'm working with a program in Java, but I'm trying to make a math function work. The only way it says that my function is not wrong is if I make a variable double, but then it won't let me change them. Do you know how I can get the correct answer to print out? Yeah, I think posting the code would be interesting here. I think whenever you're writing, so you're writing a math function, so you probably have something like this: public double, I don't know, get sum, or yeah, get sum. Then you have like what, double x, double y. So what you're really probably dealing with is what's called casting. So this is the Java function that you might have. I don't know what your math function is, and there's something called precision when it comes to numbers and what numbers this can represent and to what accuracy it can represent them. And so when you have something like this, when you say int x, int y, and let's say this was really like get, whatever, let's just call it math so I can change this however I want. When you return x divided by y, this will never return a floating point number. It'll return it as a double, but you need to cast it here. So if you haven't learned about casting, I think it's important to go learn about that. For example, math.sign is probably returning a double, I'm assuming. Yeah, it returns a double. Or, no, sorry, that was E. Okay. All right, let me go find sign. Yeah, these all return doubles. Yeah, and they take in doubles as well. So yeah, keep that in mind. And I can go into that in a little bit more detail if you want, Titan RoboDuck. But if you look up casting and type conversions, that should help. Lulong, there's a function sign that takes in double x, returns the sign of that. So magic here. And then the function that Titan RoboDuck has written is trying to do what Titan RoboDuck asked is, why do I have to make this a double? And the reason you have to make it a double is because that's what sign returns. Hey, Skilled Bubble. Hey, MCS Mike. Doing maths A star work. We still have 3 years left. Should I say grade 9? Rug, what is maths A star work? This is, I'm guessing you're not in America, because I don't know what this is. Alright, now that it has it then, put this after it. Yeah, it's a good thing I wrote that down. Setup balance tester. This needs to be done from here. Now that everything is set up, our balance tester can be initialized. Grade A star A plus. Okay. What's a good way to get rid of back pain? Go to a doctor. Excuse me. You'll see all the time on the internet, people will respond to something and say, I am not a lawyer. Well, I don't think you're going to get any medical advice from me, because I'm not a doctor. For me, what I did is, well, I went to a doctor, and then I started doing physical therapy and applying a heat pack and all this stuff, but I can't really advise you here at all. Okay. So, Next, I need to actually write the balance tester. So this is done. Now, write the balance tester. So let's think of what's first here. And this is kind of what I wanted to set up, is something like this. So we should have a way to deploy configs, like deploy an entire team. Let me think about this. Balance tester. Yeah, let's do something like reset arena. This is just going to be this dot main dot. Actually, we can save off other things here too. This dot simulation server. This dot main dot simulation server. This dot arena equals this dot simulation server dot arena. So now here we can just say this dot arena dot wipe out all entities. I'm going to just put this in and I'm going to try this out. And Alex says, why the standing versus sitting? My legs would get tired in seconds. It was mostly because I've had a lot of posture problems in the past, and I think when I'm standing up, my posture is better. Although I do need to be very wary of this. Okay, so now that I have this set up, here's what I'm going to do. In fact, if the balance tester exists, maybe I should, let me take a look at this. We have the showing connect component here. If I put this into a reducer instead of into the state of this class, then I can change it from anywhere I want. Which means I can hide this, which is very likely what I'd want to be able to do. Well, I'll do that next, I think, not right now. So make sure I can hide the connect to server component from the balance tester. That's going to be important eventually. Right now I should just be able to call into debug main.balance tester.reset arena. So this should delete all of the bots. It did. So we're good there. So yeah, I have all of the APIs available to me. I just need to make sure that they're available now from the console. MCS Mike says, when you started using a standing desk, was it hard to adjust to standing all day? I've never stood all day. I think it would be hard to do that. I mostly stand for usually an hour or two at a time and then just sit down again. 6 says, maybe this is too personal, but did you have some investors with you in the game? Just wondering how the two of you, there's two, right, can work full-time on the game. So I don't think that's too personal. I'll go into a little bit of detail there. There are no investors. I'm funding this out of pocket, and that's why the budget's really low for this game. And I had some savings when I went into this, and I'm married, and my wife has a job. So that's how I myself am still afloat right now. And the two of us are not working full-time. I'm working full-time, and the other guy has a different full-time job and is doing this part-time. So that should answer everything. So reset arena is wipe out all the entities. Now, I don't know what the best way to make the API for this is. I could say something like deploy teams maybe, like bot config JSON, and then iterate through this and set everything up. It might be a little tedious to do. Yeah, no problem, Sick. You can always ask whatever you want. I don't necessarily have to answer it. There are some questions I think are too personal, and they're not what other people find personal sometimes. So, yeah. Fire away. Okay, the simulation server right now has number of AI players 4. We need to set this to 6 because the issue right now is that if you take a look here, we have 6 blue bots and then 3 red ones. And then I should be the other 3 red ones, but I actually can't deploy right now. So now when I refresh, it should be 9 blue ones, 6 red ones, and then I'm the last 3. So it's a 3 versus 3 players, and each player has 3 bots. So yeah, good. We see up to 9 blue bots and up to 6 red bots. And they're all using different strategies, although the strategies are just some silly AI that I wrote. They will eventually find each other and, kill each other. Just like all good robots. So now that we have these players, I could go through the bot config JSON and I could do something like this. Bot config, or like config JSON. That's a better thing. So go through teams. Well, first reset the arena. Next, I want to change it so that they only deploy bots of the given variety. And that's probably not easily doable. The simulation server right now has add bot cooldown. Yeah. And then once we add a bot, it gets created with, oh, you can specify this. But that's not really that helpful, I think. Are you white? See, that's a question I'm not going to answer. You have visuals on me. You can figure out. I'm actually blue. So that's why I have to mask this. No, it goes back to dumb question. Did you work as a developer before starting this game? Yeah, I worked as a developer before starting the game. I have worked in like general tech, I'd say, and I've worked in the game industry. So yeah, here's the issue. This is going to be called on a timer. I want to make it so that it's as though these players have auto deploy on. I think that's the first way of doing these things. And I don't know how I will do that. I guess we set the add bot cooldown. This dot simulation server dot add bot cooldown equals 1e9. So set auto deploy on the players. This is going to be also interesting. So these AI players, create AI player, that's here. We go into player depot and create player. And then what is this? The player depot we have here, man, this is going to be annoying. This is a game server. A game server has a server player depot, right? Player depot. This dot player depot, yeah. Okay, so we have real server players here. And so I could set them, let's try this. It's gonna be a little bit tough. Create bot. Oh man. I gotta get exactly the right player. This is the server player depot. So this dot player depot equals this dot simulation server dot player depot. So I could get player by ID 1. There should be player 0 is you. Let's just try this. And let me just put a debugger here. Const player equals this. Yeah, there. Is your front end also using ES6? Yeah, everything is using ES6. And I don't know when it'll be supported. I don't really trust any of the dates now. Will this be a multiplayer game? Yeah, it will be. It already is, actually. And you can watch that video to find out more about the game. This refers to the object calling the method. Am I right? Not quite. So you can have a class, let's say person, and constructor name, this dot name equals name. Say name console dot, excuse me, console dot log, this dot name. Oh man. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm getting sick. Anyway, so let's say you have some code here, and I say var Adam equals new person Adam. Then I say Adam.sayName. So Andrew, the caller here is this. This could be some function like main, right? So the caller here is main, but sayName is going to print Adam. So this refers to the instance of the class that you're calling. All right, let me try this out. So what we should have available now is this player object. So let's call this, what is it? Deploy teams. Deploy teams. That should break in. Good. Now we have a player object there, and we should be able to set auto deploy on this. Auto deploying. What is this? A Boolean? Yeah, false. Okay. Yeah, so we can say set is auto deploying true. All right, let's try this out. So we're going to get one player set up completely. Set is auto deploying true. And now let's make a bot for that player. So this is something I do through the simulation server. There's create AI bot. Why did I do this and not? I can just call into the arena directly, I think. Yeah, I think calling into the arena is a better bet right now. Create bot. But we're going to do create bot with hardware, and we're going to pass in all of these. So let's get ready to do this. This.arena.create bot with hardware. The owner is going to be this player that I just got. The code is going to be update equals function move right. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Then the serialized slot config, let's say thrusters 3. The name is going to be Speedy McZips. The tile X and tile Y I don't care about. So let's set these things and then try this out. Sylv says, this C++? No, this is JavaScript. It's ECMAScript 6. Does a constructor have to set this dot parameter instead of just setting the parameter? Does this then refer to the instance instead of a variable local constructor? Yeah, so I think you're right, Sick. The way that if you said just name equals name, you wouldn't be doing anything really. Like this is kind of a meaningless thing. So you don't need to have the same variable name, of course. So if you said var some temp name equals name, and then you did something like, I don't know, maybe you did .2 lowercase on this, and then you said this dot name equals some temp name. Oh, really? We just call this the lowercase name. Whoops. Wrong transposition. So yeah, this will refer to the instance that you're creating in the constructor. Okay. Oh, see you, Lulong. I missed your message. So now what we should have, when I call this same function that I called before, is one player will have one bot deployed with thrusters. Okay, it is there, but I can't exactly. It's on the red team, which I should have realized. And then because it's on the red team, we can change this to move left. Okay, so let's do that same thing that we had before. I'll put this on the right side of the screen. You guys don't really need to see the console. But seeing this is pretty important. And I'm going to get rid of that pretty soon. So we do this, and cool. So we have a bot that is moving left. Every time I call this function, it's going to just recreate that single bot. This is really good. This is eventually going to get us to this point where we can specify an entire team, all of the players, all of their bots, all of their AI and hardware, and then just let them run loose for 2 minutes and see who got more kills. And this is going to really help with balance testing, because then we can say something like, all right, we've got lasers, and now we want to add vampiric lasers. They should be about on par with each other. How do we balance it such that they are? So we tweak the damage so that it goes up by 5, and we run a simulation, and we say, okay, that didn't do anything, or that really skewed it in favor of lasers. So that's what we're writing today. In fact, I forgot to update Phantom today. Adam is building the balance tester. This will let us figure out how strategies stack up against each other. Alright, so last updated now. Cool, so now if you run the today command, you will see that. So the next thing I want to do is actually this part. Make sure I can hide the connect to server component from the balance tester. Whenever you do really anything here, like deploy teams, this should, I should do this dot hide connect UI. And we put hide connect UI here. This needs to call into, this is going to be kind of annoying actually, because I need to change a bunch of stuff. Right now, the state is completely stored in Botland app. I need to put this into a reducer, and then state should just not be used at all. So show connect component. What makes the most sense here? Well, what reducers do we have? So I have block lead state, bot config state, window, leaderboard, team score, buff choices. Yeah, none of these really make sense. Is there a better way of doing this? I could pass functions all over the place, and then there'd be a way to hide this. I don't think that's a good idea. So yeah, problem. Need to modify state of botland app.js. So solution number 1 could be store the state in a reducer, then dispatch an action to that reducer. And solution 2 could be to pass a function to botland app. Wait. No, what? No, I'm just going to do the reducer way. I don't think the other thing makes sense. I'll just make a new reducer really fast. It doesn't need to be crazy. We can just call this the lobby reducer. So lobby initial state. So the initial state that we want is that show connect component is true. So let's do that. And then we take in the lobby initial state here, and we need something like, well, an action. So what do I say for the rest of this stuff? Set is visible is showing. Okay, let's do this. So set connect component to server is showing. All right, then we make a really simple function for this. In fact, taking an is showing function already would be a much better way of doing this. Yeah, let's do that. So I will copy this. Set connect to server is showing. Looks good. Cool. So now in the reducer, we make use of this. And then in the lobby reducer, we take this and set this to action.is showing. Good. Now we go into the part where I combine the reducers, and we make sure to put this into here. And then in balance tester, we should be able to submit this action or dispatch it. And then I just need to make the action have some function to it. So let's do this. I'm going to put this there, go into client main, take a look at how I import basically all of this stuff. Looks good. So import from there. And then I call into this. So dispatch this false, so it won't be showing. And then in botland app, I get rid of all of the places that this shows up. So it would be this dot props dot lobby state dot show connect component, where the lobby state is pulled from the lobby reducer, and then show connect component gets entirely removed from everything else. Here is the one place it gets a little bit different. On connect wrapper, if should connect, we run on connect. So yeah, this shouldn't be here. Okay, cool. So then on connect, which is passed in through here, on connect, authenticate to REST server. So when you do this, we're gonna do store.dispatch, the same thing we had from before, really. So this, store.dispatch this false, and then we just need to include it. Wait, why was there a change there? No, this is fine. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's see if that worked. So this is emitting right now. Perfect. So I got to make sure that this works in both cases. One is when we press connect, that should disappear. Good. Two is when we run this function here, deploy teams, that should also disappear. So this is the real test. Hey, it worked. Okay, cool. So the reason I did that is because it's really annoying to look at that UI when you're trying to test this. And if you run this function, then you know you're in test mode. And this is something that's only on development. So I will hopefully never deploy this feature into the server. Okay, I think that's enough to check in for now. In fact, maybe even getting rid of, well, getting rid of this doesn't really matter. So reset arena wipes out all entities in the arena. Hide connect UI, hides the connect to server UI. And deploy teams. This is one of the main entry points for testing. And the blob of JSON that you give it is not something I'm going to define right now. Oh wait, actually setting the tick time is. Let's do this. So we can kick this into hyperspeed. Hyperspeed. This dot arena dot tick time equals 1. Sets the simulation to the lowest possible tick time. All right, let's check that in. I think all of this is fine. And I'm going to flesh that out some more. What is this? Yeah. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Needs to be commented. And looks good. This is actually multiple changes. Yeah, I shouldn't be checking in all of this at once. But I'll just comment this now. Reducer temp. So, if true, the connect to server component will be shown. So what did I do here? Extracted the show connect component. I'll say refactored the show connect component property out of Botland app and into a reducer. That way the balance tester can modify this. And that's mostly it. I mean, I added a little bit more functionality there. And the other thing is the balance tester is now being constructed after Pixie is finished initializing. Which means the arena is immediately accessible to the class. Yeah, I think that's it. Yep, I think that's good. Okay, so changing this is the simulation server now runs a 3v3 instead of a 2v2. You are one of these players though, and it's still impossible to deploy bots through the user-facing UI, which I really should just say, I'll just say the UI. I mean, there are two different UIs here, the console and the visual UI, but whatever. All right. So, let me think of how this is going to work. Actually, I don't think this is going to be very hard at all. We just need to be very careful about how we do this. So let's take a look at this. Yeah. Here's what I'll do. I'll say config goes to an array. So this is going to be the teams. Should I make this very explicit? Should I say like team 1 bots, player 1 bots, team 1 bots, team 1 players. And then each one of these would be an object with bots, which is an array. And then each of these is an object. It's going to be kind of annoying. So we have this, and let's take a look. Do I need anything else here? Code, hardware, name. Code, hardware, name. Yeah. Maticus says, watching someone code is kind of entertaining. Well, welcome to the channel, Maticus. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This is Oh, I missed another comment. Six said, it's a funny thing being a developer by day and then coming home and just sitting back watching someone else code. So this is Botland. It's a game about automation. And the way, it's actually playable right now. So let me go onto the main server and see what's going on. Connect, join. Is anybody online? Echo 9 Hotel is. Okay, so the way that Botland works is you make bots using certain hardware pieces here. And I will take my artillery missiles bot, and then you write AI for it. So I'm going to say fire artillery. Actually, I want to fire missiles first. Let's do fire missiles first. Then fire artillery if artillery will hit. Then pursue an enemy if we can find one. And then we'll just say move. What color am I? Blue. So let's say move right. And then we'll put move randomly after that. So I deploy a couple of these bots. Actually, Echo doesn't have any bots down. So my bots are going to move around and try to fire artillery, but they'll never be able to. But that's an overview of the game. So what I'm working on right now is a balance test feature that'll let us as game designers help test the balance of this. So when I call this function, it right now deploys one bot for the red player. It'll eventually deploy 3 bots for each of the red players, 3 bots for each of the blue players, and test a strategy against each of them. Treeform says, oh wow, part of my game is also about coding bots. Oh cool. Yeah, if you want to link it or talk about it here, that's fine. So let's format this. This is not okay. We need to do it this way. Then this is still not okay, apparently. What's wrong here? Oh yeah, I can't use single quotes. Oh, and then I didn't change the last single quotes. All right, there. So we have valid JSON now. So this is the first bot for this player. This is the second, and this is the third. I don't want to make this like too crazy, but so this is team 1, and then team 2 players, I guess I'll define down here. So we just duplicate all of this and then get rid of the comma down here. So this will be 1 dash foo. You know what? I'm gonna change this a little bit stupidly right now. Wait, this isn't right at all. Team 1, what happened to team 2 players? I just delete all of that? I don't know. I don't know what I did there. Alright, then let's make another player entirely. Good. So this is team 2 players, which really is not a good way of doing this. I should just call this players. Or teams, maybe. Teams. Yeah. So teams is an array of objects. That's not even entirely accurate, right? Teams is an array of players. This player has this bot. No. I'll just make it team 1 and team 2. Okay, so now there's a problem with... Where is this coming from? Does this tell me what the issue is? No JSON object could be decoded. Oh, there it goes. Treeform says, although it's more of an editor rather than the focus of the game, but you can code bots from in-game, which is cool, and you can make player plus AI hybrid too, where bot does some moves and the player does the rest. Yeah, nice. Like I said, if you ever want to link something, be my guest. So then the only other thing to do, actually this should kind of be fine. Let's just modify all of these so that they say move randomly. That way I have a very basic AI working for all of this. And then this needs to go through and parse all of that. So I think the first thing we do is we get all of the different players that there are. So in the simulation server, we can get the number of players here. This dot parse config, take in the JSON. So put parse config JSON. So by the time we get there, everything should have been set up. So let's say const num players equals this. For num players, there is no dot length on that. This should be let. We will say get the player by ID. Const player equals get by ID. Set them to auto deploying. And then we can parse the config for all of this. Create bot with hardware. Or maybe I do this a bit differently. Maybe this can set up entire games. That might be interesting. Can you have 3 teams? You could, but we're not planning on it. I could just set the number of teams to 3. Although a lot of things are hard-coded right now to just allow 2 because, yeah, we're not planning on it. Yeah, I think the best way to do this is to set up an entire game here. So here's one way. The other way to do this is this. We could say something like meta is num players 6, num teams 2, tick time. No, that's probably not important. And then I could say teams is an array. And then each, I guess it'd be an array of whatever length you decided. Or maybe just specify the players. If you did just specify the players, then you assume the first X are on team A, the next X are on team B. That doesn't matter too much. AXM says, hey Adam, I just want to let you know that you are the truth for doing this. Alright, never heard that before. But yeah, thank you. No, I think I'll just stick with this. Okay, let's try this out. So I have team 1 players and team 2 players, and then there are bots underneath that. So I don't like that. I just don't. I think this is stupid. We'll just say players here, and then we'll define their bots beneath this. So bots, yeah, and then in here let's put these bots. All right, next up, get rid of that comma. So now this is valid JSON, and we defined 1 player. I'm going to make it pull in the data for that 1 player. I think there's probably a better way to do this though. We can get, well, we'll have players. So I guess parse the JSON first. Yeah, so const config equals json.parse config JSON. And then when we say parse config, this doesn't need to be done. We could, whatever, get rid of this. All right, next up, we want to get config.players I will contain bots. And then we create each of these bots. So now iterate over all of these, the bots that we have, j, great, let. And it's got name, hardware, and code. So we can copy paste this up to here and just change this to code, hardware, and name. And that should be it. The only issue is I don't have bots for all of the players. So I guess what I should say here is const player config equals config.players I. If not util.exist player config, then continue. And then use the bots from here. So if I save this, and yes, this looks a little bit ugly right now. If I save this and then go try this out, what we should have is that 1 player should have 3 bots deployed. Let's take a look. I need to take all of this, condense it into a single line, make a string out of it, and then deploy using that. Did that work? No, of course not. So yeah, let's do some logging here. Config parse we have console.log config did not exist for player number I. And then here we can get how many bots they have. Console.log player I has bots.length bots. Alright, let's try that. Okay, there. Yeah, so this did nothing. Let's figure out whether this thing parsed. So if JSON.parse has an error, for example, if I just type hi, yeah, it throws an exception. So we know that this parsed. I guess num AI players, oh yeah, it's not this. This is undefined. It's simulation server.num AI players. Yeah, that's what I'd meant. Okay, let me put this over on my other screen. And then we'll try that out. And let's just click console here. Okay, code is not defined. So yeah, I never did any of that. These are just sloppy mistakes. Oh well. Let's see, does it work now? Cool, it worked. Okay, so we just created all of player one's bots. Now, if I were to go modify this, in fact, let me make this just a proper config somewhere. I'll say balance botland balance.json. Okay, now what? So I have, let's try, okay, let me make a real script here. So I'm going to make a script that does this. We're going to just pit lasers against missiles. So we're going to do lasers, we're going to pursue enemy, and then we're going to move, let's do this. If can move, I guess right. So the blue team will have lasers, otherwise move randomly. Okay, so there'll be that. That's going to be our code. So let's copy paste this. This is going to be like nightmarishly long. There. Okay, so here's the lasers code, and we should probably allow you to define this just once if you want. So there's the lasers code. This will not work. Yeah, this won't work because I'm using single quotes in here. What is the code builder thing? Oh, that's Blockly. So I use Blockly, and then underneath I'll generate JavaScript from it. And Blockly is an open source library, so you could use it in your project too if you want. How am I going to do this? I think just loading a JSON file is probably best. But I don't think there's a way to do that through the console in Chrome. Oh, wait. I'm stupid. This is just JavaScript to begin with. What am I doing? God, I can just load this in. I can say A equals this, and then just JSON.stringify A. Well. Things just got a lot easier there. Okay, that's nice. Is there a way to be able to make bots auto-deploy after a match? Yeah. And out of curiosity, is it just going to be click and drag components, or could you actually code? Yeah, you can do both. Picture the future of Botland having tournaments of 3 to 4 bots per team, each programmed by a different person, team v team. Yeah, we've thought about this stuff. I don't know if that'll be the case at release, because release is not incredibly far away from a development standpoint. From a user perspective, it's forever away. But yeah, I don't know when we'd code that. Anyway, I have this. So this is the lasers team. This is for, let's just set number of players to 2. And in fact, we should take this into account here. So simulation server, and we'd have to set each team though. Num AI players actually isn't even used. Yeah, that doesn't matter. What matters is this stuff. So we say const num teams equals, what do we have here? Meta.numTeams. Config.meta.numTeams. Const num players should be the same thing. Yeah. Okay, then I want to set up the players in the correct way. So we can get rid of this. That doesn't matter. So set number of teams. This comes from the simulation server. And then the players. We want to set their teams correctly. This is code I actually have written somewhere. Right here. Thank goodness. So we want to set this player's team here. Player.setTeamID. So it's either team ID, what, 0 or 1 probably? So we say I is less than num players divided by 2. So if you have 4 players, then 0 or 1, yeah, so it's less than 2. If that's true, then we say team ID is 0, otherwise team ID is 1. Perfect. So, and again, I know this code is obnoxious. I'm going to clean that up hopefully. Wait, what? Horforia, there is a way to do that. It's auto deploy. Yeah. Haven't used ES6 at all. What does it do when you set a local variable as const? Does it make it immutable or something? Only immutable from a compile time perspective. So, because it doesn't exist in ES5, although it's hidden from you. So if you ever want to check out, there are a couple things I'm going to link to you, Sick. One is this, and the other is ES6 features. Oh, that worked. So the ES6 features talks about constants, and then you can go test it out here if you want. So you can say const x equals 5, x equals 6, and it'll tell you x is read only. And then you can see what code it converts into over here. So const x equals 5 just turns into var. That doesn't seem to work when a match starts. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we will eventually have that for you. Well, we... I don't know if it's worth talking about too much. Before a match starts, you'll have probably a minute in order to figure out what you want to do for your strategy for that match. And that's where you'll pick your first buff and tweak a bot so that you can use the buff that you just got. And then you'll probably have an auto-deploy queue where you just drag a bot or 2 down into the queue, and then when the match starts, you'll immediately deploy those, and then whatever auto-deploy options you have after that will take into effect. But that hasn't been coded yet. So right now you just have auto-deploy when a bot dies. So yeah, eventually. In tree form, the reason I didn't use %2 here is because I wanted it to be the first X players are on team 1 and the next X players are on team 2. If I did %2, then it'd be alternating, and I think it'd be harder to form this file. So right now this file is like, I want all the blue bots here, I want all the red bots below. Okay, so here we have, this is actually gonna be on the red team. So I need to go figure out the missiles bots now. So now we need the missiles bots. These need missiles on them, and let's go get the missiles code. Actually, you know what? We can just change this from lasers to missiles. There. Oh, whoops. No, wait, we got to change one other thing. We got to change this to left. I should make an API that'll let me make this more generic. In fact, I should do that. Make the generic move toward enemy side API. I gotta figure out what that's gonna look like. So here's our code. Join it all. Get rid of all the spaces. So this is botland minification. And then just modify this. There. Okay, so we have missiles bots. We're gonna change this to missiles, and we're gonna change this to lasers. And let's see which one wins, lasers or missiles. So now we paste this into here. Actually, we don't need to do that. And we don't need this either. So let's try it out. I refresh the page. What do you guys think? Lasers or missiles? So for those of you who don't know, lasers only shoot in cardinal directions, but they do more damage. So they only shoot north, south, east, west, but they can shoot farther than missiles. Missiles can shoot anywhere in a radius, but they do less damage. So if I do this, A equals JSON.stringify this. There. So now we have that, and now I just run. Oh my! I just just want to try this. Balance tester dot deploy teams A. Okay, here we go. So we got the missiles bots and we got the lasers bots, and they are not doing what I want them to be doing right now. They look like they're just moving randomly. Why is that the case? Why is that the case? Oh, this is going to be annoying. If can move left, move left. Yeah, so something's wrong. Oh, come on. All right, let's do hyperspeed here and see, will they ever even meet each other? Like, do they even have laser and missile code? Wow, this can't be random. They've never moved 3 columns away from the edge of the board. What is going on then? Oh, wait, is it because... Oh, I know what's happening. I made them go in the wrong direction. So, oh, whoops. Okay. Let's turn off hyperspeed. Hyperspeed should have a way to be turned off. Hyperspeed is enabled. Yeah, I just realized that. I'm an idiot. All right. So missiles bots are being deployed where? On the left. Because red team is defined first. Okay, well, here's what we can do. Watch this. Right, left. Done. Now we just refresh this. Okay, cool. So let's try that now. So I'm going to just deploy the... Oh, I can't do that. I need to copy paste this again. And then the code we want here is we want like A equals JSON.stringify, and then you paste in whatever you need to paste in. So A equals JSON.stringify. There we have that, and now we try deploying the bots. All right, what did people vote on? Missiles, lasers. So now we can kick it into hyperspeed. Actually, I should just have a set speed. Oh, I gotta set this equal to true. Okay, cool. So missiles are red, and you can see the red team has more points. What happened? Oh, right. They crossed each other completely, so now they'll... Oh, that was stupid. Okay, we gotta fix their code, but it looks like missiles are going to win. So let's change the code to if can move right and X is less than arena width divided by 2, I guess. Let's put that there. And then here we'll put an X is greater than arena width minus divided by 2. Okay, let's try that again. So A equals JSON.stringify. All right, and then we'll hyperspeed it. Yeah. So missiles bots are totally destroying lasers bots. But remember, we have access to all of the code that they use. So what I could do is I could say, what's the best strategy if I'm trying to beat lasers or missiles bots? How would I do this? Wait, that moved way too far over. Oh, it was random movement after that? Yeah. So missiles are winning by a factor of like 2 to 1. Anyway, this means basically nothing right now because all I'm doing is making the features that will let us balance, but not actually doing the balancing yet. But let's cut this off because this is... All right, there. Okay, so hyperspeed, I'll just say is enabled equals true. Or maybe toggle hyperspeed, I don't know. And then we'll say set speed tick time, this dot arena dot tick time equals tick time. If tick time is less than or equal to 0, tick time equals 1. Cool. All right, so we don't need this function. This should be cleaned up, but I'm not going to do that yet. And what else would I really like here? What I'd like is for me to be able to specify bot templates so that I don't need to say, oh yeah, I want all the players that have the same bots. That would be nice. Yeah, maybe I do that next. Make it so that you can specify just one strategy, just 2 strategies, and have the players/bots be filled out correctly just based on those 2. This will make for smaller config files and easier edits. Treeform says, can I show my bots fighting? Yeah, sure. Okay, so yeah, we had 466 as opposed to 265. The actual players themselves, yeah, there are only 2 players in the game, and they got all the kills, obviously. All right. And I'll write myself a note to check this out later. Check out Treeform's bots later. Okay, I think this is a good first step. And if I wanted, so here's where Botland is just, it's too complex to test with this stuff. What I could do here is I could say, okay, lasers are losing. Oh, both of these players had regen. Oops. Okay, let's delete all of that. Let's try this again with without having regen. I wonder if that would change things at all. There, and then kick it into hyperspeed. So before, the red team had like, what, 400 to 200 or something like that. And now it looks like they're pretty much the same numbers there. So not too much of a difference. But here's where I was going to say things can get a little bit more interesting. We could say that this has regen 3 on them. And so now lasers are going to have an inherent advantage because they heal 15 life every tick. It might not change things, but it's worth trying out. So A equals JSON.stringify that. Oh, I didn't reset the scores. All right, well, whatever. Let's just take a look at what they are right now. 380 to 230. 380 red, 230 blue. Oops. All right, now let's just take whatever they are at 500 for red. So it's 500 to 310. So blue got 80 points and red got 120. So yeah, it closed the gap a little bit, but it's not great. Stream is shuttery and freezy. Yeah, so I turned off hyperthreading on my computer. I wanted to see what effect it would have, and it looks like it's a bad effect. So, yeah. I might need to turn hyperthreading back on. Turn hyperthreading back on. Stop testing and build. I just wanted to see if this is a real thing. Like, for example, if you change missiles so that they're all missiles 1, laser should definitely win. I just want to make sure this is like it's doing the right thing. Yeah. So let's try that out. A equals JSON.stringify. It could be, so right now it's already warning me about high CPU use, which I don't think this is high. Yeah, OBS is probably missing CPU time. And that's because of me doing this stuff. So debug main.balancetester.hyperspeed. Actually, let's just say set speed 50. That way it's not so crazy. So what's my CPU use now? Yeah, it's not that bad. All right, so finally blue team is winning because I just toned down the damage on lasers. So this is what this will let us do. It'll let us say, let's say we wanted lasers and missiles to be exactly balanced in exactly this situation, then we could just tweak numbers until that happens. We don't want them to be balanced in this situation, actually, because they perform different functions. So lasers are longer range, and they do more damage when they hit. We haven't tweaked the amount of damage that's actually going to take place yet. But yeah, this will be an interesting way for us to set this up. So I'm going to finish coding some of these features. Let's get ready to commit. Hey, red is a tortoise. Yeah, and I just modified balance tester. So let's take a look at this class, and it's nice that it's all contained here. So sets the simulation speed. Sets the tick time. The lower, the faster. Well, the lower this is, the faster the arena simulates. All right. Then deploy teams. So I do want to split this up, and instead of console, I guess I should be using logger. Okay, so what do we have here? Set some of this stuff. Then we set things based on the meta info. Set meta info config. We'll do this. Num teams, num players. Good. So this dot set meta info config. So now we don't need this anymore, but we still need num AI players, which should be set from here and isn't. Yeah, it's set there, but I don't ever change it. So let's change that too. Num AI players equals num players. Yeah. Okay, good. Set that all of the players are auto deploying. Set their teams. Actually, num teams isn't even really modifiable. So let's just assert that that equals 2. Assert dot equal num teams 2. Num teams cannot be changed right now. Hey, wait, Don. 6 says, I think I missed it. What do your test bots do when they hit the middle of the field? They just move randomly when they reach there. Okay, so then we get their bots and we deploy bots for this player. I'll say set up bots for player. Player bot config. I don't know, maybe this way. No, just player config. Yeah. So now we can put this into here. Set up bots for player. Player config. I think that's it. Is there anything else I need to say? Const bot, create player, create bot with hardware. Good. Yeah. So I just need to test this one more time, and then we're good. Then I'll start working on some more features here. So we have that, and then this. Yep, and I broke something. Set up bots for players not defined. I forgot I did this. There. All right, I have broken something else now. I is not defined. I. What? Where is that coming from? Balance tester 110. Config.players. Oh, whoops. Oh, yeah. You need the player number in here. Yeah, this probably isn't worth changing then. Let's just keep it back to how it was. Yeah. I don't mind it so much. So now I refresh and try this one more time. And yeah, it is OBS that's slowing down, so the stream won't be that smooth. I can see it getting impacted here. Oh, come on. Is that a... Did I not do this correctly? Yeah. Again, just being sloppy here. Okay. Yeah, we're back in business. All right, good. So I can check this in. A balance test config JSON can now be parsed and will deploy bots correctly. See you, William. You have a good night. Sleep well. All right, so next up, there's setting damage on all of this. This is done. This, yeah, I should probably do this at some point. And make it so you can specify just 2 strategies and have the player's bots be filled out correctly based on those 2. Then after that is make sure that you can set the damage of individual hardware. That should probably be specifiable through JSON as well. I'll have to think about how I'm going to do all this. Make it so that you can specify hardware values through the JSON. Yeah, I could do that. This thing is what I'm going to do now. So make the generic move toward enemy side API. The problem is, I think the way we wanted to do this is not move toward enemy side, but rather move toward middle. And I wrote this down somewhere. So I think I am just going to make a move toward middle function. What would can move toward middle do? Maybe I don't even expose this API that much. I just make a move toward middle. Move to middle. Or move... No, what would this do? I guess it would prioritize moving horizontally rather than vertically. Or this could just be a shortcut for... Zulixphere says, what chair is that? I don't know what chair this is, but it's not like a particularly great chair, so... I don't... Just some office chair I've had for years and years. I don't think there's the bang chair. I think it's this. Yeah. So move to middle could just do move to arena width divided by 2, arena height divided by 2. What does move to even do if these are not integers? Tile x, so if is number, yeah, let's just say math.floor. So do I want to do this? I don't know. Yeah, I'll just do it the easy way for now. So we have move to, we're going to say Terminator move to middle, or move toward middle. Yeah, move to middle. Okay, and then this code execution system is just going to be an alias for move to this dot arena width divided by 2, this dot arena height divided by 2. Great. So that's it. Now this should be a usable API. I can go try this out. So the only way I can deploy bots is if I connect to a server. So I need to go make a server and then connect to it. Now I join game, the server's up and running. I should be connected. Yeah, there we go. So at this point I can say move to middle. And this should just work. Deploy, deploy, deploy. It did the opposite of working. Error. Move to is not defined. Cannot believe I did that. Oh, the stream is frozen? It is. There, that should make it work again. I wonder if there's a way I can change this right now. Encoding, broadcast settings, video, hotkeys, advanced. Video is set to super fast. There's only one thing higher than that, and that's ultra fast. This is too bad. Wait, gone again? If you get a capture card, it won't freeze? Man. Well, I gotta turn hyperthreading back on. Cause it, wait, you guys still can't see the stream? Can you? Okay, so people can hear me. Thank you, Buttery Toast. Well, then this is just going to be a day of freezy streaming because I need to use my computer. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it glitching out when I try to move. Yeah. So I guess hyperthreading has some importance. This is too bad. Okay, so I connect. I join the game. All my bots are still there. Oh, I can't just connect. I need to go restart this. Hyperthreading is a feature on some processors that makes it seem to the operating system as though you have more CPU cores than you have. So let's say you have one CPU core. It can surface to the OS that you have two, so that it thinks it can schedule threads differently. So it basically it moves some scheduling from the OS to the CPU so that you don't need to just... Anyway, it's got some theoretical throughput increase, and I guess it actually does work in some cases. So let's try this out. I'm just going to say move to middle, and let's deploy a few of these. So they should all go to the center point of the map. Yeah, the only issue is that they're moving in whichever way gets them there fastest, because they're using an A-star algorithm, and that's probably not what you want. What you probably want is for them to just move closer to the enemy's side. I could just change this. Adam, I have a file that has at left bracket at the start of every line. I need to remove it. Would it be best to read it into the program, edit as a string, and replace the text in a file, or is there some better way? Wait, is this something you just need to do once? Like, you have some text, and then every line just starts with this? Because if that's the case, you just open it in Sublime and just delete them all. But if you're saying you need to do this, well, yeah, I think clarify the problem a little bit, then I can help out. Man, stupid computer. Chrome and OBS are using the most. And then my build is probably using a lot when I actually save something. No, it's generated and I need to remove it. Oh, so you need to remove it every time you generate it? I would just not generate it with the... Well, okay, so the ideal solution is just don't generate it with these things. But then, if you're going to need to change this yourself, I would read through each line and make sure to only delete them at the beginning of the line, as opposed to just doing a blanket find and replace. Because let's say, I don't know what this stuff represents, by the way. Maybe you've got account information in here and some user has their name set to hi there, and you just blanket remove the at left bracket, and then their name becomes something different, and now they can't be found in the database or something. I don't know. So yeah, I'd make sure that if you're going to do it, use a regex and search for basically this. I don't know if you need to do, yeah. So this regex is what I'd search for, or just see if string dot starts with that substring. So I want to change this. I just don't know how I want to change it. Move toward enemy side is definitely, it's a very different function from this. Yeah, let's just do this. For now, this is just meant to be a debug function. Users will have access to it, but it's not anything they couldn't code themselves. And I'll say the whole 1712 terminator available to users. I cannot generate as pulled from Active Directory. There's no to remove it. Thanks. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now move to middle is going to work how I want it to work, and what probably makes no sense to players of the game. But it's not something that I'm going to leave in the way that it is right now. So I refresh this. Man, stream is just going to continually freeze the rest of today. I wonder if it's worth just closing down my stream during lunch and turning off my computer and fixing the hyperthreading thing. Rewhoop says it's JavaScript. I don't know if you're talking to me, but my thing is JavaScript, yeah. Okay, connect. And move to middle. So this should only move horizontally. It failed. Why is not defined? Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, there, whatever. So now that I have this, and I'm pretty sure that's going to work, let's just change it to this. So if, I won't even say if can move, maybe I should do that. Yeah, let's put a can move to middle. It only makes sense to do that. Can move to middle. Now in the code execution system, we just take can move to. Yeah, can move to is really simple. So now can move to middle is also really simple. We say this dot simulating terminator equals true. Let, so this needs to return. Let is valid equals this dot move to middle. This dot simulating terminator equals false, and return is valid. Cool. So now we can say built-in function available to users, Boolean. Yeah, because every time I save a file, my video is going to freeze now. And the only effect I have on this at all is possibly slowing down Botland's rendering. Client, oh, Pixie wrapper. Pre-render, render this stuff, FPS. Yeah, I wonder if I, yeah, whatever. Okay, so when I refresh this, and then I connect again to the server, does this work? Connect, join. If can move to middle, move to middle. Otherwise move randomly. So I deploy 3 of these bots. What in the world are they doing? Oh man. simulating terminator equals true. This dot move to, oh, yeah, it's this. This dot move to middle. This dot y. Huh. Weird. I mean, they eventually made it to the middle, just in a very weird way. So what if I just put move to middle there? Yeah, that seems to work. So can move to middle is getting screwed up? Yeah, these bots just didn't do anything. So for some reason, they think they can't move to the middle. I think I know what's happening. I think it's that they can't find a path to the middle. So they just don't do anything. Yeah, that's what's happening. But if I put this here anyway, it would just work. So can move to middle is kind of stupid. Okay, we'll have to. I don't think this should exist then. Yeah, let's just delete this. Okay, delete this. I get frustrated at my CPU. Yeah, I'll try to change this at lunchtime. That way my camera doesn't keep freezing. Or maybe I'll change OBS to super fast. Okay, so now we're going to change all of this. If X is whatever, arena width, any of these arena width things, we're just going to delete all of this. And say, if X is not equal to arena width divided by 2, then move to middle. Okay, let's try that out. I kind of want to close these things too. It's not called super fast anymore? Huh. I just looked at the UI and it said super fast for me, so maybe I didn't update. Andrew says, why did you disable hyperthreading again? I wanted to see what impact it had in reality on my streaming. So what I noticed before was my CPU would never go above 60%. And now that makes sense to me. Hyperthreading was enabled, so I was using all of my physical CPUs, but not all of the logical ones, because there was no way to make use of all of them. So that it was impossible to go above a certain percentage, where that percent seemed to be about 60. And so I thought, okay, maybe I'll just try disabling this and see what happens. And it sounds like it was a bad idea. So, lesson learned. All right, so here are the bots that we have. What did I change these to? Oh yeah, move to middle. Yeah. Then every once in a while I see a bot move like way far off to the left. The lasers bots, I mean. Why would that be happening? Oh, because they pursue enemies. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, this is all working totally fine then. And look, the majority of the deaths, you can tell by the scrap that was dropped, the majority of the deaths are in these few columns around the center. And the reason why they're skewed to the left a little bit is because lasers bots need to align themselves with the missile bots. So they need to move a little bit closer sometimes, which just drags them farther from the right. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oof. Now, let me check that in. So move to middle. This is not really needed, but I might as well have it there. No, yeah, fine, I'll have it there. Code API content. So added a move to middle function that is accessible to users. This will simplify the balance testing code that you have to type into your config file. Alright, so there's that. Make it so you can just specify 2 strategies and have the players and bots be filled out correctly based on those 2. This will make for smaller configs. So that is true. I wonder what the best way to specify that is. Like, what if instead of an array of bots, I just specified 1 bot? Yeah, I could put something here like fill out team true in the metadata, and then and also fill out player. I could do something like this. Then if you haven't specified all of the bots that you need, we'll just take whichever the bot is that you had last and fill that out for the player. Or maybe just the first bot and use that as the only thing in the player. If you haven't specified all of the different players, then we'll take bots from another player. Let me see what it would take to do this. So let's do fill out player first. So const fill out player equals config.meta. So if they only had, let's say, 1 bot, or I need to get the number of bots that they have. Max bots per player. So in here we say const num bots per player equals constants dot that. Cool. So if fill out player, then just get their first bot. Bots 0 for let j equals 0, j is less than 1 bots per player. Then create that. And let me make this a little bit easier. Create bot from config player bot config. It's going to be this code, player, and then bot config, all that stuff. And now over here we can simply say create this from the player and the first bot. I want to change this to, oops, can't change all those. Bot configs, and I want to change this to first bot config. Good. So that's it, fill out player. Next, there is this. This is going to be, this is not an arena function. And this is going to be roughly the same thing. So we can say bot config here, player, bot config, delete all this code. Okay, cool. In fact, I think just doing this, map bot config to this function. Yeah. Okay, let me try this out now. So the way I would test this is this way. I would have a missiles bot here and then some other kind of bot here. Maybe just no hardware here. Yeah. Now I refresh the page. There we go. A equals JSON.stringify. Cannot read property map of undefined. That's not good. Bot configs. Oh, whoops, that should have still been boxed. Alright, try again. So this first one will have two blue bots that are useless. Or 2 red bots that are useless. So red's going to get hardly any points. In fact, it's nearly impossible to tell what's going on unless I do this. So let's see. 2 of these bots should do nothing. This one's doing nothing. Great. Oh, no, that one is actually shooting missiles. So that means these will do nothing. And they are. Perfect. So that is when that's when fill out player is false. When it's true, we want to just use the first bot. So now red's score before, it was like 50 to 10. So it was like a 5-to-1 ratio. Now it should be very different. Okay, you know what? I need to put a filter here so I don't see any of this stuff. There. So now it should not be a 5-to-1 ratio. Yeah, now it's like a 2-to-1. Hey, Decatech. All right, cool. So filling out the player worked. Now we need to make it so that you can fill out an entire team. And I guess we fill this out based on one player's set of bots. So you should be able to probably specify both of these at the same time. Fill out team and fill out player. Yeah, because then what we could do is we could simplify this entire thing down to this. You could just say, I've got this bot and I've got this bot. And it'll use that for all the different players that there are. So is there any reason why you'd want to do... Yeah, okay, yeah, there is. Okay. So time to do this then. So fill out player and there's fill out team. All right, I need to think of how this works. So fill out team. If true, take the first player on each team. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Take the first player on each team. No, making this very extensible would be kind of annoying to cover all the edge cases. So I think I just need to say that this works a certain way and then code it that way. So if fill out team is set to true, I could take... I could actually do this. Maybe fill out team has you set just 2 bots. Oh, see a rug. Okay, so fill out team. So one is find the last player on the team that we set, then use that player to set as a template for all players on the team. Since you were the last person added to the island, I'd like you to name someone that should be on the island. Is Weedley already on the island? I think you should add Weedley. Find the last player on the team that we set. Then use that player as a template for all the players on the team. So then the only other thing to say is take into account that we may have 6 players or 3 players on a team, but only 2 are specified. What island are we talking about? A real life island. You got to get shipped out now. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the best way to do things. Fill out player true makes sense. Fill out team. I guess I would just say this. You only get... Wait a second. Yeah, that was exported as a let. We could just change that. Yeah, we could hack this a little bit. If fill out team is set to true, we can just set the number of players on the team to 2, and then set the number of bots for each player to 9. Okay, that would work. This is pretty weird. So if fill out team num players equals 2, and then constants.max bots per player equals 9. Yeah, okay. Let's try that. This is gonna be really weird. So I should have 9 missiles bots versus 9 lasers bots if I do this. Alright, let's try it out. And yeah, Andrew, you can. Okay, here goes nothing. Hey, it worked. It's a 9v9 now. Wow. So this probably wouldn't work with alright, cut this out. This probably wouldn't work if I said fill out team but not fill out player. I'll take a look at that. Andrew sent this. So if fill out player is false, and we just have fill out team, then what is this going to do? It assumes that you filled out everything, which would mean that you need 9 bots for each player. So I think I just need to document this somewhere. Documentation. So sample config looks like this. Num players. This can be anywhere from. This can be either 2, 4, or 6. Num teams. This has to be 2. Fill out player. If true, you only need to define 1 bot for each player. Then that bot will be copy pasted into the rest. The bot will be used 3 times for that player. Fill out team. If true, you only need to specify 2 players. However, yeah, if fill out player is true, then you only need to specify a single bot for each of those players. If fill out player is false, then you need to specify 9 bots for each player. This is actually really stupid, I think. If fill out player is false, you need to specify 9 bots. The whole point of filling out the team is that you don't want to specify all of those bots. 1, 2, 3, yeah. That's where things would get tough. I guess if fill out player is false, I could make it so that your 3 bots are going to be duplicated. Did a really janky method of Visual Basic which does dot replace character to replace replacement character. That doesn't exist in Visual Basic Digitay. And Wouter, oh, never mind. Best is to name a celebrity or someone else with loads of photos of their face. Let's go with Mario, the plumber. Put Mario on the island. See if Mario ends up moving into whatever house is next door to mine. Oh, okay. No, Wheatley does want to be there. Good. It does what I used to have. What I used to use. Why couldn't you still use it, Digitay? Ideally, this should be. Ideally, if fill out team is true and fill out player is false, you should only need 3 bots for each player. Yeah, so I gotta account for that, I guess. Fill out team is true. So, but then if fill out team is true and fill out player is false, then we gotta change this. Bot configs.map. So we need to do this multiple times. Okay. If fill out team equals, if fill out team and not fill out player, you have, how many bots would there be? I guess the original, we need to keep track of the original max bots per player. Const orig max bots. Orig num bots per player. This should actually be stored in the entire class. That way we can run this as many times as we want. Okay. So what we do is we say, so bot configs must have been of length 3. So assert dot equal bot configs dot length. Fill out team is false or is true, but fill out player is false. So you need this many bot configs for each player. All right, and then assuming you did that, then we need to do this. Const num, I'll just say multiplier for right now, equals the number of bots per player divided by the original number. So let's say you had 6, that you had, what's 6 divided by 3, so you'd have 2, so then you need, so yeah, number of times to run map. Let num times to map equals 1. So then we just change this here, num times to map. And we do math dot floor, I guess. I don't know. This is going to be really weird. Then here we just say num times to map. I'll call this unused. Okay. Oh, see you, Walter. I am using that method, but I thought there would have been a better way of handling it. No, oh wait, yeah, actually, there should be. Let me take a look. Visual Basic strings. Introduction to strings. Do they have a description of the class somewhere on here? String basic, types of string manipulation methods. Okay, I just want to find out what they are. Here, apparently. Ah, here we go. So compare, convert, reverse, manipulate. What does left do? Does this just get, let's find out. Returns a string containing the specified number of characters. Yeah, so here's what I'd probably do, and I don't know how to call this digite, but I'd say something like, I'm going to act as though this is JavaScript. If, whatever your line is, so let's say where line equals like file.readline, and then let's say line is whatever, just something. So then you say if line.left, and how many does this read? String, oh, that's not how string's working. String.left line, and then int32 2 equals, how do you compare equality in Visual Basic? Well, anyway, you need to figure out how you do all this stuff, but you could you could do something like this. Then string equals, or no, line equals string dot. Can you get a substring? Substring. Return a specified number of substrings. No. How would you just get? Oh wait, ltrim. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, there's actually a really easy way of you doing this. Then you can just use ltrim for this. No leading spaces. Oh no, you can't. You can't specify what you want to trim out of here. Well, anyway, however you get a substring, you'd want to do like this substring 2, and you'd be set. Because I don't know if replace is a global replace or not, but anyway, whatever. I haven't used Visual Basic in a long time. Alright, so does this work? The only way to figure out if it works, so if I fill out player set to false, then I would need 3 bots in this player. This is going to be a little bit tough to do, I think. Actually, no, we just name them differently. One Adam, and then bot 1, bot 2, bot 3. And then same thing here. Come on. Bot. These should be 2, bot 1, 2, and 3. So now this should be, each should be duplicated. Let's see if this works. Okay, so A equals JSON.stringify. Then we deploy these. Did it work? I don't think it worked, but I can't tell because this is super fast. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. Darn, it's still too fast. All right, we should have 3. Why is this going so quickly? Ah, there it goes. Okay, so we should have 3 2s. 1, 2, 3. We should have 3 1s, 1, 2, 3, and 3 3s. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, perfect. Wow. All right. So now you've got some very powerful tools for specifying bots here. You could specify an entire team. You could specify this stuff. So then you need to specify 3 bots for each player. So now here is the documentation for this. Num player is going to be 2, 4, or 6. This has to be 2. If true, you only need to define 1 bot for each player. Then that bot will be used 3 times for that player. If true, you only need to specify 2 players. If fill out player is true, then you only need to specify a single bot for each of those players. If fill out bot. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, cool. I like it. So I need to make this documentation for, well, for Ian. I'll just put this here for right now. Put documentation somewhere. So that part's done. And then hardware values. We need to do that. Yeah, careful. Oh, echo. That's a lot. It's a lot of points. So I'm going to forget what all of this stuff does. So let me comment some of this. These are just shortcuts to commonly used instances. This, the original number of bots that each player is allowed. We do some hacky things to make it easy to specify configs. Well, I shouldn't say we do some hacky things. I should say I do something hacky in order to make it easy to specify configs. I changed the max number of bots allowed on the fly. Okay, there's that. Next, set meta info. It's a really minor function. Sets the number of AI players and the number of teams using the meta section of the config object. Create bot from config. Very simple wrapper around create bot with hardware that will create a bot using the JSON object parsed from the file. This is a player, this is an object. The JSON object parsed from the file returns nothing, probably doesn't need to return anything. And then what do we have here? So here, fill out team. This is a hacky way of acting as though a team. This is a hacky way of duplicating players. Instead of having to parse the config file. Wait a second though, I put number of players as 2. This isn't gonna work, right? Fill out player, true. No, I don't think we even make this stuff specifiable. Oh god, I don't know. It's just gonna be annoying. If you're going to, yeah, if you're gonna fill out a team, you can't do things this way. I guess we say that number of players is 2 in that case. Oh, I hard-coded that, yeah. Instead of having to parse the config file and deal with all of the edge cases of how players can be specified, we simply... Did I write this down over here? Yeah. Some players will be ignored. Yeah, okay, so instead of needing to parse the config file and deal with all the edge cases of how players can be specified, we simply act as though, we simply make it so that each player is the whole team by giving them, this should be this dot orig number of bots times constants.js. How many players per team? Yeah, that should really be defined somewhere. Yeah, no, this shouldn't be ignored then. We say times the number of players that you have. And the, no, darn it. What do I do here? Number of players. I need to say this. Let num players per team equals num players divided by however many teams there are, which is up here. So the number of teams is hard-coded to 2. So num players per team. So now this will be used. Num players will still be considered to figure out how many bots are needed per player. So you probably want to set that to 6. Hey Judge Bacon. Hey Thomas. Okay. By giving them enough bots to, by giving them as many bots as their entire team would have had. Okay, so there are probably a lot of edge cases to test out here. Num bots per player. Let's change this to just AAA num players. Or X players, yeah. And then we can say here, num total num players. And now this can change to just back to num players per team. Cool. Moved it off VB to my PowerShell script, keeping all the load in PowerShell and allowing the face to be lightweight. Okay. Fill out team. Yeah, looks good. This stuff's gonna get confusing though, so I gotta write what this does and why it does it this way. Error message. Alright, let's see what we got here. So if fill out player is set to true, then they only need one config. I could have just duplicated it in the config file. In fact, that probably would have been a much easier way of doing things here. Yeah, I think I've done this poorly. Thomas says, did you repair the CPU problem? No. I don't think there's anything to really repair. I think the CPU is just not fast enough to accommodate everything. But I think if I turn hyperthreading back on, then I at least won't have the stream lag so much for you guys. Okay, so if fill out player is set to true, then the config only needs to specify one bot per player, and we'll just create that bot multiple times. That's if fill out player is true. Now if fill out team is also true, what's going to happen here? Oh yeah, the number of bots per player. Okay. What do you set OBS to high priority on the CPU? Just wondering. It might change things. I don't know if I can just change that on the fly though. That's kind of the problem with OBS, is that everything I'm going to change, I need to reboot. So let's see, if I just set this to above normal, these settings won't be applied until the next time you begin streaming. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I think I'll just turn hyperthreading back on my CPU. Maybe I'll do that over lunch. Okay, so num times to map. This is num, this is bot creation multiplier. So if you want to fill out the team but not players, then we need to copy paste all bots multiple times. This is what the multiplier is for above. Wait, I should say what above is for, yeah. When is lunch? You on the West Coast? Yeah, I'm on the West Coast. So my time right now is 11:55. Lunch is somewhere between 12 and 2. I don't know when. It all depends on how far I get with this stuff too. I bet Lodash has a function for doing something a certain number of times. String repeat? No. There must be a util or something, right? Times. Invoke the iterate function n times, returning an array of the results of each invocation. Wait, what? String? What? Does this get passed in? String 1. Oh, okay, I see. So just calling string doesn't... Okay, got it. Yeah, that's what I want. Underscore dot times. That would be a much simpler way of saying this. Underscore dot times bot creation multiplier, and then this is the function that I want to run. This looks... I mean, yeah, whatever. There we go. Okay, so I want to test this now because this is a bit awkward looking. So in order to do this, I need fill out team set to true and fill out player set to false. So that's this config right here. So I basically just need to refresh and run this again. All right, here goes. A equals JSON.stringify this and run this. That did not work. This maps each of these. That didn't work. Why did that happen though? Bot creation multiplier equals num bots per player. That's going to be set to the max, which I had updated here to be original times num players per team. Oh, right. I need to change this to the number 6. Yeah, then this will work. Let's try that out. There we go. Now it's working. So I should have 3 of each kind of bot. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Good. All right, I got it. Looks good. Whew. Okay. Let's see what we have here now. Yeah, this isn't too bad, although here the code gets a little bit complex. No reward packs for today, Andre asks. So their reward packs haven't been coded. The thing that you get is money every day. And the everyday part of that is midnight GMT. So that's 4 hours from now. So at 4 p.m. for me, that's midnight GMT. So time until midnight GMT. Yeah, so 4 hours from now is when you'll get your reward. And then later today, at some point, I'm going to code it so that you also get an item randomly generated. But we're not there yet. All right, cool. So this is the world's slowest game of Botland. Once every 20 seconds, the bots will update their AI. It should happen pretty soon. Oh, so much action. Okay, let me just look over this code one more time, because I don't know how I feel about this exactly. Like I said, I think the better way of doing this would have been to just massage the config into the correct state and then always deploy assuming that the config is correct. That would have made these edge cases a little bit easier, maybe. Who knows? Okay. Now create the bots for this player, for the whole team. No. Whatever. This is tense. Okay, there we go. All right, so checking this in. There are now 2 meta properties of the balance test config JSON: fill out player and fill out team. Read the code for, well, no. These allow you to specify just 1 bot per player or just 1 player per team and have those values be copy pasted for the rest of the player / team. Give salvage pack. Alright, so next up, oh, I want to run a giveaway too. I'll do that. How about this? Here's what I'm going to do. I'll use the bathroom, then I'll run a giveaway, and then I'll do this next part. So let me go. Yeah. Is this going to load? What's going on here? Weird. All right, let's try that again. Oh, I can't even close this. There we go. There it is. All right, yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Excuse me. Wasabi says, I love how the in-game currency is called Botcoin. Yeah, I tried to come up with as many bot-related puns as I could. And yeah, you'll see some of them later this year. Pharaoh says, can someone link me the thing to control the lights? Pharaoh, you get that when you follow. Are you following me? Yeah, you are following me. Yeah. Shouldn't the missiles, lasers, etc. depend on the server tick as well for balancing? It's weird to see a bot updating every 20 seconds, but being hit in 1 second. No. So, Mr. Silvermatch, lasers and missiles are actually based on... They're instantaneous. So what you see animating is just for the sake... Here, I'll show this as I start. Let me start the giveaway. So, I'll start a giveaway for Botland. And the number of giveaways, I'll do the same, random between 3 and 6. So there are going to be 5 giveaways. So if you want to join, just type Botland exactly as you see on the screen. And then, Mr. Silvermatch, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if I were to make an artillery bot here, let's give this thing artillery and... Oh boy, how's this going to work? Fill out player, fill out team. All right, let's see. So I have this, and I have this. And I say if will artillery hit, fire artillery. Okay, let's try that. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see. Well, Pharaoh, I'll give you a token then. There you go. Okay, so let's run this. So, set a filter. A equals JSON.stringify that. Then deploy these. Oh, that didn't work. Or maybe it did and I just need to set this to 6. That's possibly, I really hope that's it. A equals JSON.stringify that. Okay, yeah, that works. All right, so you can see I have, these are called missiles, but they really have artillery on them. The way that this works, let me set the speed to something super long here. Unfortunately, the first tick is always going to take the same amount of time. There we go. Okay, so how artillery travels, you can see this happening right now, is actually based on the tick time because artillery has travel time. Lasers and missiles don't, so they'll always be based on just whatever looks good. But yeah, see, so lasers just went instantaneously because everything happened instantaneously. And now artillery is taking its sweet time to go land because it takes like 15 seconds in this case. And it's very clear that artillery was aiming at this tile and it just missed. So yeah. So that's how this works. The tick time in Botland should never be higher than 5 seconds. Let me actually run the giveaway now. So close out of that. Let's roll. So Andrew wins. And whoops. MCS Mike. And red as a tortoise. And Pettermaster. And there were a couple of stragglers there, and Pharaoh. Okay, so these are the people who won. I will give you guys access to the game. So let's put this here. Oops. There we go. What did you win? You won access to Botland until this Sunday. There. Cool. So that's everybody. Congratulations. I hope you have fun playing Botland. I will actually go to the server here and we'll see what's going on. Yeah, okay. So, is anybody online? Wasabi is. So I'm going to deploy just a very basic bot. Let's go with this one. Artillery and missiles. And I'll make it just move randomly. Actually, you know what? I'll give it a chance to move randomly. Ooh, nice. We'll say if percent chance. Whoops, where's the number here? If percent chance 80. So it's going to have a high chance to move randomly and a chance to just do nothing. So there we go. $2K16 meetup, maybe. Do you use the black stand at the front of your ergonomic keyboard, not the things at the back? Yes, I do. Yeah. My wrists are typically resting there. Oh, nice. Look at that. Wait, what level regen do I have? Oh, I got the regen buff. Oh, wow. So I'm going to go up to max life again. Take that, Wasabi. Or no, Echo. Take that, Echo Hotel. Ha. So yeah, red team right now is Feru, Wasabi, and Echo. For those who just got access to the game, you press B to load Blockly. And then these bots that you can choose from, you had to have configured on the last screen. So if you don't have bots here that you want to use, refresh the page, then click connect, and then you can manage all your bots here. And there's a help button to figure out how to help with this. This UI is just a huge mess right now. I have not gotten to working on UI yet, so this is like the minimum amount of stuff to make it functional. And so you can buy items, you can sell items every day at 4 o'clock. Based on how lucky you are, you'll get some number of money, and you can use the money to buy more bot bays if you want. So I can purchase another one here, and then I can fill it with stuff. So let's come up with, what bot don't I have? I don't have a reflect bot. I already have 3 reflect though, so I can just put this on my bay. Reflect 3, and then let's put, I want landmines on this too. Landmines, landmines, landmines. Landmines 3, and maybe a shield. Commit. So now when I join the game, I have access to that too. So yeah. And if you want to kill off your bots, wait, what happened to my bots here? Oh, I didn't have auto deploy on. Oops. Oh, now I lost my code. Okay, well I'll deploy these bots. So I'm gonna do reflect, lay landmine, shield self. Actually, I'll try shielding an ally first. Let's do that, because that's new. And then we'll try moving randomly. Although, I do kind of want this to be steered toward moving right. No, I don't. No, that's stupid. Get rid of that. Okay, let me deploy these. So here are my bots now. They can reflect projectiles, but wait, what? What's going on? They're not moving. Well, something's wrong here. I think... Oh, this is a bad snippet. Oops. No, that's bad. Oh, I gotta fix that. Okay. Don't anybody use the thing that I just... Okay. Well, there's a bug. Let me write this down. So giveaway is done. Bug. Shield ally snippet needs to check if you can shield that ally. Okay. What does your wife think about streaming and talking to random people or yourself in a room during work hours? She's totally on board with it, and she understands everything that's happening here. So I don't know. I tell her every day, like, oh, this person in chat said this, or this person said this. Echo says auto deploy doesn't seem to be working. Oh, yeah, wow, that's what's broken. Oh. Huh. I know what's doing this then. Alright, okay. So first let's give... Alright, I've screwed up everything, haven't I? No, Nick, I think, yeah. It's okay to be, Wait, I started that sentence wrong. I have shared that I have a wife. Have I been mentioned at the dinner table? No, I don't think you have, Skilled Bubble. You'll need to try harder. So there are two bugs here. There's that bug, and then there's bug auto deployed doesn't even work. So I think what's happening with the second bug is that when you press auto deploy... No, what's going on then? When you press this button, it should go through the SPMP router, and I must have screwed that up. Is it this? Create is player deploy, chose buff, set is auto deploying. And then when we dispatch for here, oh no, I forgot. No, I didn't forget parentheses. What did I forget? What's going on here? Okay, not everyone needs to ask if they've been mentioned. But it's not by name a lot of the time. It'll be like, oh, someone had a quote or something like that. So I'm not sure. Okay, so this is something I fixed yesterday with... When did I fix it? I need to... Oh, here it is. Refactored SPMP router so that there wasn't much duplicated code. So this class changed, and I probably screwed something up. So before it was chose buff corresponded to player chose buff, and had ... args there. Now network constant, multiplayer network constants, SPMP action. So there's player chose buff, player deploy bot by ID, and set is auto deploying. Yeah, all that looks reasonable. So then, man, debugging this would be really hard though. Let me see if this is reproducing for me too. Oh man, I'm sorry about this. Usually there aren't like these glaring bugs in botland, and there just happens to be right now. Boy. Wow, Reflect is going crazy here. I just destroyed almost all of the bots over here just by reflecting. That feels good. Yeah, you're trying to use 10 different things. I suggest clicking that help button, Tortoise. And yeah, it's cumulative levels of all stuff. And yes, teleport also has to be level 2. So thank you, chat, for helping out with that stuff. This help does say that. So you can only have 7 levels max. I should probably say... Yeah, I'll write a clarifying thing here. Clarify this. You can only... Actually, no, I'm not going to clarify that. I think if people ask in chat that's fine. So, does this happen locally? This auto deploy bug. This would be moderately hard to find out. Not too bad. So we connect as Adam1, join game. I deploy a bot that does anything. Lasers. Sounds good. So fire lasers, pursue enemy, move. Great. So we're going to deploy this 3 times. I got 3 bots. Now I connect as Adam2, join game. I have artillery shield cloaking. So let's do fire artillery, pursue enemy, move randomly. Just move to the right, actually. That'll speed this up. Okay, now let's see if auto deploy works. Oh, hey, you can't see anything on my screen. Wait, let's close that. This is going to speed up. There we go. Yeah, so auto deploy is broken for me too. That's too bad. Okay, let's take a look. I have source maps on my own machine, So I can just go into a file like this. When I dispatch, I'm going to put a breakpoint there. We're going to click this button, and now we should see something. So set is auto deploying. And then the args should be arguments. There is no argument. Okay, that's what I screwed up. Changes auto deploy. I'm not passing anything in here. Yeah. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Shows buff ID. ID. Create. Yeah, there's an is auto deploying. Oh no, I can't believe I screwed this up. Okay, maybe we can just hotfix this on the server. So let's go to client main. Set is auto deploying. Is auto deploying. Is there a way to leave the game, or do I just have to reload the page? Yeah, you just have to reload the page. Oh man. Okay, so then this should have fixed it. How would I fix this on the server really quickly? It's minified code. It'd be nearly impossible for me to find. Yeah. Plus, yeah, it'd be nearly impossible for me to find. I'll just have to do another deploy. Okay, well, let me make sure that I fix this even locally then. So I connect. Oh man, I gotta turn hyperthreading back on. I didn't expect it to have this much of an impact. I think part of it is OBS sees that you're above 60% CPU use and then just stops doing what it should be doing. And with hyperthreading, 60% was my maximum. So anyway, connected to Atom 2, join game. Oh, wait a sec. I don't even really need to do anything special here. I can just put move right, move randomly, whatever. So move randomly, auto deploy a couple of these. Don't care about that. Or do I? Deploy. Okay, so Atom 2 should get recreated here. Perfect. All right, I fixed the bug. So that's done. Auto deploy doesn't work. Let's check that in. Fixed a bug where auto deploy could not be set from the client because I forgot to pass in an argument. Haha. Have you had any new errors introduced by minifiers? No, I haven't. At least not as far as I can tell. So now shield ally snippet needs to check if you can actually shield that ally. That is something that is not currently happening. We can close out of this. We can close out of this. That I want to leave open. This I don't care about. This I kind of want still. So what is this next thing? The shield ally snippet. That comes from blockly.js. There's shield ally. No, it comes from setup.blockly.js. we're gonna get there. There. Shield ally. So I need to write out the snippet so that it works the way it should, and then just get the XML from that. So we have. Oh, how do I do this? I can't actually get the XML unless I go change blockly.js. Yeah. So I can say global.aaa equals this, and then in setup blockly. Actually, that's it for now. Is pushing deploying the update to the server? If you mean git push, so git push will send my code off to my central Git repository, but that doesn't make it accessible to you guys. I run another thing on top of that called deploy, which will just bundle all the code. Then I push that to a different Git repository. I pull the code from the other side, and then I put it in the right locations on the other side. So let's see. I got to refresh this page. And then okay, so let's do this. Snippets, shield ally. So this needs to change to an and. If I can't take the and out of here. Oh, man. All right, I have to connect just for this to work. There we go. Okay, so logic if and. So there is support if can shield. So if exists is first, then if can shield them, and that is closest ally. This is a pretty long snippet now, but such is life. Let's do aaa.getWorkspace.xml. Good. Now we take this XML and we put it into our code. So this goes, let's close this. So shield ally, we want this to be set. Good. Now we do this. Okay, this should be good now. Let's check it out. So I've got this up and running, localhost. So shield ally previously didn't check to see if you could actually shield the ally. Now it should. So now if I just take this snippet and I take shield ally, yeah. So now we have this giant block of code here. Set closest ally to find closest allied bot. If they exist and you can shield them, then shield them. Cool. So that bug is fixed. Let's check that in. Fixed a bug where the shield ally script was not checking to see if you could actually shield them. It was just checking to see if the ally existed. So you'd end up wasting turns. It's just really bad. I shouldn't have done that, and I should have tested that more. Alright, well, whatever. We got this working now. Alright, so I need to do another deploy at some point to fix these bugs. Let me... Geez, I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do this exactly. Because I think the deploy is just going to totally freeze my screen if I try to do this now. Yeah, that would be really annoying. I don't know how else to do it, though. I've got to deploy at some point. Alright, let's see how badly it screws up my stream. I think it's going to be pretty bad. Well, there's no better time than the present. Deploy. Let's take a look at CPU usage when I press enter. So it's at 58% right now. Actually, we can close out of this. There. Now it'll go down a little bit. 42%, 34. Okay, now I hit deploy and watch this skyrocket. That's actually not too bad. Melee is so weak. Melee actually does a ton of damage. Melee does... I mean, I know I saw the kappa there, but anyway, Melee does 550 damage, and it has a built-in charge, which has a cooldown of 4 turns, so that you can hit someone from really 2 tiles away almost. Getting into melee range is really tough. You could teleport there, but then you spent a turn teleporting. Yeah, it's tough. So yeah, the deploy will take a little bit of time. In order for me to test this stuff out after that, I've got to, let me turn off my webcam, my keyboard camera, because I got to type some things in here that you guys can't see. So that's not right. Just totally botched that. Alright, we got that running. Now I need to connect. Did I even change anything in the central server in the last 4 hours? Client, game server, shared code. Oh, shared code would do it too. No, that actually should be fine. Then what do we have here? Yeah, client code. This is still today, so just 3 more commits left to check. Pub subtopics, that shouldn't matter. Good, and good. Fixed how deploys work. Wait, 9 p.m. No, that's yesterday. Oh, okay. So then, yeah, I should be all set. I can just deploy this. Yeah, getting into melee range is the problem. I'm using teleport, reflect, and melee. Yeah, I think that's a good strategy. I think using cloaking is good. I think shielding yourself or even shielding an ally. So once I deploy this snippet, it'll be a little bit easier. But what you could do is you could have all 3 of your bots shield just one of your bots, and then have that bot go pursue enemies, and it'll be able to take an extra, whatever, 1,000 damage. Of course, you're putting all your eggs in one basket if you're doing that. Well, no, maybe you could back it up with missiles or something. I don't know. I think bot-led strategy is going to be a very in-depth thing of figuring out how do you construct the perfect bot, what's the best programming to use. At least that's what I hope, is that people have a field day with it. Is it intentional that Reflect does not work if the enemy is cloaked? Reflect only has a % chance to work, so it should work when the enemy is cloaked, but still only a percentage of the time. I don't know if I tested that. I think I did. Anyway, git push. I gotta go do that now. So botland builds. Yeah. Fixed auto deploy bug and shield snippet. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What about your whole team defending 2 melee gods? That'll be possible right up until we start putting in hardware that destroys shields. So imagine that we had something like this. We have missiles and they do 100 damage. And then we have something like, this is a temporary name, but concussive missiles. And they always do only 90 damage, but when they hit a shield, it destroys the shield completely. So are you willing to put this on your bot, knowing that you're sacrificing damage the majority of the time for when they actually have a shield to totally destroy it? And then as an enemy, are you going to still deploy your shields bots knowing that they have concussive missiles? So you'll have some options like this. And this is why you might want more bot bays, because your normal bot might be missiles 3, cloaking 3, and actually I don't know why I'm typing this like I have to format it. You might have missiles 3, cloaking 3, and I don't know, thrusters 1 or something like that. Do you want to spend the resources making the exact same bot but with concussive missiles? Maybe you do, and that way in a match where people are using a lot of shields, you can swap out, instead of using this bay, you can use this bot bay. So yeah, and hey, wooden potato wedges. Okay, did I push? I don't actually remember if I did. I'm just gonna do this again in case I forgot. Okay, I did push, and then I need to run this over here, so I gotta connect, and I gotta do this off screen because there's too much private stuff that shows when I do this. But this shouldn't take too long, maybe about a minute. Oh, actually, who's on the server right now? Darn it. It's gonna boot you all offline because I gotta restart it. Connect. Join game. Who is online? Oh, a ton of people. Okay. Well, everyone, if you want to save your code, press the save button. The way that this works, you hit save, and then when you press load, you have to close and reopen it, and then your code will be there again. So press save now if you want to save anything. I'm going to restart the server as soon as I can. Let me restart the client first. CD, no. More package JSON. This should have Bluebird in it now. Yeah, npm install production. Is the source code available? No, it is not. And now we restart the client. Good. And then we restart the server. Good. Okay. So now you should be able to reconnect and everything should be fixed. Let's take a look and see if that's actually true. So snippets, shield ally. Yeah, this is the new shield ally code. Good. And then auto deploy should work. So I'm going to deploy. Actually, I might as well try to do something instead of just making a bot that kills itself. I'm going to deploy this, and I am on the red team. So let's deploy. All right, so I just got to wait for other people to connect. You guys can connect now. Okay, yeah, Andrew just joined. Okay, cool. There's Andrew's bot. So when mine dies, oh, good. Auto deploy is working now. Whew. Okay, so the bugs are fixed. Thank you for your patience, guys. And now I'm going to deploy a bot that goes left and up. I'll call this Adam13531U. And then a bot that goes left and then randomly. So I have 3 different artillery bots. This one's going to go to the bottom left all the time. This is going to go to the upper left. And this is going to go to the left and then just move randomly. And thanks to extended missile range, I can hit from 5 tiles away. Although Andrew has regen 15 life. Yeah, so Andrew's bots are going to eventually heal the full here. Too powerful. Neat. So if anyone watching wants to get access to the game right now, just go to bot.land, click pre-beta, and you'll figure out how you can get access. It's Tuesday, or is it Monday? It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, so it costs 45 points. And you can find out how you get points and how you use these things and everything else. You can find that out on this page. So just go to bot.land, click pre-beta. We have a decent number of people playing right now. We have 4. And earlier there were like 8, and then I started the server over, so that killed everyone. Ooh, Pettermaster has Reflect. Not good for my missiles. Also, cloaking is not good for my general well-being here. Okay. Let's switch. This is when you'd switch strategies. So I'm going to turn auto-deploy off, and I will go with a melee strategy here. And I'll write this script really fast. Melee, pursue enemy, cloak, and move left. Cool. Oops. They're going to have the R tag over there. Alright, so melee let me actually kill someone. Oh, hey, I got a teammate. Yay. Oh man, Reflect is crazy. There's projectiles going everywhere. That's why I deployed melee bots, because melee bots can't be reflected. And you could see them working here. So Reflect Shield means nothing. Not to me, it doesn't. And I can charge at one of these bots. Oh, not if I'm dead, I can't. Actually, scores are pretty even right now. One of the other things I got to code at some point is you're worth more points if you're going to be in your own spawn zone. So I need to show you where spawn zones are and then do that. I actually need to write a couple of these things on the roadmap. So there's sound/music, and then make bots be worth more points when in their own spawn zone. Orphoria, do you have level 1 landmines? They don't seem to last very long. Oh, I finally got back to a 1 KDR. My buff is totally pointless. Increase missile range by 1 tile. I don't even have missiles on my bot. But in 7 seconds, I get to pick another buff. And then maybe I'll get a good one. This one. What did other people pick? Increase missile range, artillery splash, 9%. Yeah, nice. Okay, so I now have life leech on my melee damage, which doesn't help when I get shot by 6 projectiles at once. Okay, we're getting stomped, red team. Actually, yeah, my KDR is not helping us right now. Oh well. Oh, I'm not using shield. That's probably a good idea. Let me try shielding allies and then shielding myself. I'm gonna delete this bot and I'm gonna redeploy, and then this should shield any nearby allies. Did it? It did not seem to. Oh, whoops, I put this in the wrong spot. I want this here. There. Okay, let's deploy that. So this is going to shield... Oh, check it out. So Horforio's bot up here had 2 shields on at once. That's thanks to me. Look at the KDR and the scoreboards. Is KDR Infinity a bug? It's not a bug. When your deaths are 0, since kill to death ratio, you can't divide by 0. I just set it to infinity. So that was intentional. Couldn't decide whether I want to reflect or mines. I should probably get rid of the mines and get more reflect. Andrew says best KDR in the game. 1.92. Yeah, you're doing really well. My bots are just not cutting it right now. So this is what the balance test server will be interesting for. I'll be able to tell, is cloaking a better thing to have with melee, or is thrusters a better thing to have with melee? Which one gets me more kills, or which one has a better KDR, or just what? Horforia says, I have no shields on my bot. I have... Oh, you have no shields equipped. Yeah. So then anytime you get a shield, it's because I gave it to you. Yeah, so like right there, you just got a shield because of me. Which is actually pretty stupid because your bots are moving around over here and mine are actually going into the fray. So what I probably should have done is just put shield self above shield ally. Yeah, maybe I'll be selfish. Of course, if I can shield myself, then that's always going to work. So I guess I just get rid of shield ally. There. All right, let's redeploy these. So now my own bots will be shielded. Although shield level 1 is pretty weak. I don't know how much it does, but I know it's not very good. Yeah, 300 damage absorbed for 5 turns. Yeah, so that's like 30% of my life. Anyway, I've been watching this for too long now. So I think I gotta go get lunch. I did the deploy at least, that's good. Then when I get back, it's more of the balance test server. Now once I get done with that, I think I'm gonna look into Docker. Oh, this is done. Yeah. Oh, and this. So that's the rest of today. Rest of today is the rest of the balance test features. So the only things I'm missing now are being able to set these, and also statistics, I guess. Yeah. Add stats per bot. Kills, deaths, KDR. Stats per player. These should be printable at any given time. This is not an easy thing to just start collecting. This would actually be a pretty big feature, I think. If the deaths are 0, wouldn't the KDR just be the kills? No, so KDR is kill-death ratio. So if you have 5 to 2, it's just 5 divided by 2, so it's 2.5. But if you have 5:0, then I set it to infinity because it's, I don't know, it's like asymptotically better than 5:1. It's not something that maybe makes sense right now, and I don't know if that's going to stay in the game. So yeah, I'm going to work on the balance test. Then I'm going to work on giving people rewards of items every day. That won't probably get deployed until tomorrow. So right now, if I'm gonna just refresh the page. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. But if you hit connect, see this money value here? This is something that gets updated every day at 4 p.m. Let me show you what everyone's values are set to. So SSH Butler 2 screen-rd MySQL. Okay, yeah, here's what these things are set to right now. So the luckiest players, which is like 25% of the players, I think. So Weedley, Echo, and Faru are all getting $100 every day. So that's basically like every item in the game right now. Then the other players like Pettermaster and Red as a Tortoise, they're getting $10 a day. And then the unlucky players like Wasabi and MCS Mike are getting $1 a day. So at 4 o'clock, whatever number you see in this column for you here is going to get added to your money in the game. And then you can purchase all the bot bays, whatever number of salvage you want. So like right now, I can purchase the last bot bay. And then I have $6 left for salvage, so I can just purchase all of that. And now I can open the salvage packs and I'll get items. So artillery thrusters, bot coin, thruster shield, bot coin, cool. Like, I get all this stuff. How do you pronounce MySQL? I say MySQL. Percentage might be better for the KDR. What would it be a percentage of? And Hackmat says, so I'm relatively new to coding and heard that C is the best language to start off with, though I'm struggling to get Visual Studio to compile the C files because of the library path not being found. Anyone got a solution for this? You can configure your library path in the options somewhere. It's probably in the linker options. And whatever error you're getting, if you just Google that error, you'll probably find out what's going wrong. 6 says, just curious, what plugin is it that you use for your to-do list? It's called Plain Tasks. Oh, thanks, my God, Alex. What else? Is the money we get each day changing, or will I be unlucky forever? So, unfortunately, right now, the way it's coded is you're unlucky forever. But I do plan on changing that eventually. So yeah, Wasabi, you're getting $1 a day. Okay, so here's why it doesn't matter right now. You start with 5,000 Botcoin, and that's enough to buy everything. And you start with, I think, 5 money, and that's enough to buy 2 bot bays. So after 1 extra day, you'll have 3 bot bays more than you'd start with. So you'll have 6. And I mean, part of this, honestly, like, part of the intent of this was to just screw over some players. Like, we need to, that sounds terrible taken out of context, so let me just post the pseudo money system in the chat. It's this system. Eventually you can spend money on Botland, real life money. But because you can't do that now, we're classifying some players as, sorry, you got screwed, free to play. Or, hey, this is pretty good for you. Or, oh my God, you have a ton of money. And this is all shown right here. So, yeah, these players are pretty important because they're the players who aren't going to spend money. And we need to make sure that they're still having fun playing the game. So, yeah, that's why we had to give some people just $1 a day. And really, this should be $0 a day. So, yeah. Does artillery do friendly fire damage? No. Okay, I'm going to go to lunch. I've been talking for a while. Wait, what was the match? What did it end with, Orphoria? Wait, I'll just log in really fast. Darn it, I want to eat lunch. The score was 145 to 144. Did I have a bad KDR? Oh my God, look at this. I lost it for the team. I had 1 more death than I had kills. Just terrible. You suck, Adam. Okay, yeah, I'm done here. So let me go load up the lunch list. Remove from lunch BRB. Cool. Now let's do this. That didn't work. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Okay, so here are the people for lunch BRB. BRB lunch 40M. All right, I'll be back in about 30 something minutes, and when I get back, I'll be back for 3+ hours. Probably about 3 hours. Yeah. Okay, thanks for watching, everybody, so far, and I'll see you after lunch. Okay, I'm back. I just stumbled upon this. Looks pretty cool. Love to see more programming games. Does anybody know if the JS code will be executed locally or on the server? I will respond right now just saying to tell me when you're back. I mean, in short, it's on the server. But usually there's a follow-up question to that. What happened, Digite? Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, so wooden potato wedges. The JavaScript is run on the server. And, yeah. Whisper says, I was watching a video and I heard you sniffling. Yeah. And hey again, Leaftopia. Alright, so this is, I believe, the next thing worth doing here. Node.js VM? No, it's actually not running a VM. 6 says, what was for lunch? So I want to do a blog post on this at some point, wooden potato wedges. The way that the code is run is that first I form an AST out of it using ESPrima. So I get the abstract syntax tree. Then this entire class here, this 1,500 lines of code, goes through and verifies that you can do everything that you should be able to do and not the stuff that you shouldn't be able to do. And I don't let you use full JavaScript anyway. So if I go into the game, I can show you a little bit about this. What was for lunch? So I had chicken sandwiches. It's like my lazy lunch. Sloan says, debating whether to wait for MacBook Pro 2016 or just get the Surface Book now. There's a website, I don't know what it's called, that tells you whether you should buy a Mac product right now or not, just based on what their release cycle is. But as for whether you should get a MacBook or a Surface, it's whatever you're more comfortable with, I guess. Anyway, let's do this. So here's how code execution works in Botland. And like I said, I want to make a blog post on this at some point. You call a function that I defined for you, great, it's callable. You make a function yourself, foo, great, that's callable too. You try to call a function that does not exist in any of the known functions list, like you're trying to call a function named eval, but it's not recognized as a built-in function, then you can't call this. So you could never deploy code like this, it just wouldn't work. You could go define the eval function. So I could say that this was just called eval and then delete this line. But this doesn't do what you might expect. Your code gets translated a bit. So if we say this debug main dot software validator as set logging enabled true, and then we change this code. So I like showing it this way. This is code that you write, and here is code that it got changed into. So you just wrote eval and you defined eval, but then your code got changed into this. It put your eval into a namespace and it put check time calls in here. That is to prevent infinite loops. So you can write an infinite loop in Botland, but it's not really going to do anything bad. You could write for, let's just do this. So this is an infinite loop. I don't think anyone would disagree. I deploy that bot, and I also deploy a bot that just moves randomly. And you can see that the bot moving randomly is working. So this infinite loop has not just shut down the game or something like that. These check time calls let it know when to bail out, which is actually about 50 milliseconds. And then your bot gets punished, by the way. So if you do write something that takes too long, your bot will sit around for even longer its next turn. Can you access stuff like this.caller.callee and so forth? No, you can't. So member expressions are only allowed in very limited senses. So if you say, first of all, this isn't even allowed. You just can't use this. But let's say you got some bot equals find closest enemy bot, and then you said bot dot caller or something like that. You can't just use random things. You could use bot dot x. That's legal, although you'd have to set it to something. You can't change bot dot x. So this is not allowed. And even by saying bot dot x, it's not actually what you think that is either. The code translates to this executor.getX bot. And the reason why is because you can't necessarily even see the bot, so you shouldn't be able to get its x coordinate. And yeah, Whispers, you probably don't have access to the game right now. Oops, sorry, I typed the wrong thing. Yeah, does not have a valid pre-beta account. If you want to get access to the game, go to bot.land/pre-beta, which is this page. and you can find out how to join. I think you've played before. I think so. Yeah, so wooden potato wedges, let me know if that answers all your questions. And at some point, I'll just write the blog post up. It'll take a lot of time. This sounds so much fun to break. Yeah, be my guest. If you get access to the game, and you could always ask someone for points if you want. I mean, you could play it right now, and you could try breaking this. And if you find a way to break it, that's great. There is one thing that is eventually going to be allowed that's broken, but not in a security sense. Arrays just totally don't work. Like, you can't push to an array. You can't... I don't know. There's a whole lot of stuff that's not working with arrays. So if you are going to test this, don't use arrays. But here is the most disappointing thing for people who try breaking it, is that you can't even define objects. And so you're not expected to be able to access just random properties of things. Yeah, okay, Whispers, yeah, you did have access. So in that case, you just need to sign up again, because I wipe out all of the accounts every Sunday. So here's what I'm thinking of doing for this. You could say like hardware, or I could say, balance mods. This would just be an array of, we could say something like this. ID, this would be shield, lasers, let's say. Property would be damage. And this all needs to come from hardware constants. So yeah, we have range, damage. So property, damage, value, 50, and then tier would probably be here too, 2. Or you could say all, or something like that. I'll say 2. Digitay says, I was thinking, why do I have 6 PowerShell files? Just function them all into one. But I have a major issue, so I cannot do that. I need my PowerShell to be run as a domain user, which is forced through another PowerShell script, which then passes the credentials onto another file when running. So I cannot run a function on the file with domain user permissions because the file is already running. What does this do? You could always copy the script into a totally different script and then run the copy. I don't know. As soon as you mention domain user, I feel like you have to be doing this for work. And although I've used PowerShell, I never liked it. I don't like Batch, I don't like PowerShell. I don't mind Bash, although even then I feel like Python is just so much better for all this stuff. It just doesn't interact with the shell as nicely. Okay, anyway, balance mods. This is where I'm thinking of making any modifications to any piece of hardware you have. And I think this is a pretty suitable API for this, and if you don't specify tier, it just does this on all the tiers. Whisper says, so I have to spend points every time I want to play? You don't. You only have to spend points every week. So Sunday is when your account is deleted. Void Dreamer says, what's going on right now? Hey, Void Dreamer. I don't think anything's going on right now. And Weedley, who's there? So yeah, Whispers, I don't know how many points you have. Let's find out. You have 25. So yeah, if you got 20 points from someone else, you'd be able to play again. And then you'd be able to play until Sunday. So the number of points it cost was actually a very carefully calibrated number, but then I lowered it a lot so that people would want to play more. Anyway, balance mods, I got to do this. So the first thing is to make the API. Make it so that you can specify hardware values for the JSON. Yeah. So let's go modify the balance server. Actually, that I should leave open. So balance tester. Now the way I kind of do this in test simulation server, I say set hardware, or set property on all hardware. I get the hardware data, I get the tier information, I iterate through it, and I set this thing. This is done on the test simulation server, which extends the simulation server. I could just duplicate this function. Aw, Echo, that's very nice of you. You've given out a lot of points. Does it make sense for me to duplicate this? It doesn't make sense for me to put it in the simulation server. Although there's no reason it can't go there. Clients could get access to it, but they'd already have access to really anything else. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to have this duplicated, but it's not code I want the user having. Okay, so I don't want to duplicate this, but I don't want users to have access to it either. Putting it in the simulation, it needs to be accessible to the test simulation server and the balance tester. So basically test classes. What I could do is I could make a test util kind of function. Hardware data, does this use this at all? It doesn't. Okay, then the best way to accommodate this would be to make another function. Oh yeah, where's the keyboard cam? Sorry, I forgot to re-enable that. Thanks for asking, Cipro. In fact, let me give you a point. So I think the best solution is to create a test util or something along those lines, but it would have to exist in the client. Are you planning on adding a follow function? It exists as far as I'd like to add it, I think. It exists in the form of move to. So you have terminator movement, move to entity. This is basically follow. So follow in most games is a persistent action, as in you are entity A, you want to follow entity B, so you say A follow B, and then wherever B moves, it follows it, right? But you write your AI based on one step at a time. So this is essentially all you need to follow someone. Okay, so if I make a test util, fine, let's try this out. So balance tester. Wait a second, this doesn't need to be very complex though. This code shouldn't even appear. It wouldn't get bundled in. Yeah, maybe this will be fine. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I should put this. I think putting it here is okay, or actually including the balance tester. Okay, here's what I'll do. Let's save. So I have inventory util. This just exports functions. Yeah, let's do something like this. Yeah, just get rid of that. Oh man, I can't click things. Why is this pasting weirdly? Okay, there we go. So this is going to be set, whatever this thing is already called, set property on all hardware. And it's got to take it, well, let's just copy paste the function. Doesn't make sense not to do that. There. So there's our function. This does not access anything other than hardware constants, I think. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So we just need hardware constants. Hardware constants. We put this into here. Is this the right path though? Balance util.js. Oh, if you get the game every week, your bot coins will be deleted. No, it's there are soft resets and there are hard resets. Soft resets are where nothing is deleted, you're just prevented from accessing your account. And hard resets are where, yeah, it's as though you never played before. And I don't know how frequently I'll perform hard resets, but I'm going to try to perform them as infrequently as possible. At some point, let's say 2-3 weeks from now, there will be enough new stuff in the game where I'll say, all right, guys, it's time to do a hard reset. I want you to act as though you're playing for real. And yeah, everything will be gone. Wheatley says, I can't wait for damage over time effects, so I want to make a defensive bot with that. That's actually coming up probably this week. Damage over time effect. There are 2 we have planned, fire and acid. Fire won't stack, acid will stack. Well, kind of. Fire will always just refresh the duration to the maximum. So let's say you had a flamethrower in the game, and its ability, like level 1 was apply fire for 2 turns, and level 2 was 3 turns or something like that. So the way fire will work is you can't be any more on fire than you already are. So if level 2 gets applied when you already had level 1, it'll just get reset to 3 turns. If this gets hit, you get to hit 10 times with this, it's reset to 3 turns. That's it. The way acid's going to work is increase current acid duration by X turns. So let's say there was some weapon like acid lasers or something like that, and level 1 would say apply acid for plus 2 turns. So the difference here is the plus. If you get hit with 10 applications of level 2 acid lasers, you have 30 turns of acid on you. So you're probably going to die. It does not mean that each turn you're taking more damage. You're taking the same amount as though you had 1 turn of acid on you. So hopefully that makes sense. Whisper says, well, if you get the game every week... Oh, wait, whoops, sorry. Never mind. You already said that. Or I already responded to that. Wheatley said, seriously? Yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to get the states into the game of flamethrower, acid, slow, and stun. And then once I have those states, it'll be, okay, let's go make stun lasers. Let's go make, not flamethrower probably, but maybe like fire missiles or something like that. Anyway, I think this is good. We go up, so we're in JavaScript, so we go up to public, up to client node. So we need one more dot here. Then we need to include this from wherever. Set property on all hardware. Oh boy. I don't think this is going to be fun. It always exists in the test simulation server. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. Because now this comes from a different location. Okay, well, it's a utility function, so I guess we search for this. And we replace it with just set property on all hardware. I should really look through these first. Elastic Man says, how much will you make this game? Do you mean how long will it take? Because it's probably going to take another 14 months, maybe 13 months. Please make damage over time. I think, okay, so here's the thing about Botland that might be a little bit different for most damage over time weapons. You don't have the full information about the enemy. Whereas in most games, like if you were to play World of Warcraft and you apply a damage over time effect on the enemy, you can already see what damage over time effects are there, how much damage your things do, how much life they roughly have. In Botland, you won't be able to see, for example, is that bot, do they have 5 turns of acid? Do they have 0 turns of acid? Do they have 100? You won't be able to get that information. You'll only know how many times you applied it to the enemy. And even then, it's not... Anyway, it'll be different. We'll have to talk about this. And there will be cosmetic options for the bots. That's planned. It's just not in the game yet because we don't have graphics. So set property on all hardware. These are all of thises in here. Changing all of these is fine. So I can just blanket replace them. Will DOT be able to kill? Not set them at 1 HP. Yeah, DOT will be able to kill. Yep. Alright, so set property on all hardware, that's done. Then TSS, this needs to be checked as well. Then I think we're good to go and make these changes. Let me just scroll through these quickly. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay, so let's change this. Replace. Not graphics. Have you seen the perfectly shaped black square artillery shot? Uh-oh, what's going on here? It's pretty weird. Well, let's try this out. I gotta run the test before I commit this. Okay, now that that's done, now everywhere that we just modified, I now need to include, so let's delete this function entirely. Let's copy paste that before I forget. We put this into here. Good, good, good. And then set property on all hardware comes from balance util. So import balance util from client public JavaScript balance util. I already screwed this up. Tisk Atom. Set property on all hardware needs to be this. And that's also not how this works. Star as. We'll get there. We'll get there. Same thing with arena test and buff test. So just need to use these. There's that and there's that. So set property on all hardware. We just say balance util. And set property on all hardware. We say balance util. Okay, so every single instance should have been updated. Now the only last instance to use is in here. And then we gotta just be careful about how we implement this. So I'm gonna take this, put this here, and then this comes from /. Perfect. So now I have balance util. Now, when we parse the JSON, we're going to pull out balance mods. So let's say this .set balance modifications shouldn't be set, it should be apply. Okay, config. We're going to do, well, let's get all the balance mods out of here first. So const balance mods equals config.balance mods. If not, util.exist balance mods, and just return, spell return correctly. Am I going to make the graphics or is someone else? I am certainly not going to make the graphics. So I talk a little bit more about the graphics in that video, which is now a little bit dated. We have 4 contractors who are doing artwork, but it's been a little slow getting some of this stuff. So we're still in conversations with them and we're trying to work this out. So yeah, I hope to produce another one of those videos sometime. I don't know when. I'm hoping in the next 2 months. But we're going to need art at some point. So balance util. So first, let's iterate over these. Actually, let's do it this way. And this is probably not how I should be doing things either. I think just using low dashes for each is probably fine. Collection iterate, yeah. Underscore dot for each. Balance mods. Then we take a mod and we make it this function and we call it this. So the mod needs these things: hardware ID, property name, property value. But this function needs to change. Atom top of R watch people code. Oh wow. Let me go take a look. Watch people code. Boop. Oh, that probably explains the higher viewer numbers today. Nice. Well, cool. I wonder what this person was doing. Struggle learning React and Redux. So here I should take in a tier number. And this shouldn't be on all hardware. Oh man, okay, fine. So function set property on hardware, hardware ID, tier number. That should really go at the end. Maybe I just do this here. And I change the name of this. Set property on hardware. And then I say tier number equals null. So let tier number in tier information. Specific tier number. Okay, so if, how do I want to do this? I don't need to get all the tier information here. All tier information, tier number, get all, yeah, I don't need to do this. Okay, so if util.exist, and that means we need to include util in here. So if util.exist, specific tier number, then we just say hardware data. I think we can say get tier information, yeah. Hardware data dot get tier information, tier number. property name equals property value. Otherwise, get all of the tier information and update it for everything. Okay. This is no longer true. I gotta write a whole bunch of other comments here. Make sure to run the test. Make sure to read over comments from modified functions. Yeah. And then rename this function everywhere. So let's rename it. Set property on hardware. Set hardware property? Yeah, set hardware property. Okay, they should modify 4 files, I think. 5 files. Okay, now we finally can use this. So we have balance mods, ID property. Let's just copy paste all these over to here. So we're going to do balance util dot set hardware property mod dot ID. There. ID property value tier number. And the tier might not exist, and that's fine. And that's it. That function should be complete, other than the lack of commas here. So now, in order to test this, here's what I'm going to do. We have lasers level 3 and artillery 1. I want to change this. Let's do this. So we're going to make lasers 2 versus lasers 3 with exactly the same code, except for, no, that's actually fine. Yeah. So lasers 2 versus lasers 3. And we're going to not have balance mods in there at all. No, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Darn it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so let me put this over here and this over here. And filter ASDFG. So we're going to change this to JSON.stringify this and then run our, yeah, cool. So they're going to shoot lasers at each other. We expect, what do we expect? The team that says missiles above them to lose. So yeah, red team should be losing, and fancy that, they totally are. And it makes sense. They have weaker lasers, and the blue team has regen on them. So great, but now we're going to make it so that lasers tier 2 is going to do 5,000 damage. And now we're going to try this again. So we do A equals JSON.stringify. Okay, now let's see. Now, oh, well, the score is 22-6. I got to reset that. But yeah, the lasers should be one-hit kill from red team. Are they? It doesn't look like it. No, they're not. So something screwed up. ID lasers. Property damage value 5,000 tier 2. Weird. Okay, let's put a breakpoint and apply balance modifications. So balance tester, apply balance modifications. And I'm just going to rerun this. So this function gets hit, and we have balance mods. So we go over each one, and whoop, nope, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, let's run this again. There. Now I hit this. So the mod itself is what? Lasers, damage, value. Yeah, this should all be fine. Specific tier number should be set to 2. Yeah, good. Hardware data, we should have lasers. Yeah. Tier number, okay. What does this do? This should be set to something, set to 5,000. What's going on then? Oh, Digite, your typing has been top-notch lately. Yeah, so Whispers, if you want to figure out if you've been attacked, you can just say if life is less than 1,000. This will tell you if you've been attacked. You've been attacked. But you might really think that you can dodge lasers or missiles. Maybe that's what you mean. And no, that's not possible. It's not possible because lasers and missiles are instantaneous and they have animation time, but that's not time for you to dodge. That's just for you as a player to understand what's happening in the game. Artillery has a travel time, but you can't dodge those either because you're not allowed to get where the utility or the artillery shells are going to land, and you will never be able to do that. So artillery is not meant for you to dodge. It's meant for the attacker to possibly miss. It sounds like two different ways to phrase the same thing, but it's not quite. There's a different intention there, and responsibility lays on a different person. Falls on a different person. So what's weird here is that when I do damage, it's not pulling the right damage out of these things. Fire lasers. Let's see. Fire lasers implementation. We get hardware tier data for lasers. And interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong here. So the damage is applied instantly. Yes. Leaftopia says the link for the light control doesn't work. Let me see what's going on there. Leaftopia. Did you already use it earlier? I'm scrolling up in chat right now to try to find out. Oh, you probably got it yesterday, didn't you? Yeah, because it doesn't look like it sent you one today. Well, I can send you a new one. Here you go. There. Did you break it? No, I don't think it was broken. I think Leaftopia was trying to use yesterday's link. But I gave Leaftopia another link, so if I see my room change colors, I will know that everything worked. Usually, it does not take this long. Well, whatever. We'll see. Okay, so I'd expect this to work, and this is setting the data correctly. So now we go into code execution system, and we take a look at laser hardware. Yeah, there we go. So this should get hit. What is going on right now? This jumped down to here. I want to put a breakpoint here. No. Okay, can we? Nope, we can't put a breakpoint anywhere here. That's pretty annoying. Huh. Okay, let's just go here again. Why did this get formatted so strangely, though? I shouldn't have any formatting. Oh, this is the transpiled code, though. But then formatting it should allow me to put a breakpoint wherever I want, and it doesn't. It puts it here. This is bad. I don't really know what to do here. That was stupid of me. So what do I do at this point? I guess I'll try this one more time just to make sure I didn't screw something up. So if I put that and then put use shield, does it work? Whispers. So the way that code works in Botland is that I don't know if you're using Blockly or JavaScript, but if you're using Blockly, you'll see in the Terminator section, these are things that don't connect to other pieces. So if you try to do something like this and put a move beneath another one, it doesn't latch on, it doesn't connect at all. So if you were to say this, move right, move down, you'll only ever move right because these things it's not even really a valid program. So from JavaScript, it's not so obvious. From JavaScript, you could say move right, move down, but it's not going to work that way. You have to treat these as though they have implicit returns here. So I hope that clarifies it a little bit. So just if it's a Terminator, then it will stop your code as soon as you try to run it. Judge Bacon says, can you make it so we can spend points to control lights? It would take more work than you probably think it would. And that's why I'm probably not going to end up doing that. But I do have giveaways, regular giveaways. All right, so the issue I was running into, and let's see if I fix this, although I doubt it. I don't think I fixed this. We take all this code that I had and we set this, and then the red team should kill the blue team in one hit. No, it's not working. Okay, well, that's when we go into the code execution system and just manually set console.log. So hardware tiered data, we have tier number and we have damage. So we can say tier number laser hardware dot tier number. Actually, we should. Is there? No, there isn't. These are treated as just structs. So tier number plus damage laser hardware dot damage. So this is almost definitely going to print numbers I don't expect, because, well, I just said a paradox. How can it print numbers I don't expect if I'm expecting those numbers? But yeah, I expected to print very low numbers because it's broken. And that's really the only reason why. So JSON.stringify this, launch that, cool. So now when they go to shoot their lasers, the ones on the right, oh, it's not even printing. Oh, right, yeah, it's because of this. Tier 2 is doing 300 damage. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, did I do anything else here? Arena test, set hardware property. No. Okay, how about this? I might as well just try this. What if I just didn't specify a tier? A equals JSON.stringify. There. Cannot assign to read-only property damage of 5,000. What? Yeah, what? Is it this? Whisper says, no, what I'm trying to say is if I get damaged, then can I put use shield? Is it going to work? So I think this is probably like, all right, how do I explain this? Because I don't know exactly where the confusion is. So I'm going to just explain stuff and it may or may not stick. Shield is a buff. It lasts, let's say 5 turns, lasts 5 turns, or until it has absorbed 300 damage. I'm making up numbers, whichever comes first. So on your bot's turn, you can choose to shield yourself, and then you'll be protected for up to either 5 turns or 300 damage. The way that turns work in Botland is that your bot gets a turn once every second. So if an enemy got their turn and shot you, and then you get your turn, you can't go back in time and then shield the shot. So again, I'm not totally sure where the confusion was or if I even addressed it just now. So let me know. I don't want to negate the damage, I just want to protect my bot after your bot is hit. Yeah, so here's what you could do. You could do something like this. I know this is probably going to be a little bit more verbose than you want it to be. But anyway, you could say was hit, or last life equals 1,000. And then you can say if life is less than last life, then I was hit, and last life equals life. So you can do this code. This code is all you need. And then in here, so use your shield if you can. You can say something like if can shield, then shield. So this is the code that you'd want. So I'll put this on Pastebin, and yeah, you can use it. If you want, you can code the same thing in Blockly. It would be possible there too. So I'll let this exist for a day, unlisted. We paste that into chat, and there you go. So this would be doable. Now, why is this failing? Alright, so we try that same thing I had before. Are they going to kill each other in one hit? Yes, they do. Okay, so I just can't set this for specific tiers for some reason. That is strange. Also, this is really slow. Why is it that slow? I don't know. Well, if we set this to 1, it'd be incredibly fast. Yeah. The meat grinder. Okay, now I can't even use my computer. Okay, yep. Alright, and now my CPU should go back to normal, and you guys will be able to see me again. Great! Hey, Var, yeah, the keyboard is an ergonomic keyboard there. So this worked for all tiers, but now I still can't get this to work for just a single tier. For tier 2, I pass in a specific tier number, mod.tier, yeah. And then if that's set, I do this. So what's wrong? Get all tier information, tier number, property name, tier information. I don't know. Okay, let tier information equal this. Tier information, yeah, that. But this doesn't work. And I don't know why. I don't see why it would fail. Unless maybe... Oh, wait. Yeah, it's this. Oh, darn it, it's this. It's not get all tier information. It's get tier information. Where's hardware data? Get tier information. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Where is the balance util? Yeah, okay, I think that was the problem. So here's what should happen now. I've set lasers tier 2 and only tier 2 to 5,000 damage. So the blue bots, let's name this blue and this red. The blue bots should... Wait, why are these blue? They're the first bots to be deployed. Player 0. Huh, okay. Anyway, the blue bots should win the fight because they do 5,000 damage and the other lasers don't. Monadic Bind says, why is your CPU chugging all of a sudden? It's because I turned off hyper-threading. I wanted to see if it had an impact in, real-world computation, and turns out it does. So I'll be turning that back on once I shut down my computer next time. And Wasabi, that was my initial hunch. Don't you have to use tier 1 because arrays are 0 based? But I was just using the wrong function because I account for that inside those functions. So now I can say a equals json.stringify. I paste this in, and then I run this just like before. And I'm going to set the time to a little bit slower than normal. So now we'll see red team will get 1-hit kills, but they need to be one range closer to the blue team. Blue can shoot from 5 tiles, red can shoot from 4 tiles away. But blue takes, I think, 3 hits to kill, and red takes 1 hit to kill. So I would expect red team to win here. And yeah, that's what's happening. Red team is crushing it. So cool. This is possible. So now anything can be set. There are a couple of things that can't be exactly. But I could do something like this. I could say missiles range is equal to 7. This would be bonkers. Like, this would be crazy. So now we put missiles level 3. And I'm going to write specific code just to take advantage of this. Although this is really just... I'm doing this for fun at this point. Where is increased sensor range? It's not there. So we got to take it from here. If can activate sensors. And then we want the whole move to middle code. Move to middle. Alright, so this is the code that I want. We're going to join all of that. Going to get rid of all the spaces. Paste this into here. And now blue team is going to be incredibly overpowered. Well, maybe not incredibly. The damage didn't go up. In fact, if I give the missiles 1, it won't be so overpowered. Let's just try this out. This is, by the way, this is a real scenario that I'm testing right now. We have missiles, and then we'll probably want a variation on missiles called something like long-range missiles, where yeah, the range is 7, but the damage is as though it were level 1. So yeah, let's see how this performs. What else? Wait, is red the team with the red color or with the text red? So the text and the color are the same color. So I don't totally know how to answer that question other than just saying that. And then Judge Bacon says, what does the sensors part of the code do? So sensors, I wonder if this is on the wiki so far. Wiki.bot.land coding. It might be, and if it is, I'll just kind of point you there. It's not. Okay, well, activate sensors. Your sensor range is 5 by default. If you call activate sensors, it goes up to 7 for, I think, 3 turns. So this is only really useful for artillery, or if you really want to check, hey, are there any enemies anywhere near me, then you'd use activate sensors. But it's intended to be used for artillery. Or maybe detecting landmines even. But, okay, let's try this out. So red team, oh, I see. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I named the teams wrong. That's what you were telling me. All right, got it. Yeah, I gotta reverse that. So yeah, look, blue team can fire from very, very far away. Well, you're not actually really seeing it work. They can shoot up to 7 tiles away. Yeah, so here, we just saw one shoot up to 6 tiles away. And they're still getting... Actually, wait a second. What are the scores? It's 5-8. The red team is actually winning. Wow, I guess range matters more than damage does. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, and with this information, we would probably say, okay, this is not balanced. Let's increase laser damage by 50 and just across the board and see what happens. And then, yeah. Is bot.land in progress, alpha, or beta? So... Bot.land is the name of the site. So I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I'll just answer both questions. The site is a piece of trash. The site is something I made in like 30 minutes to just get something up and running. The game is currently in what I'm calling pre-beta, which I'm naming that way because there's no distinct alpha phase. So because there's no real difference between alpha and before we get to the alpha, I'm just naming it all pre-beta. So I wouldn't even say it's an alpha yet if I were using traditional naming for this stuff. Can you do something so you can test your bots by putting an enemy bot? Whispers, you can't do that, but I could just join the server and deploy bots so you can play against someone. And yeah, Wasabi, I just realized what you meant there. Points give Wasabi 1, yeah. I named these things wrong. This should have been red and this should have been blue. That makes much more sense. Actually, it doesn't make much more sense. The team colors, the blue team is defined first. So why? I don't understand this. I specify the red bots first, apparently. Yeah. Oh, I know what it is. At least I think I know what it is. Okay, so on the balance test, here's what happens. Down here, I set... No, what? I set this to 0. What? The first player will have set team ID of 0 because I will be 0 and I is less than the total number of players divided by 2. And 0 is the blue team. Yeah, that I don't understand that. I'm gonna look into that a little bit more. Figure out why the 0th player is the blue team. Is it playable now? Yeah, it is, Leaftopia. Oh. I only just saw. Sorry. Sorry, I was responding to a whisper that I only just noticed. And hey, Sound of Gaming. Okay, so make sure to run the test, make sure to read over the comments of the modified functions, and then figure out why the 0th player is the blue team. That's just for my own curiosity. Other than that, this is working. So this is pretty good. And I like the conclusion I came to there. I'm pretty happy with this. We can get rid of this. This I've got to be very careful about deleting. Team 3 versus 3. So at this point, I think we're good. It would be stats that come up next, and stats are a pretty involved feature, I think. Oh yeah, I was supposed to connect to the server and then deploy bots. So right now, I believe Whispers is playing. Oh, but the red team is not playing. Oh wait, yes it is. The game just hasn't started. Okay, I'm gonna deploy artillery bots. So artillery, and I am on the blue team. So let's move to the right. There. Okay, so in 3 seconds I should be able to deploy. There we go. Now where's the red team? Okay. Yeah, so my bots have just clumped up in the corner down here, which is what I told them to do. But Wasabi is nowhere near me, so Wasabi is going to be invincible to my bots. Oh well. Alright. Yeah, let me get ready to check this in then. I gotta clean up the comments and everything. And before let me do this. Alright, so balance tester. What did we add here? Apply balance modifications. Applies all of the balance changes from the config JSON object, the parsed JSON object, the parsed config JSON object, and then return nothing, and that's it. We just go through each mod and we just set some things pretty basically. It's not an involved function. Then we called this here too. That's it. Seems pretty good. Okay, code execution system. I do not need this line of code at all. Revert. Next up. Oh yeah, these are a bunch of name changes, which is why I've got to run the test. So BLT run. And while that's working, we'll go look over the rest of the code here. Yep, CPU use is too high. Got to turn on hyperthreading again. What a waste of a stream. Gonna have so many freezes in the video for this stream. And balance util. So all of the tests passed. 357. That's pretty good. That means we didn't break anything. That's very good. So where do I write inventory util? Did I write this here? No, I did not. Okay, so this file exists so that the balance tester, which is a development only feature, and the test code can modify hardware properties without this code ever showing up on a real player's machine, even Minify. The reason it doesn't show up in the client, well, yeah, because this is only imported from dev-only code. Yeah, so this basically, the reason I wrote this here is don't ever try including this when I'm doing a production build. So I might say, oh, hey, here's a function I wrote that I should really try to use. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't include anything from here. Frequently, you want to be able to reason about hardware dealing a certain amount of damage. For example, we may have coded the lasers in the real game to do 100 damage or 300 damage at level 1, but we changed it to 350 later. We need to make sure this number doesn't change for our tests. This function also comes in handy for trying out balance changes. Okay, this function will set a property on all hardware tiers on, how do I phrase this? This function will set a property on either the specified hardware tier or all tiers. e.g. damage on lasers, chance to reflect on reflect. Okay, great. So hardware ID, hardware to modify, good property thing here, and then this is a number of specific tier number. And we say if defined, the modification will only be applied to the specified tier number of hardware. Otherwise, it will be applied to all of them. Cool. Yeah, and as for the function itself, I think this is pretty straightforward. It's kind of hacky. Like, you shouldn't be calling directly into property names, but this is for test code. Monadic Bind says, didn't you recently turn hyperthreading on? No, it's always been on. I thought you turned it on yesterday for the first time, or is that something else? No, so yesterday I changed my power options so that... Actually, yes, I didn't even keep those changes because I didn't see a point in keeping them. My biggest question yesterday was, why was my CPU, when it was seemingly maxed out, why was it stuck at 60%? Like, how did I use the other 40% of my CPU? And it turns out it's all a lie. So yeah, that's where hyperthreading presents logical CPUs to your machine, but because the physical ones are all completely taken up, the logical ones can't be used to their maximum. So it shows 60% despite that you're at 100. However, because of how it handles threading differently, things become more or less responsive. And I also think OBS has some setting in it to basically just stop rendering once your CPU hits 60%. So it was like a perfect storm of problems, and I'm going to turn on hyperthreading as soon as I end the stream. So then tomorrow we'll see how things work. Anyway, so this is done. So it is now possible in the balance tester to set arbitrary properties of hardware, e.g. damage on lasers, range on missiles. This was already possible in the test simulation server, so I just moved that code to somewhere that was still accessible by this test/debug code, but because I'm not importing it from production code, it won't ever appear on players' machines. Great. That's done. So run the test, change the comments, figure out why the 0th player is on the blue team. Yeah, I actually totally don't know about this. Let's take a look. It is a little bit strange, right? So you are the 0th player and you're on the red team. Is that not the case? Debug main dot simulation server dot player depot dot get player by ID 0. You guys can see the yo part of that. So you is set to 0 and you're on the red team. So then why when I run this, where's the code? Man, come on. Here. We'll just set this to 20,000. So now we have player 0 is still you. Oh, I never deleted the old players. Oh, man. But that should never matter, right? Oh, I don't follow what's going on. I need to delete those players. Every time I hit... No, this still doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. Wooden Potato Wedges says, I'm amazed at how much you comment your code and how much you document for the future. I wish I had that discipline. Well, thank you. And yeah, I'd say good code doesn't need documentation or comments. Yeah, I see what Judge Bacon is saying. Like, you should be able to look through a function and say, okay, I can tell what this is doing. And that's a consequence of not having a whole lot of horizontal complexity and having small composable functions in your code. I don't always abide by that. This is kind of an exception because this is test code. I do try to keep things at least a little bit shorter or understandable. Okay, did I just close that JSON file? I did not mean to do that. Botland balance .json here. So yeah, bots 0, players 0. Wait a second. Oh, this is very bad. No, it's not. One red. Wait a second. I don't know what's going on. All right, I'm going to try this again because this is really perplexing me right now. Stringify. Maybe there's no problem is what I'm coming down to now. One red. No, there is no problem. The red team is defined first. How did this... Or is this random? What's going on here? If I refresh this and run this again, does it work exactly the same way? Yeah, okay. I don't know. That was weird. I'm pretty sure on stream I had this set to blue. And the missiles team was blue. Was it? Was that ever the case? No, wait a sec. Yeah, something is screwed up. Because red team should be on the right side. Okay. I'm so confused here. We get the 0th player. Great. We set their team ID. Great. Then we deploy a bunch of bots for them. And then based on their team ID... Oh, I know what's happening. I'm only setting this on the simulation server. The client has a different view into who these people are. Okay. How do I fix this? Yeah, I don't know how I can fix this. The shared player.js. This keeps track of your team ID. Yep. And then your color is based on, well, apparently your name. Where did I do this? Team ID. So then client arena, render entities. No, it's the bot that has a color. Oh man, I don't remember any of this stuff. Arena, client arena. So then a color needs to be taken from somewhere. Where is this? Where is this used? Color isn't ever applied here. Tint. Bot assemblage. Bot assemblage has a sprite. I'm drawing a blank right now. Oh, I'm not in the right arena. Okay, yeah, there was the problem. All right, so here's the tint. So Zapper resource bot color. Color is get color for player. Get color for player comes from here. We check their team ID, and we set a color for them. And the team IDs are never serialized across the network after being sent the first time. So I need to start a brand new game. I wonder if I can just manipulate the server in such a way that I could do that. This is just a bad idea. Print team scores, grant buff to player, player shows buff, player joined game. Started new game. Reset all player stats, reset all player buff data. I should call both of these. Wipe out all entities, generate buffs, scramble teams, delete offline players. Yeah, I should do all of this stuff. And then finally, scramble teams is what's interesting about this. This calls set player team on everything. Okay, great. So let's just further butcher this. I serve router. Hey, it does exist. Why does this exist? In the game server? Jeez. Alright, so every time I set the team ID, I just need to do this. But I don't have a repro for this, so I can't test whether I fixed this or not. simulation server. Hey, Tupperbox. Wasabi says, well, I should go. I'm kind of tired and I have to go to school. All right, see ya. And thanks for joining. Thanks for playing. Router actions. I don't have this, that's for sure. Well, there's nothing stopping me from getting it. Router actions. There. And then team ID to assign is going to be const team ID to assign equals this. Cool. And Capillara. Okay, I think this will work. Now I think the first player will always be the red player. But I don't know how this broke to begin with. Alright, let's try again. Wow. Just when you think you have something figured out, a blue bot has a red name. Oh boy. Where is this coming from? So here I set the team ID to 0 for the 0th player. 0th team ID makes them a red player. And then when I go and deploy a bot, how does that work? Let's just close all the rest of these things. Actually, not that. Serve arena. Create bot. So the tile X must be figured out based on the team. Well, it's find unoccupied tile. We pass in the owner. Yeah, oh man. Prefer the left side if the team ID is 0. Oh, wait, then, huh. That's curious. Team ID 0 is blue. Oh, what? This always said blue. I could have sworn I looked at this before and I said, yeah, the 0 team is red. Oh, well, then there's no bug anymore. I just need to fix this and change this from blue to red. And then we're good. Ooh, Capillara, what are the eBay things you're waiting for? Check it out. All right, we got the blue team versus the red team now. Everything's cool. I mean, I set the tick time to 20 seconds, so it's going to take forever. I can set it to 10 seconds. There. It's still going to take forever. It'll take less forever now. Okay, so that was a real bug. I need to comment this somewhere. So we changed the server's player depot. Now we need to tell the client. There's that, and then changing these things too was pretty important. Reset player stats, reset buff data. However, nothing's going to tell the client about that either. Which I just thought of right now. So, start a new game. Or does it? Shared player depot. Reset all. Yeah, this just needs to be called in both places. Okay. Well, this dot main. Change the client's player depot to. I'm pretty sure this is gonna break. Reset all player stats. Then we actually have to call update player and leaderboard. Maybe I can just call this start a new game. Yeah, maybe I can do that. Let's try that out. Update everything on the client. We reset team scores, buff choices, buff summary UI, buff data, dispatch a wipe leaderboard, and then add all the players again. So what this means is, if I refresh this, So I'll deploy some bots. I'll make them move relatively quickly. We'll let them get some points here. So we should see the score of some of these players go up. Okay, good. So YRAI and U have been modified. Now I reset this, and now they're back down to 0. So perfect. So yeah, this is working much better now. The only other thing I'd have to do, there's stats, and then there's deploying this. So that's done. Add stats, and then deploy this code somewhere. Not sure where yet. Maybe a new VM. And that's why figuring out Docker would be pretty nice. I actually have no way whatsoever to do this right now. The only way I can deploy this code is to make sure that I'm not setting node end equals production. So let's check in the bug fix. Fixed a bug where in the balance tester where the client classes weren't being updated. This resulted in strange team colors sometimes. Also artifacts like team score / buffs carrying over between tests. Okay. Alright, that's been checked in and pushed. So adding stats, putting documentation online. Man, adding stats. Like life healed, all of that. I have the concept of player stats. Player stats. Player.reset stats. Okay, that's not too helpful. Reset stats. So we have a game stats. Game stats looks like this. Stats. Base stat object. Get stat names. Reset. I have the concept of numeric stats and regular stats. Installing them. Wow. Wow. There is a lot. I apparently designed this before I did it. So yeah, maybe adding in new base stats. Where are stats right now? There's a whole folder for them. KDR stat, numeric stat, game stats. So I think I make numeric stats with names. So there's a kill stat that happens to be numeric, and there's a death stat. So I can make something like life regen. Maybe I should do that. A Blue Yeti and a Logitech C920. C920. This is probably better than my webcam. Yep, I can tell based on just having 1080p written on it. And what'd you get? A Blue Yeti mic? Where are the prices for this? Apparently can't do things this way. Whatever. Oh, here they are. 130. Cool. Well, I know what they are now, Capillara. Unless you're talking about Doritos Flamin' Hot. Whisper says there's a button that says if blue team or red team. No, there isn't. There will be eventually. For now, Whispers, if you want to do that, and I know this is really bad, but you could say is red team equals x is greater than arena width divided by 2. If is red team my dir equals right, else my dir equals left. You could write code like this if you wanted. I'll paste that in the chat. But yeah, I know this is not great, and eventually this could change too, where maybe you could spawn somewhere else, and then but for right now this is true. This is how you can do things. So adding stats per bot actually wouldn't be so bad. I kind of want to start with something very basic though, and I want to make sure they don't get serialized over the network unnecessarily. start by adding a life regenerated stat. Make sure this doesn't get serialized over the network. I think it will just by default. I don't remember all of how this works. Is there a serialize here? Yeah, we go through every stat, and if the stats of interest include that. Oh, wow. Wow. I really thought about this stuff. I don't remember doing any of this. Okay. Well, where does that serialize come from? Not player, apparently. Serve player.js. Serialize. Game stats. Yeah, here we go. If not utilizes stats of interest, then just serialize all of them. Is this ever not defined? Have you seen this? Whoa, really? Disabling NPM's progress bar yielded 2 times NPM install speed improvement for me. Huh. I'll have to look into this. Because, yeah, speeds were pretty slow for me, too. I've got to turn hyperthreading back on. This is getting so annoying to have to, like, close out of everything that I use. And the thing is, it's not like my CPU use is so high. It's that OBS needs it, and then occasionally Chrome needs it. And that's about it. Well, system needs it for some reason right now. Yeah. It's just too bad. I'll change it tonight. Can Sublime just change right to left? Oh, no, that's a plugin that I wrote. Well, yeah, I guess it's a plugin that I wrote. So if you go to blog.botland.net, HD ready, I included this on there, although I've added some things to it. I really need to put this on Git or something. I just don't want to maintain it. But I wrote a plugin called Reverser, and it's like the stupid... It's written very poorly, let me say that. Because all of these things should have been in some sort of data structure, but I never put them in one. But anyway, what it does is, any of these things that are written here, like if I say, go right before you set success, I could change this to go left before you get failure. And you could change any of these. Actually, you can probably change that too, yeah. So any of these things can be reversed. And it's really convenient. I wrote this originally just because of how many times I wrote something like this. Like, check some condition equals true. And then there's some code down here where you have if check some condition, then, you know, console.log foo. I frequently would be like, I want this to be false. So I'd click it and I'd backspace and then type false, and that's like 10 keystrokes. So now I can just press 2 and I change it from false to true, and it maintains capitalization as well. So if you had typed any of these things, so first is lowercase, second is camel caps, and third is all uppercase, it maintains that. So first is still lowercase, second is still camel caps, and third is still all uppercase. So it's been very helpful, especially with Botland code, because if you type something like move right, or I don't know, if can move right, if can move up, and you're like, oh wait, I want these things to be left and down, then you change them really quickly. Anyway, check this out. Like NPM but faster, an alternative package manager for Node. I don't think I should try this. I think if speed is what this thing is advertising, then I will just ignore it, because I've had too many problems with Node and upgrades and everything. TLDR, installing without the progress bar causes a 20% speed up to overall install time. What? What put this here? There's a fire truck and little fire emojis? Did the person who uploaded this image do that? Or is there some program that's going to spew those out into a graph? Alright, well, I'll have to look into this. Spurtman. Endless Locker says, if you don't know good source management, look at Bitbucket. My code's there too. And with that, hi. Hi, Endless Locker. I don't know if I said Endless Locker first, but I meant Endless Locker. I am using Bitbucket, actually. Whisper says, I gotta go. Had a great time. Hope to see you later. Yeah, cool. Thanks for joining. And why do you care about speed from NPM? So I don't. And I don't because I very infrequently need to do performant NPM updates. I mean, like every little bit could help, sure. But I care more about just having everything work. And yeah. NPM does take a while, with that said. So make sure this doesn't get serialized over the network. That's what I was just checking and then accidentally deleted this. So stats of interest are serialized. And that's it. So we have stats of interest here. And it's only when this is true, I believe. Simulation server I don't care about. It's here. Is your player. So we go into serveplayer.js, serialize the network. And is your player is the... Oh, no. You'll get stats of interest no matter what. That's not a good thing. No, that's definitely not a good thing. What do I do here? What do I do here? Stats of interest are defined up here. But when I serialize even that other player, that should... Yeah, this was a mistake. This should have been up here. And then stats of interest should have been here too. Interesting. All right, well, there's that. And then there's one other place where I do this, and it's right here. And this is single player, so you can serialize everything and it doesn't matter. It kind of matters. But not enough for me to do anything about it. Okay. So I'm only ever serializing kills, deaths, and KDR. So if I wanted to keep track of any other stat, I could just install it and then not serialize it, and I'd be fine. Let's test it out. This is going to be the first time I've done something like this. So let's figure out how I install stats to begin with. Probably when I make a player object. Where is this? It's none of this code. Player, new numeric stat, install stat. Yeah, here it is. Set up stats for all this stuff. And this is done in shared code. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. No, I don't like this. I want it to just exist on the server. I guess I could update the server code for this. Yeah, I don't have something like that. I could try that. I could say this right here. Set up stats params super params. And then I could install another stat. And then, yeah, install that. So let's, stats. So we'll change this to the regen stat. Stat names regen, which I don't even have stat names in here. Oh, this is trying to bite me at every turn. So we change this, but I don't know where stat names are supposed to come from. Presumably shared code. So // shared client and game server stats. Is that a path I can use? Shared client and game server stats. Stat names. Where's stat names? No, it's just in shared. Okay. Well then, get rid of this. And in here, let's add in the regen stat. Regen. Okay, so we have stat names here. We take in regen, then we install the regen stat. Okay, so now it says super outside of what? Yeah, what? What is this, client code? Apparently here. Super outside of class control. Oh, whoops. I meant super dot setup stats. What am I missing in chat? Hey, Smooth Dog. Hey, Thomas. And yeah, for the people who just followed, I don't know who's controlling my lights right now, but that's a follower benefit. So if you want to follow and then change my lights, yeah, that's Varo doing that. Okay, so if I have the regen stat in here, then the code execution system always runs on the server, and I guess I can just assume that it exists. Yeah, fire. Hope you had fun. Code execution system. So I say regen current bot, regen buff amount. If regen amount equals 0, if life actually regenerated is greater than 0. This is something that I wonder about. If you're at 1,000 out of 1,000 life, and your bot wants to regen 15 life, it probably shouldn't count toward your stat if you're already at max. I think it should only count if you're missing life. Yeah, so I think I'll do this here. So if life actually regenerated is greater than 0, here's where we can go modify the stat that they have. And this is something that we do through here, increment stat. Except for increment stat is not necessarily what I want. I want to do shared player.js increment stat. Yeah, not this. I should have made an amount, like modify stat. I apparently just never did that. Well, okay, there's no other function here? Increment? I just wrote an increment. Alright, well, I guess this should just take in a value equals 1. And then here, stat.increment stat should also take in a value. Game stat. Oh, where does increment stat come from? Probably numeric stat. Yeah, here. Value equals 1. This dot value plus equal value, return this dot value. Tukor says, Adam, you're awesome. Thumbs up. Well, thank you. I don't think increment stat is a good name for this. I think just modify stat is a good name, but increment implies a default of 1, so maybe this is fine. All right, well then let's add this param in here. Number value the amount to increment by. Great. And let's put this pretty much everywhere. Okay, good. And then finally, player needs this. Where's increment stat? It's in the shared player. Yeah, here. Value equals 1, delete that. Okay. So that's good. So I guess now we just increment this. So we're taking the active bot real ID. Well, we have the active bot owner, thankfully. And so we can just say increment stat names. We don't have stat names here, do we? Of course not. Tisk. We don't have stat name here either. What do we do this from the shared arena only? So, okay, we do. So code execution system. I go into, actually let me revert that. There. So I need stat names. Oops, I must have accidentally hit paste. Yeah. And then this should be this path, but with stat names at the end. And we go back to the bookmark and say regen, comma, life actually regenerated. All right. Now in game server, where we reset all player stats or new game started, we say reset all player stats. All right, so what does that do? Go through each one, reset the stats on each player. Reset stats, calls game stats, reset. This goes through each one, sets numeric stats down to 0. Okay. So then that should be it. Impro. And by that should be it, I mean, there's a regen stat that's now on the server. So if I were to... let's go into the balance server. And also open up botland balance. Okay, so I put regen on these bots. Now I want something that prints stats. I think I just want to be able to print this anytime. Print players stats. And this should probably take into... No, for now just print all player stats. Tugor says, can you give me some tips for a novice programmer? I think the biggest tip that I could give to a novice programmer is keep at it. Just keep doing it. Code as much as you can, learn as much as you can. You will greatly appreciate it later. And if you want specific tips, tell me something about a language or a project you're working on or something. Vara says, smart that everyone can just change the light once, otherwise you get trolled. Yeah. The link that you get only works for 45 seconds. And that link, you actually could modify the time in the link itself, but it's just client side. So you still wouldn't get extra time. So print player stats. Let's just take the first player for right now because I don't want to make this like too crazy. Actually, we can't take the first player. We have to take the second player since they're the one with regen. Okay, so let's get the second player. And let's do... There's no way to print stats, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's no way to do this right now. I could make a print function. Yeah, there's no reason I can't do that. Except for I need to pass in a logger. No, I don't. I'll just make a two-string function. Hey, Dibs. Or should I do this? Should I leave it up to the caller to do this? Maybe not. Oh, and I can serialize stats too. Yeah, what if I just printed the serialized stats? This would be a little bit of a hack. But I do logger.info, player. Is there a get stats? Get stat value. I can't just get all of the game stats. Return this dot game stats. No, I don't have that. Get all stats. Return this dot game stats. No, maybe this is a bad idea. Yeah, this is a bad idea. What I should probably do instead is this player.gamestats.serialize, then stringify this whole thing. So serialize stats, JSON.stringify serialize null 4. What will that do? Who knows? All right, well, let's test it. Whoop, I broke everything. Numeric stat is not defined, and this is coming from server setup stats. Yeah, I should have thought about that. Server player setup stats, numeric stat. Yeah. So we take numeric stat from probably stats numeric stat. I just have a hunch that it resides there. Yeah, it does. Okay, we can try this again. Okay, so A equals JSON.stringify. Tukor says, thanks, Adam. I'm studying a degree of multi-platform application development. Oh, cool. Yeah, and always feel free to ask questions in chat. It doesn't have to just be now. Ooh, the team is totally screwed up. I'm going to have to fix that. Vara says, I have a C++ exam this Friday, and I still don't know everything I need to know. It drives me crazy. Well, what is it on? I mean, I know you said C++, but like what part of C++ is it on? So debug main.balance tester.print player. This isn't going to work. doesn't even. Yeah, it printed nothing. I screwed up the stats object somehow. How did I do that? How did I do that? Install stat. This must be how. Set up stat. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's try to follow this code then. Are you using debug functionality you set up yesterday, Adam? I haven't had much of a need since I've really only been modifying client code. In fact, I really should stop the game server and the central server. That's just eating up some CPU. So what I did with the debug functionality was just for servers. And when I do want to debug the server, now I can do that. And that's really nice. But no, I haven't ended up using it yet. And Vara says, I guess all the basic stuff. Well, do you feel like you're struggling with any of it? Do you feel as though you need help somewhere? I feel that the best way to learn that stuff is to practice. I know there's a lot of times when you'll be tempted to just study, take notes, let's say, and then say, yeah, okay, I feel like I know the material. But programming is a very hands-on experience. You should load up Visual Studio or GCC or something like that and write some programs. No, I don't have enough time since I started too late. Oh, what are you talking about? It's only Tuesday. And hey, Purple Flurple, I don't think you've been here since 8 days ago, according to my bot, because I checked earlier because I used Webpack. I'm finally using it now, and I used your config, and I wanted to thank you very much. And I don't know if I already gave you points for this, but there are some points. So we have this regen stat. Excuse me. This dot game stats has, let's just serialize it. What? This doesn't serialize in anything? Game stats serialize is just an empty object. Maybe that's how I broke everything. Or... oh, stats of interest. That's why. But if this is nothing... yeah, this should have been able to be nothing. And apparently that's not the case. Stats of interest equals get all stat names. Yeah, that's a big mistake. This is a big mistake. Oh, see ya, Thomas. Or wait, no. See ya, Weedly. Purple says, I have some optimizations too you can implement specifically for Babel. Those might be interesting. I couldn't use the dedupe plugin. This actually bit me last night. I had to spend like an hour and a half. That's why I'm going a little slower today. I was working a lot last night. I tried using the dedupe plugin here, and I think because of my single module instance plugin that this doesn't work because it kept failing, and I just commented it out, and now it works fine. Pro Sam says, how's the chair? Chair's going well. Oh boy. Alright, what's up next? So, should I export this? Yeah, I think I should. So if you didn't specify any stats of interest, pass them all in. What is this? To get rid of this assumption eventually and serialize stats based on game mode, even in single player. If defined, we only serialize the specified stats. So I should write that this doesn't have to be defined. After the recent Node.js buffer controversy, do you use buffer somewhere on untrusted user input? I don't ever use buffer, ever. But I'm sure some underlying library is using it. But user input is not something I ever trust to begin with. So I always had to parse it into some readable format, and then I check it on top of that. Purple says, in your Babel loader config, add this, cache directory true, should be under query key. In your Babel loader config, where is that? Babel loader, cache directory true. What would this help with? Is this a speed thing? Actually, I could just look at this. Webpack Babel loader. Default false. When set, the given directory will be used to cache the results of the loader. Future Webpack build will attempt to read from the cache to avoid needing to run potentially expensive Babel recompilation process on each step. If the value is blank, the loader will use the default OS temporary file directory. If the value is blank, so what, I want to set this to blank? Doesn't sound like true is the thing to set there. When set, the given, I don't understand. Future Webpack. If the value is blank, it uses temp. Okay, I'll try true. Sure, let's do that. This will, I like to write what these things do. Let's just copy paste this and then massage it into a real comment. So this will cache results of the loader so that future builds can avoid potentially expensive Babel recompilation. Yeah. Put it inside the query object. Oh. Did I miss that in here? Query cache directory. Oh, okay. Spiritman. Spiritman. You got a lot of hatred toward JavaScript developers. A lot of hatred. And yeah. At least one person does indeed. Okay. So stats of interest I had here. Then I do get stat names here. I want to get rid of this entirely. And then in deserialize, that's where I want to handle this differently. And this is game stats. So if, do we have util? Yes, good. If not util.exist stats of interest, then stats of interest equals this dot get stat names. That's actually pointless. Yeah, this is not the best way to write this. I think the best way to write this is const check stats of interest equals true. And then check stats of interest if it doesn't exist equals false. So then down here we can say if check and this, then we're good. So now this becomes question mark. If undefined, we will serialize all stats in this object. All right, so let's rerun Webpack. I want to see how fast this works. We can see that our previous builds were going from like 2.4 seconds, 2.1, 2.4, 3.5. So somewhere between 2 and 4 seconds. Let's see if this speeds up at all. Yeah, I'd say 2 and 4 seconds, probably hovering around 2 mostly. So I'm going to run this watch. It's probably going to just totally destroy my CPU. Glad the Webpack config worked out for you though. Did you notice any speed improvements over Browserify? So Purple Flurple, one thing, it took probably an hour and a half or 2 hours to get everything totally working. And I did this on, do you guys remember? Was it Friday? I think it was Friday. So if you wanted to check the VOD and see what happened, you could always check that. But Speed improvements, yeah. So now rebuilding takes maybe somewhere between 2 and 5 seconds, whereas Gulp took, well, Browserify took like 17 seconds. So I'm much happier with that. And yeah, everything else seems to be working pretty much fine. Okay, so now let's rebuild something here. Console.log test. And how fast does that finish? Also 2 seconds. Okay, so it doesn't speed up something like this, but maybe it speeds something else up. I don't know. And even if whatever, we'll try it out for a bit. Gluttony says, I've been banging my head against the wall trying to move from Acquire.js in ES5 to Babel in ES6. Yeah, Gluttony, it's not the most straightforward right now. And I could try to help you with this a bit. Or actually, well, chat can try to help too. I think using Webpack for client code is probably the easiest. And using what am I using for the server code? I guess I'm just using Gulp. Gulp and Grunt could be fine. Also, how fast did that build? The first one took 46 seconds. I wonder if I just restarted this, what would happen? I'm kind of curious now. Let me restart this. Does it check the cache and then take fewer than 45 seconds? Less than 45 seconds? Seems to be. Yeah, cool. That took 13 seconds. Okay, so this is like subsequent runs of... I'll just say, note, I believe this is for subsequent runs of Webpack, not incremental builds using -- watch, which is, I believe, what I'm doing in client watch -- watch. Yeah, so that just shaved like 35 seconds off of the build time. That's pretty good. VFlag says, so between watching you stream constantly and a senior dev in my work, I went out and bought myself the Microsoft Sculpt keyboard. I don't think I know what that is exactly. I think that's one of the split spacebar, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is like the upgraded version of my keyboard. See, if you ever need to store one of those Drinky birds right here, you could totally do it. Drinky bird. Yeah, these things. So you could put this in the middle of your keyboard and point it at the Y key in case you need to watch any nuclear reactors in your future. Just a pro tip. Just came back and I see you're using the faster green text for hacking. Adam, how much would it take for you to do a night stream playthrough of The Witness? If The Witness is a horror game, it would take a whole lot of money. Oh, it's not a horror game. Oh, this is the Jonathan Blow game. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it would take. Probably not as much as it would take for me to play a horror game. You do not want to see that. Actually, you probably do want to see that. I do not want to do that. let me just phrase things that way. Gluttonous says, I don't want to bundle everything into a single file for the client side, but not seeing a solid AMD tutorial or anything else to get it working. I prefer to keep AMD client side. Or actually, you know what? Gluttonous, it sounds like Purple Flurple is going to help, so I can just be on standby for that. Why no mechanical keyboard? Just sound. I have a mechanical keyboard in a cardboard box like 6 feet behind me. Inchbertman, no, I'm aware of, yes. Finally, someone comments on Simpsons. Hooray. Okay, so stats of interest. I now have a better way of serializing that. Let's take a look. Just let the stream freeze every time I go and run something. All right, let's take a look at this. Serialize. We have nothing. That's not right. No, that's definitely not right. Why you do this to me? Why you do this, game stats? Serialize. Stats of interest. Argument length. Check stats of interest. So here, this gets called from somewhere. We might as well just figure out what this is doing. If not util.exists stats of interest. It is undefined. What's going on here? Arguments on length less than or equals 0 or... What? Undefined or argument 0. Argument 0 is undefined. Serialized to network is being called without this? Oh, from the simulation server. Okay, that makes sense. So then check stats of interest is false. So... Oh. So if not check stats of interest or this... Okay, yeah. De Morgan would be displeased with me. Did that build? What's going on here? This thing seems almost frozen. It's taking 12 seconds to build this. What is going on? God, all this is making me want to buy a new computer. I wonder if I were to upgrade my computer, how much money it would be. Like, I wonder if... whatever. Let's just run this. Ducky Shine 3. I was looking into the Ducky Shine for a while. Envaro, I had... Never mind. All right. I've tripled my productivity. We got this working finally. So we have kills, deaths, and KDR. Great. Now I add in the regen stat, and then run this one more time, and now we have the regen stat in there. Great. So all of that was totally fine. So what have I screwed up here? Check stats of interest. We serialize this over to the player. Oh, I don't care about this. Oh, he's going to get hit like 6 times. Okay, great. So how does this work? Oh, well, it does work now. What did I screw up then? This was broken before. Also, there's an error somewhere. Where's that? Oh, connection refused. Yeah, I don't care about that. Huh. Well, this is working pretty well. So let's just do this. We'll just take all of this JSON data and we'll put it into here. A equals JSON.stringify. Then we'll do this. No, I don't want to do that. This. Perfect. Okay. And now we should see the red team regen some life. Good. And now every time they regen life, this should be able to print out that they regen. Uh-oh. You guys probably can't see this, but now you can. Name regen, value 0, regen. So that's a bug. That's annoying. All right, what did I screw up here? The code execution system is what's in charge of regenerating things. Regen, current bot, here we go. Life actually regenerated. This is a number, and we have increment stat regen. So we go into sharedplayer.js, increment stat. There is value here. Increment stat name value. So then game stats, great. Okay, we go into here. We go into increment stat. We get the, oh. Can I diff current file yet? No, stupid Git is broken. So I need to look at game stats line 59. Because I'm pretty sure I never had stat name in there before. Wait, I did? Oh, this was pointless. It's ignored before, and now it's not ignored. Oh, so smart. If you're looking up upgrade, use this site off stream, super useful PC part picker. Yeah, I'm gonna look at this. I don't know if I'm gonna upgrade or anything because I think it'd be expensive enough for me to think twice about it. If it was like 100 or less, then yeah, but I'm probably gonna need to upgrade my motherboard and my CPU. I think getting a capture card or two PC setup is better though. How does a capture card help for something like this? This is the... Alright. Capture card. I don't know what brands even exist out there. I don't know. I'm going to look into this later, I guess. My stream might be running fine for you right now, but if I do basically anything, like watch me refresh this page and also wave my hand around, you're probably seeing that it wasn't smooth. It didn't look smooth on my computer. What generation CPU? It's an i7. I don't know which generation it's from though, because I don't remember when I bought this. I have like the worst looking CPU case. It's this 90s beige thing. I've just been upgrading my computer without ever touching the case. A capture card splits your HDMI out, then brings it back in as camera input, so no CPU for capture and no screen freeze. I should probably look into that. You capture the output of your video card, then attach that to the capture card. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a look into this, because I just want to free up my CPU. Yeah, and I think my computer should be able to handle this. I mean, it's not like I haven't been streaming for a while now. It's just, it's never been at 100%, I guess. So I have the lifer generated stat, and I should have this working now. Let's take a look. And tomorrow, I won't have my stream be so laggy. I'll just turn hyperthreading back on. Oh, I gotta remove this debugger statement. Where's that even coming from? Game stats? I don't remember. Let's just search for debugger. Or look at this file even. Player.js. Yeah. Delete. i7-920 released in 2008? What, seriously? I've had this thing for 8 years? Or, well, this doesn't mean I had it for 8 years, I guess. It means it's been out for 8 years. I don't remember when I upgraded, though. I was living... Where was I living? When did I do this? Was I even... Wow, I don't remember. I don't remember anything around upgrading this computer other than getting the RAM, and I think I got the RAM 5 years ago. So I probably upgraded the CPU earlier than that. Okay. Why did I turn it off in the first place? Oh, I was testing out whether it had an effect. So saying it now, it sounds really stupid, but basically it was this. When I looked at my CPU usage, like I totally understand this now, but I had never gone above 60%. So I didn't know, is something throttling me or is there some other problem? And it turns out that no, I was using 100% of my physical CPUs, just not 100% of the logical CPUs, because there was no way to use all of them given that I was using all of the physical. What is this? i7-920. How much is this? All I care about is the price right now. Ordering. Is there a dollar sign anywhere on this page? Oh, recommended customer price, $300. And this is what? 920, 2.6. So this is the one that was released in 2008. Did they have a release date on here? I'm guessing this is the one that was released in 2008. Although I don't know where you got that year from otherwise. So I paid $300 for this? Huh. No, VFlag, I didn't say does turning off CPU cores help me get more performance. That's not what hyperthreading even does. It exposes more logical CPU cores to the OS. And I didn't turn off, like I didn't park my CPUs or set a maximum or anything. I just wanted to see if hyperthreading had an actual impact and not just a theoretical one. And it turns out it has an actual impact, at least for me. Okay, I'm gonna get back to this. Let's Let's code this. I have the debugger gone. You can't download more CPU. You can only download more RAM. You just go to the RAM download site. I've been there a couple times. That's how I got 12 gigabytes. All right, we're gonna run this. Then we gotta wait for some regen to happen. Regen 120, 150. Okay, perfect. So we installed a new stat and got this whole system working. Nice. Now we just need to print this in a decent way. I don't know how. I don't know how we want to do this. Maybe you only care about certain stats? I'm not sure. Okay, good vflag-r. You know, there was a site, it probably still exists. It offered the fastest database in the world. It was basically one of those like just pipe to dev null kind of jokes, but it was pretty funny. Oh, it was write only storage. That's what they advertised. So there's no way to read your data, but it wrote as fast as you ever wanted. Okay, so for me to fix this, I just need to figure out what API I'd want for this. So let's say I'm testing and I want to see how do missiles stack up against reflect. I probably want to see how many times did I reflect a projectile, and I don't want to just get like an inordinate number of stats from each player. So I guess I'd say print player stats reflect. I don't know what I would want to do here. Let's just print them all, an inordinate amount of stats. Like I said, we don't want. But hey, sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, right? Is what I'm saying even makes sense right now, or am I just talking without listening? Duck speak. Type, that doesn't need to print out, and is computed KDR. There's no value for this. So I think we print the not computed stat. Or I do this completely differently. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this totally differently. Let's do this. Let's go through all the different players that there are. And we know how many players there are because the simulation server stores that information. Yeah. I don't know what people are even laughing at in chat right now because I'm not paying attention. So, total number of players. We iterate over, so actually we don't need to do this way. Let I const player, actually we already have this code written here, so I guess let's change that to I. So we get the player, and then we print out something like this, logger.info, player number I. Oh, and then their team would probably be pretty useful to know too. So player number I, let's get their team color. Do I have this information anywhere? Team something or other. Oh, name. Wow, that's useful. Who would have thought? Team ID. Player.get team ID. Shared player.js. Get team ID. Great. Do we have constants here? Yes. So now I can get the team name. Team name equals constants.this team ID. Team name. Then a colon, and then a tab, and a whole bunch of stuff. So now we iterate over all of their stats. Const stats equals player.gamestats. And we want to get the ones that are not computed. So I believe GameStat has a way to figure out type is computed. Yeah, so we don't want the computed ones. Or do we want all of them? Let's get all of them. Because who cares? Stats dot for each stats stat. Okay, so what does a game stat have? Base stat has get name and get value. So stat.getName colon stat.getValue. Okay. All right, let's try that out. Everyone. Okay. So we go up to here and then up to here and then print player stats. Let's see. Oh, stat.getName is not a function. Oh, this is iterating over. No, that's not how this works. Darn it. There's an ID and there's something else. So I need to put a breakpoint here in balance test. Balance test print player stats. Put a breakpoint right here. And then call that function. And so the issue is that arguments is probably, oh, there's an object here. There's stats, and then there's, what? What is this? What is this indeed? How does for each work when iterating over an object? It should work with any collection. Iterates over element, oh great. Iterates over elements of collection invoking iterate for each element. 3 arguments, value, index, collection. The value here seems totally wrong. Wow. Some people have way nicer setups than I do. Yeah, wow. I wonder how helpful something like this would be. What a peasant setup. Alright, so yeah, what did I screw up here? There's a collection, I have an object, value, and key. So it would make sense that argument 0 is the value, but this is the entire thing. What's going on here? Player.GameStats, that's not even defined, so that's not captured in a closure. And stat itself is the whole object. Yeah, I don't know what I did. Okay, do I have Lodash here? Yeah, then I can just try this out. So let's try this. Underscore dot for each, we'll say A5B6. Function value key console.log value key. Huh, that did work. Okay, so then what is game stats? Oh, it's an object. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm an idiot. I needed dot stats after that. There we go. What are these other things that we're linking? I don't even think my computer can handle looking at these computers, because it looks like my video froze a long time ago. Okay, yeah, there we go. So bad. Oh man, this is so slow. Speed pads tend to be valued in RTS games. I don't know how you'd use it for non-gaming. Okay, I can't even load Imager right now. My CPU use is too high. I'm gonna fix this tonight. Alright, this is the moment of truth. Right here. Print player stats. What do we have? It almost worked. Can't read get stat of undefined. Although, what is that even doing? Can't read get stat of undefined. KDR stat? Oh, I've got to pass in the game stats object. That's right. Because stats can't get value without their... Okay, that's a minor problem. Get value, numeric stat, get value, and then computed stat, which is what, KDR stat? Get value takes in game stat. So then all of these things should just take in game stats. Player.game stats. This is the worst code that I've probably written in the last 5 minutes. All right. Wait a second. This guy's a phony. He's just advertising for this water company. Deer Force. I don't want to drink your Super Metroid water. Get that out of my face. Get it out of here. Let's run this. Okay, so if all went according to plan, there we go. So now object to object, this was totally wrong. I meant to put team name here. But other than that, this worked. And now we can see all of the players' stats as the game progresses. Close out of this thing. So we have player 0 stats, kills, deaths, regen. So as this goes on, we run this again, we can see KDR, yeah, all of this stuff. This can be pretty helpful. Nice. Okay. So you know what? Let's turn off rendering of the arena. Turn off whatever I can turn off here. No, there's no point in doing that. I'm gonna just write this. Prints all players stats. Great, and then I'm gonna close this. We're gonna write documentation. So document the functions that are callable, and then document the JSON itself. Wooden Potato says, your game really makes me geek out. I can only dream how awesome it'll look like once you can afford a designer working on the graphics. Oh, so we already have a designer. They just haven't... Let me link you a video. All right, let's take a look now. Got to clean up the code. Fair man, that's cold-blooded. That's just mean. All right. I really should have tested this. Oh, darn it. Fine, I'll test it. I'm doing what I'm calling comedy programming right now. This is equivalent to a Shakespearean farce. You watch someone on Twitch and they screw everything up. It's all for the sake of entertainment. The real product is hidden behind layers and layers of code that I haven't shown. Undefined. Come on, are you kidding me? This is why I tested this at least. So in Constance team info, constance.js team info, it's an array and then it has a name. More like tragedy. Okay, I don't even really want to test this another time. I wonder if I just make the browser window really, really small, How much of an impact would that have? Yeah, blue team, red team. Nice. Then I should probably put combined stats for both the teams. How would I do that? I need to accumulate these things. And it's probably not worth doing right now. Okay, the rest of this stuff is fine. So let me check this stuff in. So we get the total number of players. We get their team name. Yeah, this is kind of a hacky way of just iterating over their stats. No, the second was a well-executed, oh, darn it, what's it called? Play-written piece of art. And I shall hear no argument. This will cache the results. So this is something that I check in separately. This is fine. This should be based on the game state. Yeah. Actually, this is its own check-in too. Let's just make these separate check-ins right now. So, Webpack, building Babel in Webpack, or no, Babel, no, using Babel in Webpack. Now caches directories to speed up the initial Webpack step. Okay, good. Then the next thing that I had here was in Connection Manager. I made sure to serialize a connecting player by specifying the stats of interest. Before this, all stats would be sent from a connecting player, e.g. number of HP regenerated, etc. Not that this exists yet, but it's about to exist, because that's what I'm going to do now. Now the rest of this, part of this was me changing how increment is going to work. I feel like that alone can be its own fix. This shouldn't be here. Other than that, we're fine. If undefined will serialize all stats in this object, sounds good. This is good too. So changed how incrementing. Now maybe I check all of this in at once. Yeah, it's all one related feature. So then just two files left. Server player.js setup stats override the parent function to install server specific stats. Params here for just anything, I guess. Just Barbara says I should learn right now, but I'm playing RuneScape. Yeah, you totally should learn right now, because otherwise, well, there are consequences. I've seen people not make it through various computer majors when I was in college, and I think there's a lot of factors to play here. If you just paid attention in school, like you didn't have any programming knowledge going in, you just paid attention in school, you did your homework, did whatever projects you had, and then you left college, you probably wouldn't end up knowing a whole lot by the end of the major. And that may be true of any major, I don't know. I only did a computer science major. I think a lot of really learning computer science is practicing, doing things, reading articles, reading blog posts, going through GitHub, looking through source code. So I'd urge you, Var, instead of playing RuneScape right now, just take 10 minutes at least and write a C++ program where you learn one thing. That's it. That's the goal. And then go play RuneScape. But actually writing the code will help you on your test. I think it was you who had the test on Friday, right? I can't scroll up that far in chat. Well, yeah. Okay, so added in the regen stat, and this stuff's all fine. And then this was the only other thing that, yeah. Added in the regen stat, which keeps track of how much life a player regenerated, actually. Oh, you already learned for 6 hours today. Okay, that's more reasonable. And yet you say I should learn right now. I don't know what to believe anymore. So I added in the regen state, which keeps track of how much life a player regenerated. To accommodate this, I changed increment so that it takes increment stat, so that it takes in a value instead of always adding 1. And then there was one other thing I changed too, which is how stats are serialized. That was done in here. Yeah. Also, moved how stats of interest was defined in the player class if it didn't exist. I refactored this into game stats is serialize. I'll just write it like this, serialize directly. Okay. The balance tester now has a function for printing the stats of each player. I capitalized player there, each player. All right. So let's just start with those stats. Any other stats later I can add in. The documentation I want to get through here, I'm going to raise my desk for this. Varo, the other thing I think about is what you set out to code can be pretty important too. So for example, you said calculating physics stuff. I think that's good. I don't know how much C++ that helps you learn as opposed to, let's say, physics. It's always good to have a project that you set out to do. So don't get me wrong. I think doing that is much better than not doing that. And I don't know where you'd consider your weak points to be. And I hope it doesn't sound like I'm harping on this a lot. I can just totally drop this. Rising complete. So document the functions that are callable. This is something I think is going to be pretty important. So let's put this into docs. Pre-beta. It's not really the pre-beta. Is all this stuff pre-beta that was in here already? Bot bay format, yeah, that's going to change. Bot bays are kind of going to change. Harvesting is going to be gone from that. Yeah. I guess I'll write just tools. Okay, and then we'll copy a markdown file from over there. Put this here and then open it. So this will be balance tester. Balance testing. Balance testing makes more sense. This page describes how to use the balance tester feature set in Botlin. All right. So there are two components to this: functions that are callable, and then the JSON itself. So how to access? For now, there's no server online. Adam should update this later with a URL. Or actually, where to access. And let's load up the web page itself. So where did this generate it? here. Okay. So there's the config JSON. Config JSON. And I've got to load up botland balance. I've got to load this up. I should put an example JSON file somewhere, or an annotated JSON file, or just something like that. Let me put some basic code here. So what do we have here? Okay. Clear annotations. How do you clear annotations here? Maybe I can just change the formatting. Nope. Okay, let's just paste this into somewhere else. So I have if will missiles hit fire missiles and then move to middle. Yeah, sounds good. So let's join all of that and do this. And this will be the laser script. So we paste that in. And that's missile script, not lasers. And then we'll do the same thing for lasers. We'll just change missiles to lasers. And we'll set the damage of missiles tier 1 to 200. This is just to prove what's possible. Okay. So what would be nice about this is if I could have this print nicely in here. Actually, I'll just link to it. See an example config here. So we'll need to upload this. I guess I'll put this in here. So let's paste this. Example config.json. And then there should be a link to example config.json. I don't think that's gonna work. Dot slash, just slash. Why didn't this highlight anything? How did I do links in all the other ones? Botbay.mdown. Oh, it's swapped. It's square bracket first, then parentheses. Did I screw that up too? Why am I being stupid right now? Botbay mdown. No, that seems right. I don't know. Let's just try this out. Nah, that didn't work. Can I do dot slash? Yeah, that works. Okay, we'll do that. All right, so then I want to document every section. So there is the meta section, and I can paste this directly into here. And how do you do code tags in Markdown? I think it's just 4 spaces. Markdown code tag. This isn't the same kind of Markdown. Images, code and syntax highlighting. So I can put 3 backticks. And then 3 backticks here. I don't know if this is correct. Does that work? Does that look any different? Yeah, it does. Okay, that worked. So cool. Then let me say what these things are. So num players, the number of players in the match. This should almost always be set to 6. Num teams, this is forced to be 2 for right now. fill out player. If true, then you only need to define a single bot for each player, and that bot will be applied 3 times. That bot will be, and I'll say 3 copies of that bot will be deployed. And then fill out team, and this is what I was writing over here. So num players 2, 4, or 6. It could be 2 or 4. All right, if true, you only need to define 1 bot for each player. That'll be used 3 times for that player. If true, you need to specify. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this now. Put this here and then make sure I've written all this out. So if true, you only need to specify 2 players. So num players will still be considered to figure out how many bots are needed per player. So you probably want to set that to 6. If fill out player is also true, then you only need to specify a single bot for each of those players. If fill out players is false, then you need to specify 3 bots for each player. Okay. Apparently this is not how you make different headings in Markdown. Oh, it is. Oh, see you, Varu. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. Okay, so config JSON, meta section. So that's a meta section. Then there's the balance mod section. Balance mods section. That looks like this. This is an array of objects with the following properties: ID, the hardware ID, C. There's bot bay format, which can kind of be used. C. Bot bay format for some of the IDs. So there's ID, there's property, some property of the hardware. Like, okay, so this is kind of described. So I'm writing all of this right now for the sake of the co-founder of this company to be able to use this to balance test. And this is going to be a mess of documentation for right now because not everything's been finalized. See this. See the hardware wiki for some of the properties, e.g. damage or range on lasers, damage absorbed on shield. Hey, Calgo. All right, next up, value, the value for that property, and then tier. If defined, you will only modify the specified tier. If not defined, you will modify all tiers. Okay, let's take a look at this. It's now balance mod section. Yeah, it looks good. And these links work. Yep, and yep. All right, so then there's only one other section left, and it's players and bots. Well, players section. Yeah, and all of this stuff should have been tabbed into, or tabbed back. There we go. So how does that look now? Players section. Yeah. So I want to link to the fill out player, fill out team, fill out player. So let's just do this. Test fill out player. Does this work? Will this link me to... Hey, cool, it does. Nice. So I'll write yeah. I'm just going to say see the example above. See the example above and read about fill out player and fill out team. For each bot, define the name of the bot, hardware, the hardware that the bot has. See this page for more details. And that page is the bot bay format page. So this page is this. Then there is code, the JavaScript code to use. And if there, I never tried something actually. What happens if you tried deploying a bot with bad code here? So I do this. I take my config that I had. I'll paste this into a temporary file and I'll say up. I'll just put a random 2 in there. So now when I try launching this, then yeah, it doesn't tell you that there's an error. That's actually a big problem. It's a really big problem. Yeah. Okay, well that's the next thing I got to do then. When you specify a bot with invalid code, it should throw an error. Oh, chat. So that's everything there. Now, in order to use this stuff, so there are a whole bunch of functions. So config JSON and then console functions. So in order to start the server, the test, you should do this. One, let me get this back to where it was. Yeah, this needs to be on its own line, I think. Yeah, there we go. So do this, a equals JSON.stringify, paste in your JSON code here, then so yeah, format your JSON as a string. How does this work exactly? What, 2 spaces? How do you make a sub bullet point? How do you do this in Markdown? Oh, there we go. It's 3 spaces apparently. So next, 1, 2, 3 space. So then this is kick off deploy bots for both players. This is set the speed of the simulation. 1 is the lowest. Okay. And yeah, and then that's it. So here's how you start things. Starting the test. And then I'll just write other functions. And these all show up in the balance test. So let's see what we've got here. In fact, I can just search for this. So let's make a regex where the line starts with this, then there's a word character, and then dot star, a greedy dot star, not greedy dot star, whatever. Anyway, find all. There. That didn't work. Ho, ho, ho. How do I do this? Oh, it's slash curly brace. Oh, yeah, that's, yeah. Okay, so here are all of the functions that I have. Which ones are worth commenting, I don't totally know yet. We'll figure it out. So reset arena shouldn't really be called. Hyperspeed could be called, I guess. So there's set speed tick time equals 2000. Sets the speed of the simulation where 1 is the fastest allowable time. So there's that, and then there's print player stats. And that's it. Print stats for all players. Hey, Wooden, you can always ask people for points. Yeah. I feel bad, because I think people are not, they don't want to ask necessarily. Alright, so let's see. This page describes how to use the balance tester feature set in Botland. Where to access, for now there's no server online. Config.json, see an example config here. Yep, looks good. Does this have these things set to true? It does. Okay, so meta section. Num players, number of players in a match. This should always be set to 6, but it could be 2 or 4. There's a force to be 2 for right now. If true, then you only need to define a single bot for each player, and 3 copies of that bot will be deployed. Fill out team. If true, you only need to specify 2 players. Num players will still be considered to figure out how many bots are needed per player, so you probably want to set that to 6. If fill out player is also true, then you only need to specify a single bot for each of those players. If fill out player is false, then you need to specify 3 bots for each player. So that should probably be on new lines. If fill out player. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that looks better. Who's doing that? Oh, that was Cowgo. I love seeing people's reactions when they realize that that's them doing that. Alright, balance mods. This is an array of objects with the following properties. See bot bay format, see the hardware wiki. I already tested these things. I just want to, yep, they both loaded. Value for that property. I can, e.g. if the property is damaged, then the value may be 500. I never asked for this. MCS Mike says, can I get another link to change the lights? Yeah, sure. The only thing you need to keep in mind is that because CowGo just set color loop on, that you got to turn color loop off before you can change the lights. So there you have it. All right, players section. See the example above and read about. I think this is mostly self-explanatory. So see the example above. Note that players are defined such that the first X players are on the blue team, and the next, and the first X players on the blue team, and the next X players are on the red team. Wooden, I can give you another one too. That's pretty funny. Oh wait, what? I don't think that worked. Whoops. Oh, okay. There you go. So fun fact, I actually have no way of turning color loop off myself easily. I have a UI that I wrote for changing all the other things here. So I can change the colors to whatever I want. But if I click any of these right now, like, oh, well, it changed this one to blue. The one that's off camera. Yeah. This one was changed to blue. But I can't turn off color loop myself. How does it feel when your lights randomly change? It's fun. I like it. It means people are watching and interacting, and I like that. It's much more dramatic on the camera than it is in real life. You can kind of tell because of this keyboard camera, the way that it renders colors, white balancing is much better. In fact, that actually looks slightly different from how real life looks. But it's not, I don't know. I love these lights. I still think they're the coolest thing ever. Can I get this blog in my Feedly? Cowgo, I'm not sure what blog you're talking about. Okay, what about the rest of this? For each bot, define. So I've updated this now. I didn't update it here. So these things link to fill out player and to fill out team. Good. Note that players are defined such that the first X players are on the blue team, next X players are on the red team. In order to start the test, you should do this. Format your JSON as a string. Yeah, so here's how I should have these written. Just type these in the console. Deploy bots for both players using that config and set the speed of the simulation. So yeah, these should all be debug main.balance tester. And same thing here too. All right, and there's the page. Cool. So that's a wrap. Let's FileZilla that thing online. So I need to put both this and this online. Botland, share with others. Let's say docs. There we go. So now if I go to bot.land/share with others/docs/balance testing.html. So I mean, you could all go to this page too, although you'll never be able to use this feature. And then example config, does this work? Of course not. Okay. So let's just, how do I do this? Wait, what? This is trying to load off of my hard drive? Example config.json. Can I just do things this way? I don't know how to get this to work. So this pointed at my hard drive. Now it points at still my hard drive. Okay, let's just link directly to this. Example config.json. Yeah, I'll just type that in here. Sometimes you gotta do it. Oh, Cowgo says blog autonomous. I don't know. It's a WordPress blog, and I don't post to it too frequently. If you end up following the stream, I usually have some news that I share from time to time. And I'll talk about new blog posts. But I think WordPress has a way of letting you subscribe, but I think you need a WordPress account for that. Okay, so this worked now. Your compiler keeps the file path locally if you care. Oh, alright. Well, not a big deal. And yeah, the lights will go back to normal, guys, in about a minute or two. because after 5 minutes of being idle, it just goes back to normal. Okay, so there, this is online. I need to actually share this with Ian later. Where is my to-do list? Here it is, write the balance tester. So there's only one last thing to do there. This is done. So share with Ian. So when you specify a bot with invalid code, it should throw an error. Let's check in the documentation that I wrote so far. Wrote documentation for the balance tester. This is not meant to be customer facing, but it doesn't contain any huge secrets or anything. The balance tester is inaccessible to normal players. I think there is user registration on my site. I don't know. Maybe there isn't. I'm not sure about that. And Calgo says, I like this pre-beta system. Yeah, let me find out who's playing. There were people playing earlier, which is where I got this screenshot. There were 6 people online, and the score was 145 to 144. And look at who screwed it up. Look at this loser. Adam13531. Kills 92. Deaths 93. If I had just not died one more time, it would have been a tie score. But no. Alright, let me join the game. Is anybody online? Yeah, Horforia is. But there are no bots. Well, I shall deploy a bot. I just got what? Artillery splash damage? So let's go with an artillery bot that just moves randomly. Move in any direction. Get rid of this. Auto deploy. Check, check, check. Cool. I got my bots now. The point requirement for today is probably 45. Yeah, it's 45. But because it's so late, well, no, I'm not going to say anything about that. Okay, so yeah, when you specify a bot with invalid code, it should throw an error and then deploy the code. Deploying the code would probably have to happen after the stream. All right, well, let me do the feature I can actually do right now. So I can close out of this. No, I shouldn't have done that. Darn it. Sometimes it just acts a little too fast. Let's go to desktop, botland, balance. So I'm gonna paste this over to here and make sure not to close this, and we're gonna screw up the code here. And actually, let's screw up the code here too. There, so now no bots will get deployed. Well, Spurtman, I'm probably gonna end up deploying to a server that I haven't even set up yet. Hey, Thomas. Okay, so when you screw up the code for a bot, why does this not give an error? Well, actually, you know what? Where do I do this? Server arena create bot. This returns, an entity that was created. Okay, so we can just say this. Const success bot created equals this. If not, util.exist bot created, then throw new error bot could not be created. And does this print anything? For example, if the code doesn't work, it doesn't print anything. It just returns null. Bot could not be created. Perhaps your code is wrong. I should really just check if the code is correct. I don't want to do that. Oh, but it's a nice thing to do. Fine, I'll go the extra mile. Where is this? There's validate code. There's is code valid. This should just be a static function, and it's not. So I gotta make a new software validator just for this. Oh boy. I sure am a nice guy to do this. So let's import the software validator. Make this lowercase. Go into here. Where do I deploy a bot? Create bot with hardware here. So bot could not be created. Check if the code is valid so that we can provide a more specific error message. So that comes from here. Is code valid? No, is code valid? Yeah. So make a new software validator. Actually, we have a software validator. I didn't need any of this. This isn't that bad. I'm just being stupid. Okay, so it's this.main.software validator, and then in create bot. So here I can say if not this.main.software validator is code valid bot config.code, which we might as well set up here. Const code equals bot config.code. And then on 98 we change this to just code, and on 106 we change this to just code. So if it's not valid, then we can throw a specific error about throw new error, your code did not validate code. Else, we don't need an else there, bot cannot be created although the code did validate. Okay. Yeah, Cowgo, you probably are fighting me. Let's find out. Yeah, I see you in the game. So, Cowgo, I can give you a really quick intro right now. So, first, if you press B, you'll open up Blockly, and what you'll see is something like this, a blank canvas over here, and then you probably only have one or two options over here. One of the options should at the very least have lasers on it. So let's click that, then go into snippets and choose fire lasers, and just drag that onto the canvas, and then maybe choose something like pursue enemy and drag that onto the canvas. And so just this code alone would be valid. You could hit deploy at that point and you'd have bots in the arena. If you want, you could also make it move randomly at the end of that by choosing it from terminators and then movement. And I can get into more advanced topics after that, but for now, I think you should try that out. So remember, press B, and then in snippets you can just pull out fire lasers, you can take pursue enemy, you could really take whatever you want here. You could, I mean, you don't probably have cloaking, but you could put it on your bot. Yeah, and then hit deploy, and then your bots will be in the arena, and at that point you can't touch them anymore. You just wait for them to die. You can actually kill them before they die, but that will only be supported in a lesser extent later. Yeah, there you go. So you deployed a bot with lasers, a couple of bots with lasers, and you actually got 2 kills. So you killed 2 of my bots already. And so now that you've done that, what I'd suggest that you do next is refresh the page. And by the way, it's 4:10, so anyone who has not logged in the last 10 minutes, if you connect, you will actually see your money go up. So this is all based on that luck value I told you about earlier, and the luck values are all here. So the very unlucky people are the ones who got $1 a day. The lucky people are the ones who got 100. And there are only 3 of those. But if you log in now, you'll actually see your money go up, and then you can buy whatever it is you want. So yeah, Cowgo, here is where you can customize your bots. And I think you should just click help and read through a lot of this, like read through the BotBays thing and then read through how you make this. It's not that much information. BotBays is 1 page and this thing is 1 page, and I can always help out with this stuff too. Wait, everyone got 1? Yeah, you did. Yeah, and so if you log in now, your money will just appear to be higher than it was. It doesn't give you any indication. Actually, it does. If I go into the console, I believe, yep, it says got pseudo money rewarded. But this only tells you about this current login, whether it got it. So I got it when I logged in 5 minutes ago. Anyway, then I can join the game. And then whatever bots you changed, you can now use in the game. Eventually, you won't be able to do that at all. Whatever ones you'd configured, those are the ones you're forced to be able to use. The ones you're forced to eventually use, I should say. Wait, baby rage. Oh yeah, I guess you are losing a little bit. Only a little though. And remember, you could deploy 3 bots if you want. Well, Calgo, I mean, you only just started the game, and I think your bots only have, what, lasers and regen? I'm not sure. Oh no, your regen is coming. Oh wow, you actually have pretty good buffs. Yeah, so one-on-one, if you can actually hit me with your lasers, you're pretty much always going to kill me there. Because you've got crazy regen, and you've also got lifesteal. Okay, anyway, that's that for now. So this should work. Let's go try it out. So I'm going to try code that definitely does not work here, and it should just give me an error. So a equals json.stringify, and then we run this, and it says your code did not validate. Yeah, cool. Hopefully we got all of this. Yeah. Nice. Adam's picking on the newbie with artillery. Oh, come on. So is there any other way a bot could not be created? Oh, actually the hardware config could be wrong. So let's set the hardware back, or let's set that to whatever, and then set the hardware config to missiles with a 2 in it. So now let's try that out. Now it says deserialized slot error. Hardware ID does not correspond to valid hardware. Missile to, yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah, this works. I'm glad. There's error handling in there now. Added some error handling for the balance tester. If you try to deploy a bot with bad code, it will now tell you that your code didn't validate. If any other error occurs, you'll get a more generic error. Although hopefully there's still logging to tell you what failed, e.g., which is the case right now for hardware deserialization. Great. So deploying the code, that's the last thing there is to do. I think I write this over here. Let's close out of these things. All right, what's next on the to-do list? Give a single item to a player. I think I'm going to do this as sort of the last feature for today. So the balance test server I'm pretty much finished with, as far as I'm concerned. There aren't all of the stats there. Slider for tick time, hyper mode, track of all stats. Yeah, I'm not going to do this stats thing until Ian asks for it, because I don't know what stats you exactly want to track. You probably don't care so much about how much damage was dealt. You care more maybe about how many kills you got or how many points you get. And this is one of the problems with having just, you got points from something by killing things, or you didn't get points from something. So shielding other players could help your team get score, but it won't help you get score. It doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Anyway, let's do this. So give a single item to a player when they log in for the first time that day. This should be part of the pseudo money reward system. So server.js needs to pass a function that will generate a single item to database wrapper. There should be an inventory util. Database wrapper needs to modify the user's inventory. Then we need to send the item back and print it on the console. This actually isn't too bad. It'll probably take about 20 minutes. That's my guess. So let's get to coding. Server.js. And inventory util and database wrapper. So in inventory util right now we have generate salvage pack. There should be a way to generate just single items. So salvage pack generator. I should have just called this item generator, because how many items it generates, oh, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Num items to generate equals 3. And then let's replace every instance of that with this. at param number, the number of items to generate. Close that. Okay, so, oh, and then the guaranteed rarity should also probably be passed in here. And if it's undefined, no, we say guaranteed rarity equals 0. So that everything, you need to specify this. Yeah. So guaranteed rarity. You are guaranteed at least one item of at least this rarity. Good, get rid of that stuff. Now everywhere that this function is called, there's probably not more than 5 or 6 places. I eat my words. Alright, it's not more than 15 places. Actually, it's not even that many. But everywhere this is called, I now need to pass these things in. And that means that these need to be constants somewhere. Alright, fine. So generate salvage pack function. This doesn't need this, but this does. Inventory util generate salvage pack. So we take in an item template depot, a salvage pack generator, serialized inventory. So we should also probably take in items to generate, num items to generate, and the guaranteed rarity. Guaranteed rarity. See, if I put any of this on a new line, no, that doesn't actually screw up. So fine, let's do that. Okay. So then these need to be defined somewhere. We have num items to generate. Also, I should test this out. Test for the modified code. Excuse me. Okay, so num items to generate. This is the number of items to generate in the salvage pack. And then there's the guaranteed rarity. Guaranteed rarity. Fine. I'll just write C generate salvage pack. Okay, so that should be good. I should write some code here. If not, you actually, no, I don't think this is really worth it. So now what we're going to bind this to, we're going to say the number of items to generate is 3 and the guaranteed rarity is 2. And these should be made into constants. To do, make into a constant somewhere. And here too. Okay, other than that, this is almost done. We now have generate salvage pack, which needs to take in this and rarity. Good. All right, so what's next? We had this, that's fine. Generate salvage pack, that's okay. This needs to be tested now. This is improper inventory, improper, and then finally this exists, valid arguments. 3, 2. Some bounds checking should be done there. Probably to make sure that you don't generate a ton of these. If num items to generate, do I have a logger here? Yeah, I do. Num items to generate is greater than 50, or 10, let's say. Then logger.error, num items to generate is num items to generate, which is probably a mistake somewhere. Return null. So this could fail. Now I have a test for this. where this could fail. Which means in here, when we go to generate the salvage pack, if it doesn't exist, we say could not generate. Yeah, nice. Generate salvage pack. Okay, and then the guaranteed rarity. We could keep this. Yeah, we could make this anything. I guess the guaranteed rarity just needs to be less than or equal to the maximum rarity, which we don't have. I wonder where we put this then. If guaranteed, oh, this isn't good. Rarity equals this. But if the rarity is, oh wait, we do have this. Oh, thank goodness. Num rarities. Okay, yeah, this is good to check. If guaranteed rarity is greater than this dot num rarities. And is this correct? Yeah, then logger dot error guaranteed rarity. Let's just set it to the guarantee. Yeah, let's just do this. Guaranteed rarity equals this dot num rarities, which means I really should do it this way. Equals math dot min guaranteed rarity and this dot num rarities. Make sure they're not trying to generate a rarity level that doesn't exist. Do I use Slack or IRC? I use Slack, but I only use Slack for talking to exactly two people in the world. So, yeah, I'd like to know why you're asking. Man, this is not what I expected when, and I should have predicted that this would happen, I guess, but when I set the points for how much it costs to play the game, I didn't think people would hoard them, given that there are only two things you can spend your points on. Getting into my lunch screen and getting access to the game. IRCer. Alright, the testing is going to add a little bit more overhead to all of this. But as far as this goes, I think we should be good here. So now we call this function, we call it here, that should be fine. Okay, generate salvage pack. Yeah, that's it. All right, next. We need a function for this. Or no, we don't. Let's just run the test. Valid arguments. Expected true, got false. Why might that be? I don't even see an error. Huh. It's just here. This is failing. Generate salvage pack item. Oh, whoops. I put these in the wrong place. That's why. Okay. That's not a good idea. Num items, and then this is guaranteed rarity. Also, want to be the top. Let's see. Oh, this doesn't even work. Oh, because I need SQLite. I'm using 5.5.0. I think I just need to do npm install -g SQLite 3. SQLite 3. What is the package for this? It looks like it's SQLite 3. I don't know why I need to do this. Maybe I just go into here, cd/d npm list SQLite 3. It exists. So why can I not do this? cannot find module. Oh, the bindings. Oh, okay. So is there, how does rebuild work? What? Top hits for rebuild. NPM help rebuild. Is that not what I typed? It is what I typed. NPM rebuild help. That's probably not what I want to do. In fact, I'm nearly positive that's not what I want to do. I don't know. Whatever. Let's just see if that works. Huh. I think it actually does work. Well, I would not have thought about that. But last night I'd run into some problems that caused me to spend an extra hour working on the server deploy. And I needed to rebuild something. I don't even remember what. Hope this works. It seems to have frozen my webcam. There we go. All right, let's see if we can run this now. Oh, perfect. It runs. So it was just a rebuild problem. So I'll paste this into Pastebin for you guys. There you go. So if anyone was ever curious about where they rank on this thing, now you have it. Let me get this. Let's take a look. Who's at the top? Tembroya still. Leading by 4 hours. That's just half a work day. And points wise, these are the people who never spend their points. Tembroya, Roving Eye, Programmer D, Botlad, I should just remove that. Destadom, Tyrandez. Where's Metsudo on here? Number 17. I haven't seen Metsudo in a while. Do you have a kill death rankings? No, I don't. It doesn't keep track of those stats. They're not persistent. Okay. So did the tests all pass? Yes. I think I should just make this change, although they're not being tested yet. And yeah, it's just this that I need to change. I'm not sure where to put it though. I don't have any sort of item constants anywhere, like the number of rarities of items, how many items you generate from salvage packs. There are no constants that are explicit to this, or specific to this, I should say. And it would only be needed by the central server. So I should just make this right now. Yeah, I should just make it. Just copy paste this. Just rename it to constants. And we'll follow the same thing I followed for this. Export const. Sounds good to me. So we'll say num item rarities equals 4. And then export const num items per salvage equals 3. The number of items you find in a salvage pack. Adam, you may not think the points mean anything, but the number of points I amass in this channel will be a legend that passed down through generations. Ophoria says, when the game goes F2P, what will we do with our leftover points? That's a good question. I was thinking of giving another outlet for points. So right now there's the pseudo money system. So check this out. there's the pseudo money system, and you have, I'll just click that link. It's the easiest way to describe this. You have this right now. You're randomly slotted into a category based, and then you get money based on that. What I'm thinking of doing is that when this game is in, like, almost about to be in beta phase, that I let you pay points to get fake money, and then the fake money is what you use in the game. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do. In fact, why did I not do that already? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably how I should change this, though. I'll write that down for something to do eventually. Make it so that people buy pseudo money with points. Do away with the lucky system, the accrual system. Will our pseudo money translate to real money after beta? No, of course not. I'm not gonna like pay people based on how many points they got in my channel. That'd be pretty ridiculous. But if you meant like if we have pseudo money in our account, do we get that even after beta as though it were real money that we spent? Probably not. But that's something that I'm not opposed to doing, really. We just need to think about it. Like, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking about this. Yeah, I got like $100 from Dibs already. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because that actually is a thing that happens on Twitch. I've not made any money off of Botland so far. Let me say that. Needs a subscribe button and overlay. Yeah, that's only for Twitch partners. Number of items you find in the salvage pack at once. This is the number of distinct item rarities. That's actually not guaranteed rarity from salvage pack equals 2. You are guaranteed an item of this rarity from a salvage pack. You are guaranteed at least one item of at least this rarity from a salvage pack. That's the best way to phrase this. Yeah, or 4, yeah, that's what you would be able to do. And maybe that's why I didn't do things this way. I don't know, I'm not sure. Okay, so then on this server, I need to now include this. So let's do, I think I've been calling star as, I guess, like server constants. From ./constants.js, which we don't need the JS there. Then we go to our to-do items that we'd had here. This should be the number of items per salvage pack. So that is here, num items per salvage. And then this is the guaranteed rarity, which goes there. Okay, cool. Yep. So let me go try this out. How will I do this? Let's start the server. Let's load up Postman. Okay, and let's also take a look at the database right now. MySQL-u root-p connect use botland select star from users. So I have 2 unopened salvage packs. Let's go open one. I take this into, where's open salvage pack? Open, here it is. Okay, so I got 3:1, 5:1, 7:1. That's not helpful. There's an inventory deserializer that I have, but this is a pretty terrible function. Tried out Postman the other day, very useful app. Yeah, it is really nice. Well, it generated 3 items, so we know that part worked. As for the rarities, it's kind of hard to tell, because rarities are only going to be consistent over a large period of trials, a large number of trials. Yeah, so I think I checked this in. Generating the salvage pack generator now lets you generate, now takes in the number of items and the guaranteed rarity as arguments. Before I'm still wondering, how did you get so many views on your Reddit image, that post that you made? Botland, Reddit. I don't understand. How do I go to the image page? No, I want to figure out how to do this. I don't know how to do it. Okay, well, whatever. I'm done. You had like 200 views earlier today. So this is not totally being tested. And this should be a constant as well. Salvage, oh no, salvage pack generator can't use a constant there. Unless we construct it with that constant. Okay, yeah. Delete I in .png. Oh, I see. I just deleted the I. All right, what? Is this gonna work? Yeah, 187 views. How did that happen? I am but a novice on the internet. So salvage pack generator now takes in the number of items and guaranteed rarity as arguments. Yeah. I modified all callers to support this, but I'm not explicitly testing this yet. Quality fan art indeed. Okay. So I think just writing a test for this right now is probably the next best thing to do. How did you pull that up so quickly? Your picture? On my homepage I have bot.land, and on bot.land I have Reddit, and on Reddit I can click your picture. Whoops, I clicked a random thing. But anyway, you get the idea. I don't even have it saved anywhere. Well, I mean, you put it on Reddit. You should make a talk show, the novice talk show. Server.js needs a passive function that'll generate a single item to database wrapper. So here's what I could do. I could use what I already have in inventory util. Generate salvage pack takes in the number of items to generate. So that function already exists. I don't want to do this right now. I just don't. I don't think it's a good idea. I think this is going to end up taking a little bit more time because I needed to make a foundational change and now I want to test that change. So let me go test it. Salvage test. So should test generate salvage pack arguments. The first thing we're going to do, we'll get rid of all of this. So number of items, const num items equals, let's say 7. and then I put that num items, and then let's say guaranteed rarity, const guaranteed rarity equals 4. Delete this, delete this. What is this and this? None of this makes sense. In fact, this is testing inventory util, not even the salvage pack generator, which we should have. Salvage pack generator. Yeah, I have this. So I could just say salvage pack generator. This is going to give me a salvage pack. So that salvage pack equals null. Salvage pack equals salvage pack generator dot generate salvage pack. And we're going to get num items and guaranteed rarity. I gotta go grab some water really fast. But it's just dedicated to chat, so you say what people say in weird voices. That would be my talk show. I don't know how many people would watch something like that. So I generate the salvage pack. I need to make sure that it exists. Assert util.exists salvage pack. Salvage pack does not exist. I can just change the lights back to normal. Sorry, I don't know why they were set to something weird. I think that was a bug. Wait, what happened? Are you guys talking about a loss on botland? I want to see this. Oh, 7-6. So salvage pack does not exist. That's the first thing. Then we need to make sure that the number of items in there is correct, which is not totally possible. Yeah, it's not really possible because we might be generating bot coin. Well, we can generate 10 items and we should get at least 3 out of that, although there's a chance that we don't. Alright, yeah, let's just do this. Assert salvage pack dot get items dot salvage pack. Let's see. Get items returns this items. It's an array dot length is greater than 3. Did not generate at least 4 items out of num items. And then we should check the rarity, but again, it's pretty much impossible. Because botcoin can be generated from salvage packs, you can't really do much to assert on the quantity or rarity of the items. For example, you may generate rarity for botcoin, which would just be a lot of botcoin. I think this test will pass most of the time. I mean, it's a probability-based test, so I really shouldn't do what I just did. It does pass, though. Some of us are only free to play and can't afford salvage packs. Yeah. I'm getting $5 a day on botland. It's pretty sweet. So let's see. If you try to generate, let's say 100 items, this should just fail. should not be able to generate tons of items. Same thing, if that's negative, that shouldn't succeed. If num items to generate is less than 0. This is not user provided though. Actually, I'll just... If num items to generate is less than 0, less than or equal to 0. What am I talking about? I'm on Watch People Code. Oh, neat. Well, this is probably gonna... That's not me. These people aren't all me. Oh wow, and it's even got a tag for whether it's live or not. So I should just never go offline. I'll just keep harvesting all the Reddit viewers. Yes, yes. No, it's actually getting pretty close to the end of the day because my uptime's what, 8 hours now? Yeah. And I am gonna finish this up and then get going. I worked too much after the end of last night's stream. I was at my computer for many hours and I should not have been. Anyway, this shouldn't work. Shouldn't be able to generate a salvage pack with tons of items. And if you specify a... yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I'll test out. So let's run this. If you never go offline, your computer will eventually melt. Everything will eventually melt, whether or not you do anything with it. Okay, good. So I did fix a real bug in here, kind of. Wrote a really simple test for generate salvage pack with custom number of items and rarity. Also, oh, see you, Cipro. Also disallowed the number of items to be less than or equal to 0 in salvage pack generator. Okay, I think that's it. So tomorrow I think we're gonna get to bot states. So balance testing feature, as far as I'm concerned, we're pretty much done with that for now. Bot states. I think this will be interesting because it'll lead to more hardware. We'll put this stuff down here. And then reclaiming, I really want to put in reclaiming after that. I think reclaiming is like the biggest thing that this game has needed, because here's what happens with every single Botland game so far. If people are on the server, I can prove this. Connect and join. Are people there? No. Well, anyway, what happens in Botland is that when you kill a bot, it drops resources. If I just stand here on localhost long enough, you'll see it. Hey, Tiburon. I sent you a Twitch message a long time ago, I think. Wait, let me see. Pretty sure I sent it to you on your birthday, which I've now forgotten, but I have it in my notes. Yeah, my guess would have been 6 days off of what it really was. I think I sent you a Twitch message. Anyway, check your Twitch messages. But hi, and welcome back. Dibs says, is there a reason you don't stream Thursdays? Yeah, I have 2 meetings on most Thursdays, and there's some travel time involved in that. And when all's said and done, because of how the travel is laid out, it's like 4 hours. And then I almost always take like a 2-hour nap after that because I'm very tired from just the work week thus far. I think you should add a message to your light control page that says your token is expired after they use it. I'm probably not going to modify the light control page too much, only because it's not a Botland thing, and it serves its purpose. I know it's not perfect. And if I were to ever distribute it, I'd want to make a lot of changes to it. Anyway, so here's what I'm talking about. There are resources in the game right now, but you can't really do anything with them. that page that I just linked in talks very briefly about harvesting. Right now, totally pointless. Eventually, it'll be changed into something like reclaim damage or reclaim haste. Those are going to be some really interesting changes that I make. And if I put in too many changes at once, the recap videos are going to be blown out of proportion. But I think for today, that's it. And I've got a good idea of what's going on the rest of the week. And there are no changes outstanding. So I think that's that for today. Adam is a spy. He has to dress up like a hobo and linger around a specific park bench. Okay, everyone. Thank you for watching today. I had a blast. I hope you guys had a blast. I'll be online tomorrow, and I'll be on for 8 hours tomorrow. So take care. See you tomorrow.